Good morning, everyone. Wow. For some of you, it's the afternoon. For some of you, it's bright and early. I would love it if everybody just said in the comments where you're at, where you're from, and what time it is. Are any of you up at 3 in the morning to start watching this? It would be wonderful to see. Before we get started, one of the things that I wanted to do, I just kind of checked our audience. And there are some members of the audience who actually have negative entity attachments. As a result, I would like to just go ahead and do a removal so that you can be cleared for the entire day. We have 8.5 hours and 11 speakers and a musical performance I'm very excited about. So if you'll take a moment and just close your eyes, take a nice big deep breath. And relax on your exhale. Feel yourself sinking into the chair that you're sitting in. The way my activations work is I'm going to say breath in. And when I do, you'll take a nice big deep breath. You'll hold it at the top. And you'll wait for me to say the word awaken. At this point, any negative entities or negative energies will be cleared. And you can exhale. Breath in. Oh, Excellent. You can open your eyes. All right. Well, I would also like to, before we introduce our first performance, I would like to go ahead and introduce my co-host, Geraldine Orozco. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
How
So
are things
excited
going
to be
for you?
here.
You are in one of the earlier times. It's 7 o'clock for you. Thanks for getting up for us.
Yeah, no problem. It's pitch dark outside, but it is wonderful. The energy today is great, and I'm so excited to be here. And welcome to the Higher Self Expo. We're just so excited to have you. And we have a full, jam-packed day of amazing speakers and incredible topics. I'm so excited for everything. I'm excited for your presentation, Zane. And we have an incredible musician that will be starting. Do you want to introduce?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do that. So let's do it right now.
All right.
Our first guest is a shamanic womb and light language artist who lives on the island of Ibiza, Spain. You definitely have to check out the pictures of this place. It's beautiful. Her and her husband spend many of their nights sleeping outside in a teepee to be grounded with the earth and one with Mother Nature. They truly live the shamanic life. Today, she'll be connecting and integrating our polarities with the power of her voice and earth instruments. I love to welcome Miriam Ma. Hello.
Hello, siblings. Hello.
It's so wonderful to have you. Now, I know we want to get right to the music, but first I want you to go ahead and explain to us, what is it that you're going to be doing for everyone today?
Yes. So the singing that I do really came to me, as you already mentioned, when we live in the forest. We did it for many years. We lived nomadic, really simple, outside. And so this singing is a remembrance of myself, of ancient times. And over the time I really experienced how it activates the soul codes in beings in myself first, and now I'm really ready to share it with everyone to activate their inner knowledge of all their past lifetimes, of their abilities, because the voice is really central in being human, and to activate the voice is really crucial in this pivotal moment in time. So I'm really happy to be here, and thank you for inviting us, for inviting me.
Yes, absolutely. Isa counts too. He's good to go. Okay, I want to go ahead and let you guys do your thing, so enjoy.
Thank you. Beshem Adonai, Beshem Adonai, Mi Ameni Michael, Umismoli Gabriel, Umilifana Uriel, Umiachorai Raphael, Ve'al Rashi Shechinael, Ve'valevi Yeshua, Ve'valevi Magdalena. This is a Nissin prayer to invoke your light body, your Merkaba. It is an old prayer. It was found in the Nag Mahadi script rolls. So we chant it once again together. Beshem Adonai, Beshem Adonai, Mi Ameni Michael, Umismoli Maybe you can close your eyes, turn your focus inwardly, because inward, that's where you really are. That's where your true self resides. That's where the universe is. So the shamanic singing comes back for all of us, to remember us of our full potential in this lifetime. We bring it all together in this lifetime, all that we experienced, all that we learned. May this activate you too in your ancient remembrance. are sovereign, you are strong, you are powerful humans, soul beings, endless creators. I love you, blessed peace. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
I'd say that I speak for all of us in that we love you too. That was absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much for being the start of the third Higher Self Expo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, brother. We love you.
Love you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm just as excited about our next guest. Our first speaker actually is a master soul reader who teaches people how to truly love themselves using a 7-step method. She believes that the core problem with all of humanity is everyone is lacking the love from others that they truly need to truly thrive. Today, she'll be telling a story about how saying, "I love you, me," saved a girl who was diagnosed with only 3 weeks to live. I would love for everyone to please welcome Tara Love Perry.
Hello, beautiful Zane. Fabulous to see you again.
Yes,
and hello, beautiful viewers.
Yes, amazing. For one moment there, we had exactly 222 simultaneous viewers across all platforms. Now we have more than that. So it's wonderful. We've broken our record. So please,
Yay.
Tara, we'd love to hear everything that you have to say. So take it away.
Oh, thank you for bringing me here. And it's such a privilege to be on the Higher Self Expo, and particularly with this topic, the 0 point of judgment. And from my perspective and what I'm going to share with you today about how unconditional self-love saves lives and souls, that 0 point of judgment in my book is that unconditional love. And it's a reality, it's a place to exist within. So I am indeed going to share how saying I love you, me, and a few other important things actually changed a girl's life. I'm really excited to share that story with you. And before I do, I really want to welcome you right now, you watching, your spirit, your body. I welcome you into this moment right now. I welcome you into your existence. And even though those are nice words and that might feel nice to you for me to say that to you, I also invite you, especially since I'm the first speaker today, to welcome you to the rest of this incredible expo. I invite you to welcome you. My words are all very well, Zane's words are all very well, but what you really need is something that is from within you, something that comes from your own heart, your own source. So I invite you, brothers and sisters who are watching right now, just close your eyes for just a second. Take a big sigh breath like that, just letting go of all the muscles in your face, in your jaw, in your throat. Letting go of everything you think you know already, becoming ready to receive. And simply for one moment, notice what it's like just to receive your breath and receive your life. And receive your spirit into your body right now. Can you feel that as you breathe in, you're inviting life, you're receiving life into this vessel, and it needs to meet and kiss into life every single aspect of you, every single living particle of you for you to fully exist, for you to fully be here. Just drink that in, drink the words in, drink your own breath in. Maybe you want to get settled in your bottom, soft in your back, open and receptive to yourself and to what you need from this journey today. And bring your hands somewhere to meet yourself, somewhere to meet your heart, your tummy, your head, if you're too much in your head, anywhere where you feel like you need to be held right now and feel really safe, really met. Use this beautiful sense of touch. And I'm going to invite you to say some words out loud to yourself. And I invite you to use both your ears to listen and for your whole self to receive the words. Unconditionally, right? Without the judgment. So let's try saying to yourself, hello me, out loud, so your ears can hear. And you can feel the vibration of your own words. Hello me. Breathe the words back in. And use whatever language feels good to you as well. Make it authentic, make it real. Notice the impact of these words. Hello me. You can speak them with your hands as well. And say to yourself out loud, thank you me for being here right now. Thank you me for being here right now. Receive the words. Breathe them in and receive and feel. And say to yourself, well done me for being here. Give yourself that beautiful recognition and validation. Well done me. Breathe the words in. For being here right now in this body. And say that out loud. Being here right now in this body. In this breath. In this life. In this moment. Right now. And breathe and feel. And let the words trickle in and soak into your matter, your emotions, your spirit. Like raindrops soaking into the soil, just open, receiving, noticing how it feels. And you can say to yourself, I love you, me. Actually, you might have got stuck there. Do I? Don't I? Do I? Don't I? What does it mean? What doesn't it mean? Breathe. Doesn't matter. Breathe it in. I love you, me. How unconditionally can you receive love from your own self? Notice how it feels. Do you get a lump in your throat? Do you have to swallow hard? Do you get a lump in your chest? You want to sit back, soften and surrender and allow whatever's happening and be absolutely with you 100%. Taking in what's happening. And then I invite you to wrap your arms around yourself really tight. Really squeeze yourself, give yourself a huge hug and say, welcome here, me. Welcome here, me. Some of you can feel you maybe need to just give your head a little stroke as your head's going, what is happening? Just give yourself a little head stroke. Might be bringing up lots of thoughts and beliefs, might be triggering. But just see if you can be with yourself 100% with whatever you're feeling with your beautiful breath and see if you can receive yourself a little bit more today. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for doing that. I really do love you. Right, so as Zane said, my name is Tara Love Perry. And I've had quite an incredible story, but I'm going to cut that long story short. And as Zane said, I'm a master soul reader. And I help people to love themselves unconditionally. And how that happened was I was born with this ability where I could see, hear, feel, taste, touch, sense energy, and particularly people's energy. So it's as if each and every single one of you is this enormous walking library of information that's stored energetically in your, let's say, your auric field, and it's stored in your mind, your conscious, subconscious, and unconscious mind, which is a vast area. It's stored in your emotions, it's stored in your water cells, it's stored in your DNA, it's stored in every single part of your matter, this entire story of your soul. And I'm able to read here and see that and engage and speak with it. So it's a little bit like I'm seeing time capsules of your memories of all kinds of different times. And the parts that stand out to me the most when I'm reading people are the parts that either are in real alignment and they're shining and they're bright and the colors are vivid and there's an intense harmony and bliss and joy and love and peace and all that beautiful stuff. And that's when a person is really living according to their destiny and really being who they are according to their divine blueprint, right? Everybody has a blueprint. We have the human conditioning blueprint that you get when you're born, and you get the blueprint of your soul. So I'm seeing that, and I'm also seeing every little bit of disharmony that is stopping you from being that. So as I'm learning this, I discover, like Zane said, that the fundamental underlying cause for absolutely everybody's disharmony, everybody's reason for not being their divine blueprint and living an incredible, divinely human life is because of this sense and this feeling of a disconnection from their source, from unconditional love. And in that disconnection, everybody's going out looking for that love from somebody else, trying to get our needs met from somebody else, trying to get our fundamental lifeline connection from somebody else, that unconditional love, which plugs us back into who we are, plugs us into divinity, plugs us into a much bigger picture beyond this little mind. So everybody's lost. Everybody's going around trying to get their needs met and trying to get the love from somebody else, and it's not working. So this is what I was seeing across the board. And as I saw it, I was asking, give me a method. How do I help people? And this, over time, this incredible, beautiful method came together, which is a very simple 7-step conversation. And it undoes all the conditioning and the trauma and everything that's ever causing that disharmony and allows you to come back into harmony. It's incredibly simple. So here I am. My life was a mess. I start practicing this. My life transforms and changes. I wrote a book about it. I taught programs about it. And this wonderful, wonderful weekend, and I really loved it back in the day when we could do live events. And I was in Brighton, in the south of England, southeast England. Amazing city. I lived there for many, many years. Love it very much. So hello, all my Brighton family. I miss you. I love you. And we were doing live events very regularly. And this was a wonderful weekend in March back in, I think it was 2018. And I was sharing what I'm sharing with you now. I was sharing the I Love You Me method, and I was taking a big room full of people through a 2-day process and teaching them how to walk and how to talk the 7 steps and to do their own self-love journey and self-love healing. And in the audience that day, there happened to be this very beautiful, very talented, golden young woman. In fact, she had golden hair, but she really didn't look golden, to be honest. She looked very sick and very drawn and pale and skinny. But still, she had a light about her. She really did. And her name is Abby. What I didn't know until after this event was that Abby had been ill with a 21 center tumor in her chest, a cancerous tumor that had been killing her over the previous 2 years to this day, me meeting her. And she'd had, was it 5 different types of chemo, 2 lots of radiotherapy. She'd had every treatment that normal medicine hospitals could throw at her. She'd been in the newspapers. She was rather famous because she's an incredible singer. And she was in the newspapers on her deathbed, literally dying with no hair, looking, you know, not well at all, singing her little heart out about love because she had a message to share with the world. And the thing is that Abby was becoming famous. She was getting known as a singer, which is amazing. She's such a beautiful singer, but she was dying. And she was in this weird paradox of getting what she wanted, her music out there, her, you know, to be seen, I guess. And yet she was dying. And she'd done everything, and she'd got to this point where she just felt like nothing else was working. And she has this conviction. She'll tell you about it now if you ever get a chance to connect with her and speak to her yourself. She had this conviction that she was going to do something that would heal herself. Like she wanted to get that power for herself. So there she is. She's in my audience. She's going through the weekend like everyone else. She's crying. She's laughing. She's having her process, and she's undoing, and she's clearing, and she's healing throughout this weekend. And what was wonderful is that Abby met another young singer in the audience that weekend. And at the end of the event, they both came up on stage and they sang a song that they'd written in the lunch hour. And they called it I Love You, Me. And, you know, everyone, we were like crying our eyes out. We were all swaying and hugging each other. It was like, oh my God, so beautiful. And then, and we didn't know she had cancer. Like, we did not know. What happened was afterwards, Abby had signed up for coming on my 4-day, it was a live training then, it's not now, 4-day training to learn a more advanced level of the I Love You Me method. So that, and this course is really for people who want to become a self-love coach and really, you know, master their own self-love, transform their own lives, and then go out and help other people to do the same thing. So Abby decided she would sign up on this course. So she came on board. 6 weeks later, I saw her. And I'd heard her story. She told me what had happened. And I was like, I'm so going to have you on this course. Of course I will. And she came on board. And she said after the weekend, she'd gone through this real purging process. But she still wasn't well, but she'd realized that she'd done a lot of purging and getting out all this yuck out of her body and out of her system, I guess from all the chemo as well. So she'd come along to the 4-day training. We had an unbelievable time. I mean, it was deep and it was profound and it was amazing. And actually, there was already one miracle that happened on this training alone, in that Abby had, through all the chemo and being so sick, she'd been told that she was infertile. She'd been told that the doctors couldn't find any of her eggs, as she wanted to freeze some of her eggs, so that if one day she did recover from the cancer, then her eggs would be frozen and safe, so that she could perhaps one day, you know, make a child. They couldn't find her eggs. They said she didn't have any, and they'd already moved one of her fallopian tubes. So she's literally got one ovary, no eggs, and that she's declared infertile by the doctors, and she's still alive after the 3-week deadline that they'd given her to live. So something's happening here. She comes along to this training and she gets her period for the first time in absolutely years, and she can't believe it. And it's just like, what is happening, right? That's insane. We have the 4-day training. I see Abby after this. How long was that? I think it was probably about another 6 weeks later. Abby had gone for her tests, and she'd come back from the tests, and she'd literally like called me the moment that she came out of the hospital, and she came to show me. And she said, Tara, the hospital has said that my tumor that was 21 centimeters long is now 8 centimeters long, and they can't find any trace of cancer. And we were like, I mean, I was like, Yeah, of course. And even though I'd seen incredible results with I Love You Me, and I knew what the power of it was, I'd never seen anybody cure the cancer like this, or that big a cancer, let's say, that fast. Doing it as fast as Abby did. I'd never seen that happen before, although I have had previous clients who had healed from cancer. But this was just like, wow, this was a super wow story. And she said the hospital doesn't believe that these results are real, so they'd booked her for another test. So off she goes, she has another test. I think it was about a month later, again, she came back. And this was actually a day before we had the next live event booked in Brighton again for the weekend. So Abby comes to me and she says, Tara, there's still no cancer. The hospital can't believe it. And the tumor has shrunk to 7 centimeters. Unreal, right? Amazing. I know everyone can give Abby a big clap. Abby Flynn, she's just amazing. So of course she was really excited, but she was also really scared because everybody at the hospital is telling her, you know, it could come back at any time. Don't get your hopes up, you know, and it's like a little bit of a situation there. So anyway, Abby comes to the event, the live event the next day, and I encourage her, get up on stage and tell people your story. And she's up on stage, and even though she's used to being on stage as a singer, she's not used to being on stage and being real and just being her and being authentic. And it was a real big moment for her, and bless her, she was so amazing and so inspiring and so vulnerable, bless her. And there she is standing at the front of the stage sharing this story. And there happens to be, this story just gets better and better, right? There happens to be this young man in the front row that I'd met at a previous speaking engagement. And I don't know, I was just like, yeah, come along, you know, come along, have a seat, be my VIP, come and sit in the front. He's sitting in the front row, and something happens when he sees Abby. Something that encourages him to go and speak to her later on. And literally within a few months later, these two are absolutely crazy in love. Crazy in love. And so his dreams start coming true. He starts healing with the I Love You Me method as well. His name's Bradley. He started healing from his past relationship traumas and stuff. That's why he'd come to the event. He's got this new love, and these two start going on such an incredible journey of love. So number one, Abby is alive after being told she wouldn't be alive. 2, now something else starts happening where she's in a relationship, and these two are healing their relationship stuff together using the I Love You Me method that they've learned to apply to themselves, and now they're doing it in their relationship. How amazing is that? So already her life has been saved, and now here comes for the deeper soul stuff, right? The stuff that gets into all the cracks, all the gaps, all the sludge that builds up when you have that same karmic pattern happen again and again and again and again in your soul. And here they are now together, which is super beautiful. Who says you have to do self-love alone? They're doing it together in their relationship, and they're saving their own souls. They're healing all this junk that stopped them having this incredible love before. So there they are. And it's not, I'm going to tell you, it's not easy, guys, but this is the power of love. It sees you through everything. So here they are doing their work. And next thing I know, coming up to Christmas, I think this event, the first time I met Abby was in March. So this is like 3 months later, 6 months later. Come December now, Abby's just had her 30th birthday party in the November, and it's like fantastic, she's alive. We get to December, and Abby and Bradley are moving in together. And the next thing I know, Abby gives me this news that her and Bradley are going to have a baby. Like, how amazing is that? She's not supposed to be fertile, remember. She's only got one ovary. She's apparently got no eggs, according to the hospital. She thought she would never, ever have a child, except she did. Abby knew. See, she was being told one thing, and yet she knew something else. And her and Bradley were talking already about the children that they were going to have. And then suddenly she's pregnant. And A little while later, obviously, this beautiful little baby gets born. And I had the privilege of meeting him and holding him, and I call him the miracle baby, and he is absolutely incredible. So miracle number 3, she's alive. They meet, they're in love, she has a baby. Meanwhile, Bradley is healing his illness that he's had as well, and all kinds of stuff. So they're having this beautiful thing. And let me just tell you, the miracles don't stop there. Today I can share with you, saw Abby's post yesterday, and this, you remember I told you that Abby's a singer, and she's a really amazing singer, so go check her out, Abby Flynn. She has been working on albums, and she's been working on her music as well as raising this tiny little boy, and she has signed a record label, and her music is going out there, and it is just like her wildest dreams that she could have never imagined 3.5 years ago when she'd been given 3 weeks to live. Her wildest dreams are coming true. Everything starts to come into alignment for that divine blueprint to be activated. And it's not because Abby and Bradley are working away on it. They're learning how to surrender, how to let go, how to self-heal, self-love, forgive themselves for what's got in the way, like the dust and the gloop and the grease and the gunk that gets all clogged into the mechanism to stop the soul's mechanism from working, to stop your divine mechanism from working. So it's literally a matter of cleaning and making the decision. And this isn't the easy part, guys, either. Sometimes it's the hardest thing in the world, just to make that decision and go, yep, you know what? I've stopped suffering enough. And now I'm going to love myself enough and give myself that one fundamental thing that I need, that I've been searching for everywhere and trying to get from everywhere else. And I am actually just going to take a little spoonful at a time, whenever I need it, every day, and love myself that little bit more, a little bit more, and come back to my true alignment, my true potential, my true design. Would you be willing? Would you be willing to love yourself enough to start your own journey, to start your own miracle journey, and save your own life and save your own soul? Because we don't know our own limitations. We can't see all the shadows, and we also don't know our full potential. We might glimpse it, we might see it in our wildest dreams, imagine it. But it's a very different thing living it, being it, breathing it in reality, your real lifetime reality. And that does take a decision. Takes that decision to love yourself enough and to do the very first thing. And you know what the first thing is? Would you like me to share? Let's see how much time have we got. We got enough time. Would you like me to share with you those 7 steps that I shared with Abby and Bradley and gazillions of other people? And it's transformed their lives too. This isn't just a lone story, by the way. This is just one in a huge array of incredible stories from people all around the world who've had miraculous life transformations. So the very first thing that you need to do is learn to receive. And that requires this non-judgment. It requires being in the 0 point, the absolute. And it's very, very simple to do that. I know people can get really up in their head, what does that mean? And we can go off on spiritual spoutings and mental theories and all these wonderful things. But actually, you just need it now. It's like taking a spoonful of medicine and swallowing it. It's that simple. And that simple step, that number 1 step to transformational self-love is receiving your breath. So crazy simple. And it's for that reason that it's so crazy simple, almost insignificant, that it gets missed, gets overlooked. Yet if you are not receiving your breath, my friend, and you're blocking it and you're controlling it, and you're trying to keep a lid on it, because when you control your breath, you control your feelings. And you're trying to control life if you're trying to control your breath, or you're trying to hold it, or you're trying to use it to get some state of being, which is all very well and good. But have you first, before any of that, actually just stopped to receive? Because if you notice this beautiful breath, this very soft, silky touch of the breath, you can feel it on the inside of your mouth when you take a breath. And that simple stroke down the throat. And it feels like a cascading waterfall of softness and kindness and gentleness as it gently enters your body and kisses every single part of you into life. And it's there consistently every single day, every single moment, without judgment. Without you having to say thank you for it, without you having to pray for it, without you having to ask for it, without you having to prove your worthiness of it. Whether you believe in it or don't believe in it, like it or don't like it, it doesn't matter. Because this breath, this unconditional spirit of you, of source, of life, is the unconditional love that you go out there looking for. If you think about that and feel about that for just a moment, that's not love being given to you unconditionally from the very first moment you were born to the very, very last moment that you're going to have on this planet. And it's with you every single moment in between, no matter what. And it never lets you go, and it never lets you down, no matter what you think, say, or do. If that's not unconditional love, if that's not the 0 point of judgment or non-judgment, I don't know what is. So if you're looking for a teacher to teach you love, if you're looking for a way to feel connected to yourself and something real, you've got it right here in this breath. Let it kiss you on the lips. Get your thinking, get your blocking that we do here. Just get that out of the way. Soften, surrender, receive like a baby. Like you did when you were very first born. Very first breath you ever took. There. Your first nature. Because without that receiving, my friend, without that very first breath being received as it's being given, without you receiving every single day, you would not be here. Receiving is your first nature. Giving, second. Right? Receive first, fill up, give back. Fill yourself. Receive who you are first. Receive this breath. Receive you. Practice that. So whenever you're freaking out, whenever you're struggling, whenever you're in your head and confused and find yourself searching and looking and searching and yearning and aching and trying to grasp onto something to give you some kind of security, to give you some kind of satisfaction or fulfillment, whether it's news, whether it's social media, whether it's friendships, whether it's your relationships, your family, your kids even, your pets, no matter what it is, your work, where you're trying to get that blood out of the stone or the juice out of it, you're trying to get that thing that you need to meet you. Stop. That's not receiving. That's not going to get you what you need. That's not love. Can you see that? It's not serving you, it's not serving them. It's actually pushing everything that you truly want away from you. Learn to receive. To start with your breath. Hello, breath. Thank you for being here, breath. You want to do this with me right now? Thank you for being here right now, breath. And drink it in. Open it up. See if you can let every little part of you just open that bit more to go, no walls, no barriers. Going to put down my arms and put down my weapons and put down my shields. Put down my ifs and my buts, and I know better. Just receive. Say thank you, breath, for being here with me right now. Thank you, breath, my spirit, for breathing me so that I exist. Thank you, breath, for giving to me unconditionally every single day. And receive it. Thank you, breath. That I am alive. And I have this moment right now. And savor that feeling that comes up inside. Hold yourself, listen to the breath. It's full of wisdom. And if you think about it, every living thing on this planet breathes and respires in some way. Everything breathes. And breath has been breathing life into matter for a very, 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 very long time. And right now, this breath, this infinite, incredible spirit of breath is breathing into you. It's giving you this incredible gift of you. You received it on your birthday when you were born, and you can receive it every single day, this birthday present moment, gift of you into this body. Let's come back to that. Stand in that presence. Receive that present. Hello, me. Thank you for being here, me. I love you, me. Well done, me. And you can give yourself a little heart rub. When you notice anything that starts to arise, any disharmony, trauma, discomfort, fear, pain, emotion, whatever it is, sadness that comes bubbling up from deep within when you breathe in this way and you connect to yourself, it might feel like, gosh, where have I been? I've been lost a long time. I've been abandoned. What the heck am I doing here? Feelings like that tend to come up. And that's really normal because you've been disconnected and unplugged, my friend, from where you need to be. And I love you. And I'm sorry. You've been a long time lost. You've been a long time looking for that love, looking for that validation, looking to be seen and heard and empathized with and felt and truly got. You've been looking for someone else to see you in those deepest parts of you, where you really need to be seen. And it's hurt you. And it's been a struggle. And you've felt really alone. And I know it's been hard. I really feel you. I really do. I know this myself. I was there. And I feel you. Because we're all connected. I feel you. And I'm really sorry that you went through all of that, being abandoned, being alone, not knowing where to get that connection from, where to get that real, genuine love from that you can rely on, that's always going to be there. I am so, so sorry that it took all this time. Maybe it's taken a whole lifetime for you to come back to this moment right now. Feel you. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. It wasn't easy. Please forgive me that you kind of almost want to keep holding on to that pain until somebody else gives you the validation, until somebody really does get it. Maybe it's your mother, maybe it's your father, maybe it's your husband, maybe it's your wife, maybe it's a sibling, maybe it's your kids. Somebody, you are wanting them to see your suffering before you will liberate yourself. And if that's you, then you know it's true. If it is, take a breath, right? Because if you stop breathing, that was true for you. Soften. Can you forgive yourself when you go, I didn't realize I've been waiting for somebody else all this time? Guess what? You can do it for yourself. You can take the shortcut. You don't have to suffer anymore. Not unless you want to. So could you forgive yourself and just say to yourself, I am so sorry, me. I abandoned you, actually. I left you alone. I went off searching. And I was gone a long time. I'm so sorry, me. I didn't know how. Could you say that to yourself right now? And breathe. And let it in. Let those words sink in like raindrops into the soil of where it needs to go to water something very deep inside of you that needs these words. I am sorry, me. Really validate yourself for what you've been through. I see you, me. I feel you, me. Give yourself that sweet, beautiful validation. I'm the one that gets it. I get you. Give yourself a hug. You can hold yourself. And then say to yourself, please forgive me, with all my heart. It's not a head thing, forgiveness. It's a heart thing. It can only come from a humble place. It's not your fault. It's no one's fault. It's just happened. It's just how it was. Can you forgive yourself and free yourself from carrying this burden, this suffering, this torture, this pain? Isn't it about time that you stop suffering? And if it is, just say to yourself, please forgive me, me. I didn't know. I didn't know how. Please forgive me, me. You've been searching alone and lost. Please forgive me, me. You've been carrying this heavy burden for other people's responsibility for so long. Yeah, I feel you. You can let it out. Right? Don't be afraid. If you need to make a noise or a sound, and take that deep breath and really release yourself from what you're holding inside of you that's painful and toxic, making you struggle. You see, you just let everything open. No judgment. Just love. Please forgive me, me. Please forgive me, me. I abandoned you. Please forgive me, me. I didn't know how to get home. Please forgive me, me. I didn't realize I was the one that needed to love you. Say these words with me, or whatever words feel exactly right and true for you. The words that you need to hear. Please forgive me, me. I let you down. Get it off your chest. And breathe all the way deep down into your tummy, not hyperventilating. Stay soft in your bottom, stay soft in your spine. Stay soft in your throat and your jaw. Stay here in this moment right now. I've got you, I love you. That's it, I feel you. Stay with your body, just hold yourself. You ready for the next bit? I love you, me. Simply all that you have to say.
And I love you, Tara. And
I
think
love you.
I forgive me.
Yes.
Yeah. And I forgive you.
Yeah, it's actually a please, because when you say please, it's a humble way of expressing, and it opens the heart. The more humble we are, the more love can come in. Mm-hmm. It's beautiful. Thank you everyone for joining in. I hope you enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was absolutely wonderful. We're seeing amazing comments. So thank you so much for being here and sharing your incredible light with our audience.
Oh, total pleasure. And if any of you want to find more, you can get free meditation and find out the book and everything else on my website that you can see just there.
Yeah, absolutely.
There.
We've been sending great comments. Somebody else posted your book from Amazon.
Oh, that's so kind. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's been a great community affair as well.
Oh, I love my tribe. You're all, mwah, we're a big family, and I love you, me. It's like everyone just falls in love with themselves, and then with each other, it's a big love fest. Self-love illusion.
Yep, sounds kind of amazing.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Tara.
Thank you. Loads of love. Take care.
Bye. All right. Well, that was wonderful. And our next one is is going to be wonderful as well. So joining us next is a well-known Ascension teacher and multidimensional channel who teaches humanity to awaken to higher states of consciousness. She views the trials of humanity and our ascension process from the perspective of higher light beings and has the advantage of teaching from that viewpoint. Here to discuss the 0 point and anything else that is particularly relevant in today's now moment is Lorie Ladd. Hi, Lorie. Welcome.
Yay. I'm so happy to be here.
It was great to write your little introduction and say whatever the heck you want to talk about, and because that's what you do, right?
I loved it. I was like, wait, I need that bio. I need to pull that for myself. That was perfect.
All right. Well, we have been anticipating your conversation with us, so I'm going to let you get started.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay. Woo! Hello, everyone. I am so happy, so happy to be here this morning, this afternoon, this evening, wherever you are on this amazing earth, navigating this together with you. What a time to be here. There are moments where I find myself dropping to my knees in tears of joy, tears of holy cow, what is this? And everything and anything in between. So first, I just want to thank all of you for being here with me, not only here live, but on this earth, in these human bodies, navigating what we're navigating right now. So what I wanted to talk about today with all of you is, what is this? What is this great awakening, the great remembering that my guides said this morning? They said, it's not the great awakening, it's the great remembering. What is this? And how can we move through this going forward with as much ease and grace as possible? Because we can't exit out, right? We can't push a little eject button and jump out of our bodies, right? And many of us don't want to, because this is really the most exciting time to be in human form. But I really want to dissect what this is, who we are as we do this, and some really specific tools that can assist you as you continue to courageously navigate this most miraculous shift in the human collective, which is why you're here. So first, let's break down this great awakening. This, what I like to call the evolution of human consciousness. So we can get kind of a framework of what we're doing here. What is all of this? So the way I see the Great Awakening or this evolution in human consciousness is we are one big human collective of energy. And so as our own physical bodies are standing here, we pulsate out of frequency. Every single human body pulsates out of frequency based on the frequency that their body is holding. That frequency creates the entire human collective's frequency. The earth is holding her own frequency. So you've got the earth's frequency, and then you've got the human collective frequency. And the Great Awakening is when the energy or the frequency of the human collective, the frequency of the earth shifts from one state of consciousness, which is one frequency, to another state of consciousness or another frequency. This is also called ascension. So frequencies move through a spectrum of consciousness, and they're always kind of slowly moving a little bit higher and a little bit higher and a little bit higher. So you start in one state of consciousness or one frequency, and you slowly find yourself as your body, the human collective, and the earth beginning to hold higher states of consciousness or higher frequencies. The way this happens is there is constantly light coming down onto the earth plane, constantly light, high frequency light coming down into the body. This high frequency light allows us to anchor it in and to slowly move into higher states of consciousness. Now, as we do this individually, as we do this in one large unified collective field, and as we do this standing on an earth that's doing this, what happens is the frequencies that are in a lower state of consciousness have to be pulled into the light. Just like in your own body, when you are watching yourself move into higher states of consciousness, ascension, you have to experience and feel the shadow, the underbelly, the stuff that you have denied. What we are doing in this now moment, individually and as a human collective, is we are beginning to watch the lower states of consciousness, fear, greed, chaos, manipulation, that kind of stuff, start to rise up to the surface. And we are watching it. We are shining light on it in order for the entire human collective to move into higher states of consciousness. And one of the great pieces about this right now is that, and why I was given this morning the title of like the Great Remembering, is because nothing about what we're doing is foreign to you. One of the reasons that you incarnated into the physical form is to be here in this now moment, is to navigate this and to assist humanity, the entire human collective and the earth plane. So it's a remembrance that this is all divine and perfect the way it's playing out. But the key is how do we navigate this? How do we remember that this is how consciousness shifts? That this is the natural process of moving from one state to another state of consciousness. And a state of consciousness is a beingness. It's a beingness. It's being. And so when you dropped into the human form to be a part of this magical play that we're watching right now, as that higher state of consciousness, spirit, soul, light, whatever you want to call you, energy, we didn't quite know exactly how it would play out. But here we are. And so the first step in all of this is remembering that you came here for this, that you incarnated for this, in all your human experience, in all your human emotion, in all of it. But you came here for this. The second piece is remembering that there is nothing that is occurring externally that is not divinely designed for the highest good of humanity and the earth. Third piece is to remember that this is literally the natural process of moving from one state to another. And so then we begin to sit with ourselves and say, okay, well, what is my role? Who am I in all of this? How do I make a difference? How do I get through this? So let's break down who you are, who we are as humans. First, we're spirit, soul, light, consciousness inside a physicality. And this physicality has been created by DNA, which is light codes. DNA is light. DNA is energy. So your body is not actually physical. Your body is light. Your body was created in a physical reality, the third dimension. And so it's held physically, but it is energy. And it is your body that is holding higher frequency light codes, or DNA, which turn on or get activated or become apparent as your physical form starts to hold more light. And as your physical form starts to hold more light frequencies, the DNA light codes get activated, which allows you to awaken, i.e., become aware of what you were not aware of in a previous now. So you start to remember things. You start to feel things you haven't felt before. Things begin to shift in your world and in your reality, relationships with your body, relationships with what you eat, relationships with entertainment, relationships with your job. Naturally, because the DNA and the light codes within you are activating and turning on, so to speak, allowing you to have a different experience. And what this is allowing you to do is to become multi-dimensional, which we all are. And multi-dimensional means that you are standing, we are all standing in a quantum field. And a quantum field is where you are accessing any and every dimensional field. You are accessing all consciousnesses, guides, spirits, light beings, whatever it is. All of it. It's all right here, right now in the quantum field. And so as you start to awaken and hold these higher states of consciousness in this massive grand awakening process, you start to remember what's really going on and who you are. You start to access abilities, knowingnesses, truths, who you thought you were, what you thought you liked, things you thought you wanted shift. Then comes the fun part. You start to move between dimensional fields. You start to move between currently a third dimensional physical field and a fifth dimensional, more light field. And so when we start moving through this great awakening, and when we start remembering, when our lens starts to change, when we start to feel energy in our bodies like we never have before, when the relationships change, when we feel more emotions, when we start changing our behaviors, when we become the observer, when time starts to get real funky, all these things that are happening to millions of Americans, we are becoming multidimensional, which we have always been. And you find yourself literally shifting naturally between two specific and unique dimensional fields in the now moment. It's not something that you're physically jumping to. It's just like one bubble, and here you are. Third dimension, fifth dimension. And they feel different. And so in this now moment, this is what we're experiencing. This constant flow, fluidity between these two fields over and over and over again. While we stand in the third dimensional field, and I like to see it as a large, literally like a large field, and every single human is standing in the same field. And we are watching the same movie, the evolution of human consciousness, the Great Awakening. Every human. Many of us are here to stand on the front lines of this Great Awakening on this field, this third dimensional field, as we continue to shift into higher states of consciousness, moving between a third and fifth dimensional field for the sole purpose of holding light on the field while the entire human collective slowly begins to shift. And so we find ourselves looking out at the same movie, different lenses based on our frequency. And the movie is showing scenes that sometimes are difficult to watch. The scenes that we are seeing right now that are very loud, like all of a sudden the movie theater got super loud and we're watching this really chaotic scene, let's say. That is the consciousness that needs to be seen. That is the consciousness that needs our light to shine on it so that it can literally alchemize into higher states of consciousness and the whole entire human collective can begin to continue to move. So your body is an extremely important component to this shift. Your body. And so now it becomes, okay, if I'm aware of all of this and I'm aware that my body is holding these different frequencies and I'm moving between these really powerful and distinct dimensional fields in a now moment, in every now moment. I don't go anywhere. I'm not jumping anywhere. It's right here, right now. Many of you are probably like, oh yeah, I feel bipolar, right? I feel like I'm crazy. I feel like I'm losing my mind. That's part of being multidimensional. The challenging piece of being in this now moment is that you don't escape the humanness of this. You can't escape the emotions, the beliefs, the thoughts, the behaviors, the juiciness of this. Because that really is the precious part of all of this, is the juicy pieces of the human experience, which is the emotions, the thoughts, the belief, the anger, the rage, the sadness, the joy, the peace, the love, the duality and polarity. That's part of being in the third dimensional field. But here's what starts to happen. Is you start stepping into and being in the higher states, 5D states, while you are also simultaneously still experiencing the third dimensional states. So it can feel very crazy. But our role as awakened humans is to continuously choose to hold the higher states, accepting honoring, appreciating, and allowing ourselves to feel the third dimensional states when we feel them. So what are the differences between the third dimensional and the fifth dimensional states? A third dimensional state of consciousness, and there's no right or wrong around this at all. Right? Look at this as energy. The third dimensional perspective, third dimensional states of consciousness, they're going to have right and wrong, good and bad, yes, no, evil and joy and peace, right? Really bad things, really good things. I like that. I don't like that. I hate that. I love that. That's good. That's bad. This feels good. This feels bad, right? Third dimensional consciousness is living in a past, living in a future, looking forward to a future, staying back in a past. That's third dimensional consciousness. Third dimensional consciousness is really holding a lot of attachment to things, a lot of judgments. Third dimensional consciousness is victimhood, forgetting that you have choice, forgetting that you're sovereign. So people are doing things to me. I have no choice. That's third dimensional consciousness. Third dimensional consciousness is a lot of suffering, right? You're in a lot of suffering. A lot of suffering. And this is part of the human experience. This is part of being third dimensional. This is part of it. There's no wrong around this. There's no right around it. It's just part of being here in this dimensional field. But here's what happens when we start to move into, because our bodies are holding higher states, because we're here to shift an entire human collective. Here's what happens when we start to move into higher states of consciousness, 5D consciousness. We start to come back into our bodies. We start to recognize that we are free. We have free will. We start to recognize that we have a choice. So we become empowered. We start to recognize that we are the observer in every now. So we become the observer. You start observing things more. You're no longer a victim to anything. It's a really powerful place to be. You let go of an attachment or judgment to things. You find yourself in a neutral stance more and more, while you still have your truths. You find yourself more present. Time seems to just go by. You don't know what happened. You understand the power and the ability that you have as a creator being, meaning that you create your reality based on the choices. So we really become the creator. And the crazy thing about all of this is that in any now moment, if you feel some of those higher states, you can literally get pummeled back into the 3D states. And this isn't about like, oh my God, the higher is better and the lower. There's no lower or higher. It's just the way that we use language, semantics to describe energy and consciousness. It's really not about lower and higher. It's literally just about the way an energy spins. And the slower it spins, the lower it is, the higher it spins, the higher the consciousness is. But what we will find ourselves doing as we stand here in a big field, shifting an entire human collective, is that we will find ourselves going from those higher states to the lower states, to the higher states, to the lower states, over and over and over and over again. Here's the key. Don't judge it. Don't judge your human experience and your human journey. Just observe it. Just observe what you're going through. This is how you shift. This is how you become multidimensional. This is how you remember that you are whole and sovereign, is that you allow it all to be. Always remembering the big picture here. And then when you get caught up in the little things, when you get caught up in the mundane, when you get caught up in those systems, those external systems, you observe. And then you pull yourself out and you say, wait, there's a bigger thing happening. I remember, because that's why I'm in my body, to do this shift. And we all play different roles. We all play different roles in this massive, grand awakening. All of us. Whether you are a teacher or a speaker or a parent or you work at, a bank, or you work in a corporate job, or whatever you're doing, every single one of you play a role just by the awareness of who you are and what you're doing here and the states of consciousness that you're in. So really quickly, let's go into some tools. In every now moment, what can I do to assist me in moving through this with a little bit more ease and grace? Because this is quite a rocky ride, powerful, beautiful rocky ride. It's amazing. It's miraculous. So some of the tools that I use every day, all day long, every now moment. Number one, I am the observer. I observe everything I'm doing. I am now doing this. I'm now doing this. I'm getting out of bed, right? I'm going to take a shower. When you become the observer, you start to feel everything. So not only are you aware of what you're doing, I want another a cup of coffee. I'm hungry. I'm going to go eat. Not only are you aware of what you're doing, you're aware of what you're feeling. You're aware of your thoughts and behaviors, right? So when you become acutely aware of everything you are experiencing and feeling, you then have choice, which is number two of tools, choice. You are sovereign. You get to choose. Do I want to feel this? Not really. It's what I'm feeling. Okay, great. I'm going to feel it, allow it to move through me, right? And then I'm going to decide what I want to feel next. So there's this balance between you're flowing in the observer, you're flowing in present moment, you're flowing in this allowing, surrendered state. And at the exact same time, you're constantly choosing. Victimhood is like, this is happening to me. I have no choice in this. I can't do anything. Poor me. Sovereignty, empowerment, multidimensional human is, oh, this is what I'm feeling as I'm flowing through the river. I just knocked into that river, that rock. Oh, I just knocked into that tree. I'm watching myself do it. And I'm feeling it. And then I'm like, okay, I'm going to navigate myself back into the middle of the river. So observe, choice, compassion for yourself, compassion for everything you're experiencing. 4, see the larger picture as often as you can. See the larger picture as often as you can. The more you can see the larger picture, the big perspective, the easier it will be for you to kind of let go and move through this. Because don't forget, this is why you're here. Nobody threw you into the body. You incarnated into the body. The more you can be present, this is really key. The more you can be present, the easier this will be. So a lot of us are trying to figure out what's going to happen in the future. A lot of us are preparing for something in the future. That's part of the programmed sort of matrix, right? So if you can stay present, what's in my now? What's in my now? All I need to worry about is what's in my now. Yes, we have things to do. We have obligations, okay? But the more we can stay present, the easier it will be to navigate this. 5, the more you can surrender into every single thing you're feeling, the easier it will be to navigate it. Just surrender. And when you surrender, there's no judgment and there's no attachment. Which brings us back to number 1, which is the observer. When you observe, there's no attachment and judgment. When there's no attachment and judgment, there's surrender. When there's surrender, you are in a flow state, which is present moment. So they all work together. They all work together. And sovereignty, the last one before I go. Sovereignty. It's your birthright to feel sovereign while you navigate this entire shift, while you watch everything externally and internally occurring. And sovereignty means I'm safe. Sovereignty means I'm free. Sovereignty means I'm whole. Sovereignty means I've never been anything other than the being of light that's inside my physical body. Sovereignty means I can speak my truth and allow anyone else to speak theirs. Sovereignty means that I will navigate everything that comes into my now moment, knowing that it is always for my highest good and always moving me into the next highest version of me. Sovereignty is remembering that you're a multidimensional being that chose to incarnate into this human form to navigate exactly what is unraveling in this now. And there are no mistakes. And you didn't do it wrong. You've never done it wrong. There is nothing wrong with you. There never has been. You just jumped into a very physical, dense human body. And you went through whatever traumas you went through in order to be in this now. And you're courageously walking through every single now moment, unraveling and peeling back the layers of density that have kept you from who you have always been. You are courageous. You are amazing. You are a being of light. And you are navigating every single one of your now moments, not only for yourself, but for the entire human collective. So thank you for being here.
Congratulations for making it to this now moment, right?
Congratulations. Absolutely. We did it. And we're going to continue to do it.
They did it. You did it. I did it. We all did it.
Yep.
It's amazing.
Yep. I know.
And we are miracles observing miracles.
Absolutely. It's amazing what we are going through. It's amazing what we are doing. Yeah. It really is. Yeah. I'm in awe every day of what we're doing.
Yeah. I mean, we can easily look at everything that's going on and zero in on it for a moment, right? And go, you can take this dried up little nub and you put it in the ground and you put some water on it and it turns into a 500-year-old tree. Like what? You know, there's just so many absolutely amazing things happening constantly all around. All we have to do is pay attention to it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's why when we start to really step out and kind of zoom out, right? That's where the beauty comes in, because then you get to really see this big picture of what's actually happening instead of zooming into the nitty gritty sort of like intense density of it, right? It's like, oh, wait, let me zoom out for a second and like, oh my God, this is miraculous and amazing. Right. Oh, it's happening. It's amazing. Right. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Lorie. It's such a pleasure to have you. You really graced us with your amazing presence and your amazing words.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for being with me, you guys. I love you.
Bye, Lorie.
Bye.
All right. Well, so that was absolutely fantastic. And it's actually my turn. So I'm very excited to be able to go ahead and do my presentation now, which is actually we've got a theme going on here, right? And this theme is the 0 point of non-judgment. And so this conversation that I'm about to have is, of course, all about that. And how we look at that is truly through the eyes of emotions. Emotions are absolutely everything. And it's so important for us to kind of understand them. So one of the ways that I look at this really is I break down the emotions that we can possibly have into two separate categories. One is the terrestrial emotions. These emotions are the ones that we have as humans on this particular planet. And they're very special because they are very unique to us. We think about it from the perspective of ourselves all the time, but we are multidimensional beings, right? So our higher versions of ourselves, our higher selves, or even us as source, we look at the emotions that these human beings can have as these incredible, special emotions, because it requires that you can actually die. And the only way to have these emotions here on this planet, it is the fact that we can die. When we are our higher selves, when we are source, we are infinite and we know it. So even if we wanted to try to tap into fear, it wouldn't work. It isn't possible. So the only way to do that is to actually believe that you can perish, believe that you can die, and think that it's all over after that. And so that is the experience that we have here. Fear is the first emotion. If you think about it, even multicellular microscopic organisms, when introduced with some sort of dangerous chemical, they jettison themselves away from it because they don't want to die, right? And so if multicellular organisms display fear, then you better believe that we humans definitely have it. And that is the signature characteristic of a 3D existence. Fear is the dominant emotion. So what else do we know about the terrestrial emotions? They're imperative for survival, right? But mostly they're temporary. So you can go through life and have extreme emotions. You can go through a month, a day, and go from excitement and go from frustration to anger to disappointment to gratitude. You can do that in a day. You can do that in an hour. So sometimes we get wrapped up into thinking that these emotions are endless, that we're going to have them our entire lives. But of course, that's not true at all. And they're so temporary that even if for some crazy reason you had one emotion your entire life, which is actually absolutely impossible, that emotional experience ends when you die and you return to your higher self. You return to that afterlife state. That emotion is gone. So the terrestrial emotions are truly temporary. Okay, so that's the terrestrial emotions quickly. There's another category, and we often don't talk about this category of emotions because as far as we know, there's really only one, and that is the spirit emotions, and that is unconditional love. If you think about it from the perspective of, do we get to experience unconditional love here on this planet? There's an interesting question there because it is not imperative for survival. So if you are living in primitive Earth and you are with your tribe and you are trying to experience or you are experiencing unconditional love for all, it is very likely that if you experience unconditional love for all, you might unconditionally love the predator. And at that moment, at that indecision moment, you say, "Oh, I love you, predator." Rah! And then it's all over. That really shows that unconditional love is not an evolutionary emotion that we get to experience. So that makes it kind of an interesting thing. Meanwhile, as you are the higher self, as you are source, that is the only emotion that you experience. You constantly experience unconditional love. And the other difference, major difference between the terrestrial emotions and unconditional love is that unconditional love is eternal. It is not temporary like the terrestrial ones. You always return to unconditional love. And when you are in those higher states, that is the emotion that you are constantly experiencing. Okay. So we come to this planet because of that very interesting difference. Yes, we come to this planet because we have a mission. We want to help the world. We want to help each other. We want to raise a family or help children or whatever our specific mission is. We're bringing with us these incredible gifts that we're going to give to others and we're going to help the world. Yes, that is our mission. But to step back just another step, we actually observe this emotional experience as the reason. Because what did we just talk about? We can't experience them otherwise. So, wow, that sounds very interesting. I want to experience what it's like to have romantic love. If you are source, if you are source consciousness, you cannot have romantic love. If you did, then you would have to create your partner, and that wouldn't quite feel the same. Plus, you don't have a yang to your yin. You actually would be, because you are both yin and yang. So there's no reason to have romantic love. So we actually have to very specifically and intentionally forget that we are infinite and forget that we are all powerful as source or even as our higher selves. We're much more powerful than with these limited three-dimensional beings. So we have to forget all of that so that we can come here and actually take this all seriously and actually give it a chance, give ourselves a chance to experience these emotions. When we look at it in this way, it puts it all into a different context, doesn't it? It's like, oh, maybe I don't need to run away from these emotions all the time. Maybe I can actually experience these emotions and relish them, whether they're good or they're bad. I know it doesn't sound easy to do because those negative emotions really don't feel so great. But it is absolutely the truth that we come here to experience them, whether they are good or they are bad. Because once again, from that higher self or that source perspective, there is no such thing as good or bad. There just is. So thinking about every experience that we have has an emotional component to it. If we dive down to the most inconsequential moments, even those have emotional ties. Let's say that you receive a text message. Even if you don't know who it is yet, you just hear the sound or you see the light up on your phone, you know you're going to have an emotional response to it. Maybe you are busy, and so the sound is actually annoying. So you go into a frustration state. Maybe you're bored, so the sound is exciting, like, yay, something's going to happen, something other than me just sitting here being bored. Maybe you're expecting a text from someone that you don't like, so you're like, oh gosh, another one of those. Or you're expecting a text from someone that you're excited to talk to, and so you instantly have that reaction. This is before you've even looked to see who's on the phone, right? So we tie to every second, every moment, some sort of an emotional response. And what's interesting too is that every experience that we have, even physical pain, has an emotional response to it. Yes, we receive the negative feedback from physical pain, but we also associate a negative emotion to that as well. All right, so I had this really fun kind of discovery about all of this when I was speaking with a friend of mine who lives out of the country. And so we would actually just send each other text messages, or I'm sorry, voice messages, rather than actually speaking, just because time zone differences and whatever. So there was one day that I left my friend this funny little voice message, and I was all excited about it. I was like proud of myself. Oh, this is clever and this is funny, and oh, she's really going to like this. And so I sent the message. A couple of days later, we actually had a chance to speak verbally. And I remembered that I sent her the message, and I said, oh, hey, what'd you think of that message that I sent you the other day? And she said, oh my gosh, it was so clever and funny and great. Yeah, I really liked that. And that made me feel good, right? So I'm having a positive emotional response to it. And then I said, do you happen to remember what it was about? It's been a couple of days and now I've actually kind of forgotten. And she looked at me, or she said to me, oh man, I was afraid you were going to ask that. She's like, I don't remember either. I just remember that I really liked it. So I had this moment where I thought, well, I should re-listen to it or look it up. And then I went, why? I've already had the emotional experience that I was looking for. I already felt good about sending it. And then she gave me the feedback that she enjoyed it, and I felt good about that as well. Oh my gosh. So that means that the actual reason for having the emotional experiences aren't really that important at all. All that matters is that we actually have the emotional experiences. And so we really can embrace every possible thing that we could ever experience. So let's take a step back and say, what are emotions? What are these things that we crave so much? What are the ones that we don't want? And what are the ones that we do want? Actually, they are frequencies and they carry information. Our bodies are essentially like radio receivers, and we tune in and interpret the emotional frequency of every emotion that comes at us. So let's say that you are experiencing a negative emotional experience. Maybe you're experiencing an extreme fear. The waveform, the frequency, carries with it the instructions for your body as to how to respond to this situation. Because here it is, situation, you're in danger, you have an emotional need. So your body says, what emotion are we going to tune into? Oh, extreme fear. We know that one, whoop, and we tune into that frequency. And that frequency says, pump the adrenaline, change the thought process, limit the mind so that we can only focus on survival at this moment, so we can move into a flight or fight response. So now we're tuned into that emotion. And if you could, and so at that moment, now we're going to have an extreme response. We're going to run, we're going to fight. So if you think about it from the perspective of you as just this radio frequency, what if you could turn your dial to any frequency that you want at any time, rather than being kind of slave to situation and response? What if you could say, oh, I want to tune into excitement right now. I want to tune into gratitude. Maybe you're languishing in frustration or unworthiness. And if you could just tune your radio dial, I've got a knob here on my chest. So I'm just going to tune it and go, oh, yay, excitement. That's all I have to worry about now. Yay, I don't have to do anything. That would be really amazing, wouldn't it? And that is essentially what's happening. So how can we get access to be able to tune that dial? Well, we can actually. So one of the modalities that I do, I work with the Hathors, which is an extra dimensional collective like the Pleiadians or the Arcturians. And they've taught me an awful lot about all these different kinds of healing modality activations that I can do. And really one of my favorites is being able to retune people's emotions. So with just a turn of a dial, with a momentary activation, I can change it so that you're tuning in to a different frequency. So but I think that the most important one is that let's add another knob to our chest. What if we could change the volume? So if you were experiencing extreme fear frequency, what if we could turn a dial so that now you are experiencing still a fear frequency, but it is so minor in comparison that now it just gives you a little bit of maybe a flutter in your chest or your stomach. And your mind is now clear and you can actually focus on the things that you want to be able to focus on. You don't have this cloudiness or this disruption in your life. That feels a lot better, right? Like, okay, now I can handle whatever the situation is. So this is essentially what those activations can do. And what it's doing is it's changing it so that those negative experiences are no longer so negative. So, and then what happens is every time you tune into it, every time you listen to that activation, then you're training your body to tune into that lower, less painful frequency each time, which is incredible, right? So one of the reasons that I believe that we have panic attacks is because we're tuning into an emotional frequency that we needed when we were children, when we were having some sort of trauma moment, right? And so what happened is that trauma experience, we had an extreme emotional response. Well, the body said, okay, we're giving you an extreme emotional response so that you survive, because that's what all this is about. So if you've done this, if you've had this experience, now your body says, hey, guess what? We're still alive. That worked. So we were going to remember this emotional frequency and we're going to use it a lot. We're going to use it throughout the rest of your life because we realize how effective it is. It's like, oh no, now we're going to have these extreme emotional reactions to things that are considerably less painful or way less necessary. So now what do we have to do? We have to, again, retune the body so that it knows, no, we don't need to tune into that one. We can tune into a much different one. So that is one of the main things that I'm able to do, and I absolutely love doing it because it's very quick and very easy. I had one situation, the very first time I did it actually, my friend had called me because she felt that her boyfriend had been cheating on her. And she was upset. She was beside herself. She was not clarity of mind. She was almost panicking and crying and having all these experiences. And I had just kind of gotten the idea that maybe I could do something like this. She's telling me all of it. And I said, can I give you an activation? And she was just like, yeah, whatever, just do something, right? So I removed the negative signature. I retuned her jealousy experience to a way less negative one. And all of a sudden, as soon as I did it, she said, oh, okay, well, I guess maybe that wasn't so bad, or maybe this was a good lesson, and maybe he's not the right guy for me, and maybe I could look at it differently. And then she stopped and she said, wait a minute, what did you do to me? Because I didn't explain to her what the activation was. I just did it just to kind of see what would happen. And it was absolutely miraculous. And I use this all the time for people who are experiencing anger or nervousness or worry or whatever. So there's a number of those activations that are available on my website. And if there isn't one that you need, let me know and I will record it for you. Okay, so now we kind of understand emotions a little bit. And the other thing that we know is that we know what they feel like. We are very good at understanding what the emotional experience absolutely is. It's loud and clear. They scream at us. We can dive in and explore them, and we can discover how intricate they are. And we can also tell you right away, right, whether an emotion is good or an emotion is bad. There is no doubt that we understand that feeling. And why do emotions carry with them a good experience and a bad experience? Well, once again, we have to go back to survival. If it felt good to be in a fear situation, then we would more likely put ourselves in fear situations all the time. We would constantly be saying, oh, wow, that feels great. I want to get really close to the edge of that cliff and like balance over the edge and see if I can. Oh, I fell off. Oh, well, that felt pretty good too. Oh, okay, dead. So now that means that we are not going to be able to survive long enough for us to incarnate into this species. So it's very important that fear feels bad so that we avoid the situation in the first place. And then fear feels good so that we follow it. We go, oh yeah, I really want to, I'm sorry, not fear. A positive emotion feels good so that we follow it. And we go, oh, I want to experience romantic love, because it's going to further the species, right? But it feels really good. So I am encouraged to do that. It's my incentive program, essentially, for survival. That means we can be complete idiots. Like we can survive without having a clue that we need to survive, because all we have to do is tune in to these basic urges, these basic instincts. And we know this without even having to know it. And our emotional system is the core of that survival experience. And so if you think about it, this is a positive reinforcement and a negative reinforcement kind of scenario. So we are essentially being trained like dogs by our emotions. So we know what to do and what not to do. Okay, so that is a good description, hopefully, of the terrestrial emotions. So now we have to move over to the spirit emotions, unconditional love. So what is unconditional love? Romantic love is not. I can tell you what it's not. Romantic love is not unconditional love, right? Unconditional love is not reciprocal, or at least it doesn't need to be. I unconditionally love all the people in Mongolia, right? I don't know anybody there. I don't know a single person, but I can love them and they never have to love me back. Unconditional love does not need to be declared. I don't have to send everyone in Mongolia a card that says, hi, I unconditionally love you. Love, Zane, right? That'd be stupid. No, they would be like, okay, whatever. So it's not important that it needs to be declared, and it does not need to be reciprocated, and it doesn't even need to be shown. So unconditional love, of course, we've already talked about this, is not a survival emotion. It actually gets in the way of survival. It's actually detrimental to survival. So unconditional love is not a natural 3D emotional experience. Think about that. Unconditional love is not a natural 3D experience. The only way that we can experience unconditional love is if we move from the 4 to the 5th dimension. Okay, so what is unconditional love? It is a few things. It is eternal. We already talked about that. It's what we're made of. It's what everything is made of. Everything is unconditional love. And in that way, the only thing that actually exists in all of the world, in all of the universe, in all of the dimensions, in all of existence is unconditional love. It's self-love, source loving itself. And it might be the only thing that is perfect. If it's the only thing that is perfect and everything is unconditional love, that means that everything is perfect. Okay. So let's step back again. We have to look at the fact that our bodies tune into emotions for survival, and we are survival creatures. We're programmed to survive. We tune into those emotions. And what did we say about the terrestrial emotions versus the spirit emotions? That the terrestrial emotions are very easily felt by us. But that unconditional love is not a survival emotion. I keep saying the same thing over and over again, but it's really important. So the system by which we experience emotions does not apply to unconditional love. So the way that you thought or that you think that you are going to feel unconditional love can't be trusted, because it's not the same system. The system for survival has all these physiological responses. Like I said, we know what emotions feel like. We know the pain or the fluttering in the chest or the energy that we receive from a positive emotion. We know it really well. And so we're so tuned into that emotional system that also ultimately means that we're actually not tuned in to the unconditional love system, because we haven't needed to. But we're moving from a 3D existence, a 3D consciousness, to a 5D. So guess what? It's going to be coming online more and more. So the other thing that I think is interesting is that many of you have said, I feel unconditional love. Or many of you say, I don't know what it feels like. I haven't felt it. I don't understand. Because unconditional love is not the same as the unconditional love that you maybe have for a child, or the unconditional love that we have for a pet. It's still different than that, because there are actually still conditions, even though you don't ever want to admit it, there are still some conditions in that case. True, pure, unconditional love is, again, in a separate category. So if you were trying to feel it by using the current terrestrial emotion system, you're probably not going to. And that's what's really wild about this. So the systems that you're used to using are not set up. And like, again, you have a pain in your stomach, you have those experiences. These are survival systems. They don't apply. So what if I were to say to you that you feel unconditional love all the time, that you are constantly feeling unconditional love, that it's always there, and it has always been there? It's not actually a bliss state like you've been kind of hoping. It's not a misery state. It's just always there, riding around with you every single day. It's who you are, and it's what you are made of. So what if I were to say to you that to feel unconditional love, you only have to state it. You only have to recognize it. You only have to accept it. You only have to allow it. You only have to acknowledge it. All you have to do is simply say, I love unconditionally. I love unconditionally. That's what I do. I just love unconditionally. You don't have to select an object. You don't have to select a destination or a target. You just love unconditionally. Loving unconditionally is loving for no reason, right? Because that's, if there's a reason, then that's a condition. So you are an unconditional love machine. This is a declaration statement of what you do. I love unconditionally. A mail clerk says, I handle mail. A salesperson says, I sell product. But you say, I love unconditionally. This can be your new mantra. Close your eyes and just say, I love unconditionally. Oh my God. Oh, I love unconditionally. I love unconditionally. When I do that, I like see the universe. Like when I close my eyes and I say, I love unconditionally, all I see are the stars, nebula, planets. It's where I'm supposed to be. It's who I truly am. And we are all this. And that's what's so amazing, is that we spend so much of our life striving to get somewhere, We're always trying to ascend more and become more enlightened or to be more successful. We've been driven this in our heads since we were children. Oh my gosh, but it's already right there. It's already accessible. All you have to do is acknowledge it. You are truly a being of light. You don't have to become a being of light. You already are. You are already an unconditional lover. All you have to do is realize it, is recognize it. Oh my gosh, I'm an unconditional lover. That's it. So when you state that you love unconditionally, you move out of the animalistic brain. You go into a brand new place. This is your new default position. When you are feeling bad, when you are worried, when you are upset, when you are confused, when you don't know what's going to happen next, just say this: I love unconditionally. I don't have to love this the house unconditionally, or my spouse unconditionally, or my dog unconditionally. You just love unconditionally. I feel like I peer into infinity when I have this experience. So what do you love unconditionally? Nothing. Everything. No reason to state what it is you love. No reason to ponder it. You just love unconditionally. If you do this activation or this meditation, right, and you say, I love unconditionally, and if the mind comes in and says, well, wait, what do we love unconditionally? You're not allowed to answer. Don't respond. Either let your guides or your higher self respond, maybe, but don't respond to that question, because that question does not need an answer. Whew, what a relief, right? Like you're off the hook. There's no more stress. There's no more efforting. We effort all the time. You don't have to effort anymore. You just love unconditionally. Oh my gosh, it's what you do. And how do you love unconditionally? You love without judgment, without condition. So that's what the 0 point existence is all about. An incredible state of non-judgment. 0 point is the field of infinite possibility where all reality is created from. That is our sourceness. You came from a place of unity consciousness, and that's where you're going to return to. And judgment just simply cannot come from this. Let's think about this for a second. Where does judgment come from? Does it come from your higher self? No. Does it come from source? No way. Does it come from the collectives, the fifth dimension, the ascended masters? No, they're not judging. Your guides? No, they're not judging. The angels? There's no judgment going on there. Well, wait a minute. So that means that there's only one place in all of existence that judgment comes from: these primitive, silly survival brains. That's where judgment comes from. Judgment. You need judgment in order for your tribe to survive. If your tribe is having a normal day and there's one of your tribe members is making a whole bunch of noise, being silly and ridiculous, and there you think, oh my gosh, this person needs to shut the heck up because they're going to attract our predators or the rival tribe. And so you're judging them, saying, shut up, don't do that. Or you judge yourself. Oh my gosh, I screwed up and I'm going to be ousted from the tribe. Judgment is a survival experience. So if you are not in a survival place, then you don't have to judge anymore. Everything is perfect exactly as it is. So, and one of the reasons that this is so difficult for us to access is because we're so good at seeing the flaws. Because once again, that's another survival thing. As soon as you see a flaw, it could mean the death of you or your tribe. So you have to take action as soon as you see flaws. So we're trying to reverse engineer all this very natural programming. So that's the other way to look at this, is to don't beat yourself up over judging too much. Oh, wait a minute. What did I just say there? Don't judge yourself for judging too much. You can relax. You can rest. You can be okay with absolutely everything exactly as it is, because it's been created that way. You've created it that way as source to have this exact experience. So congratulations, you did it. And the problem with picking a target of your unconditional love is that you'll see those flaws. So that's why I say again, I just love unconditionally. That's what I do. That's all I am. So let's go back to just for a moment and think about if you have fear of being judged. Okay, so now you're worried that other people are judging you. One of the ways that I really like to overcome this one is to say, wait a minute. So what version of them is judging me? We just went through this, right? Is it their higher selves? No. Is it their sourceness? No. Oh my gosh, it's their silly survival brains. So who am I going to give more credence to? Who am I going to listen to? Who is more important in that situation? Definitely their higher self, definitely the source perspective. So I'm not going to give any credence to that primitive survival brain judging me. Oh, well, go ahead. Enjoy. I'm going to stay in the place of my higher self. I'm going to stay in the place of source and recognize that me and everyone else, including the person who's judging you using their primitive brains, are perfect. So who are you going to give more credence to? Neanderthal mind, because that's essentially what we're talking about, or universal knowledge. I think it's pretty simple. I don't have to be worried about being judged by the Neanderthal mind. So this presentation was called How to Love Unconditionally. And the answer is simply, you already do. Okay, now I want to see how much time I have left. Okay, good. I got about 10 minutes. So what I want to go ahead and do now is a couple of activations for everyone. Thank you so much for tuning into this and to listening to that presentation. So if you would like, please go ahead and close your eyes and take a nice big deep breath and relax as you exhale. Really feel yourself sinking into this chair that you're sitting in. I mean, really relax. Allow yourself to feel this moment of relaxation. If you have any tightness anywhere, find it and release it. Maybe it's in your sides. Maybe it's in your neck. Maybe it's in your jaw. Just release it. And so I want to go ahead and do an emotion retuning activation. I think I would like to do fear because, of course, it is the most dominant emotion that we experience. So the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to remove the negative signature from the emotion fear that you're experiencing right now. The way my activations work is I'm going to say breath in. And when I do, you're going to take a nice big deep breath. You're going to hold it at the top. And you're going to wait for me to say the keyword, the action word, awaken. And then you can exhale. So removing the negative signature from fear. Breath in. Awaken. Good. Receive good feedback on that. So at this point, I'm going to give a very quick version of the soul essence activation. I only have about 7 minutes or so, but we're just going to move through each of the chakras. The chakras carry with them this incredible energy, this incredible truth about yourself. And so we're just going to go ahead and clear each one. We're going to transform them, really. We're going to be bringing the best versions of your past incarnations forward into your current one using these energy centers of the body. The root chakra is located at the base of the spine. And it is in charge of your survival fears, your nuclear family. Breath in. Awaken. Excellent. Moving up to your sacral chakra. This is located just 2 inches below the belly button and has everything to do with your relationships, your creativity, your romantic relationships. Breath in. Oh, excellent. Many of you needed that. I felt it. Okay, moving up to the solar plexus. Located just below the rib cage, this is your center for your ego, for your self-worth and your self-confidence. Breath in. Oh, very good. Moving up to the heart chakra, right center, dead in your chest, perfect chakra, because this is your place of unconditional love. Breath in. Oh, I would love for you to take a moment now and take your energy field and extend it down into the surface, into the earth, just under the surface, and feel the negative ion exchange. You're going to be grounding yourself between you and Mother Gaia. And one of the ways you can often feel this is a little bit of a tingling the bottoms of your feet. Before we do the throat chakra, you might notice that your throat is a little bit tight now. That's because all the energy that's moving through those lower chakras is trying to come up through your throat and up to the top of your head and out the top of your head. So we'll go ahead and resolve this now. The throat chakra. Breath in. Oh, good. Okay, moving up to the third eye chakra. This is your place of discernment, how you observe rather than just be. This is where your power truly lies. Breath in. Oh, beautiful. Now you might notice a little bit of tightness now on the top of your head, as this is the last chakra that needs to be opened fully. You can feel that energy moving through your lower 6 chakras and being blocked a little bit by the top of the head. At this time, I would like for you to extend your energy field once more, this time deeper into the earth, way deeper, and feel these roots going out in all directions as you take that energy field and dive it deeper and deeper. Feel yourself rooted to this incredible, beautiful planet. The crown chakra. Breath in. Oh, excellent. When you're ready to love unconditionally, to claim that truth about yourself, to be that, to embody it, then I invite you to open your eyes. That was some very high vibrational energy. So if it's the first time you've ever experienced anything like this, or it's been a little while, then you could go through a little bit of a recovery process. This is fairly normal. You may feel extra tired. You may feel extra wide awake when you want to sleep. It could be any number of those things. So understand, you might even feel an extreme emotional response at some point within the next 24 to 48 hours. So understand that it's normal, and all you have to do is reconcile the energy, which happens very naturally. So thank you again so much for watching this video. And I love you unconditionally. This is not just a video, right? This is the Higher Self Expo. Thank you so much for being here. It's such a pleasure. All right.
Zane, that was so beautiful. Thank you so much for that beautiful information. What a powerful activation. I certainly felt it. I know that listeners are feeling it. I see it in the chat. Thank you so much for your wisdom and the experience that you've shared with us here today. What a gift.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Geraldine, for being my co-host. What a pleasure this has been so far. And so now you get to introduce the next couple of speakers. So please enjoy, and I'll be seeing you guys all in a couple of hours.
Wonderful. See you soon.
Okay.
Wonderful. Well, our next speaker is a quantum physicist, a multifaceted researcher who loves to explain the theories and concepts of metaphysics and spirituality through scientific lens. Dan believes that no stone should be unturned when searching for the truth about the deep connectedness of all things. So he draws on sources like science, mythology, popular culture, and channeled information to reach conclusions about our existence. Today, he'll be helping us understand the coherence longitudinal EMF projective plasma body proof of the higher self. And even if you don't understand a word he says, I am certain you'll enjoy it. I want to introduce with a very, very warm welcome. I am a tremendous fan of Mr. Dan Winter. Let me bring you in here. Hi, Dan. How are you?
Oh, great to be here. Happy to be here. You're smiling. Me too.
Oh, it's such a gift to have you here. You are incredible, and I will go ahead and let you take it away. I can't wait to see your presentation. Go ahead.
Thank you, Geraldine. I'm happy to be here, happy to share. And actually, I think our conference asks the right question. We talk in spiritual language about what is the higher self, and yet, my background is electrical engineering, University of Detroit, and systems analysis. And I've been doing psychophysiology and biofeedback for 30 years and teaching physics of consciousness. So of course, for me, when people use the words like what is the higher self, for example, I like to have not just a scientific language for that. It's not just about science. It's simply about a language which is precise and meaningful and measurable enough to be shareable. And obviously, if we understood these things in a more precise and scientific and rigorous language, we could do them better. And that's like access the higher self, as it were. And what does that have to do with the 0 point? So that's our task here. It doesn't mean that I'm speaking to electrical engineers, which I often do, or physicists, but it does mean we try to use some language that enables us to understand in a new way that spiritual concepts actually now fit science so beautifully that we can unify our religions and perhaps eliminate religion wars in the process. So what is the higher self if you're a scientist? I'd like to revert to, one of my turning point experiences in my life. I was going to the Gurdjieff School in West Virginia, Claymont.org, and I was studying sacred gymnastic. We were doing the Gurdjieff gymnastic. Actually, I played the piano for some of that. And quite a few times, we would do this, a form of sacred dance related to Sufi dance. And we do it with a lot of rigor. And you could feel clearly there was a bubble of energy growing in the room. You remember those scenes in the end of that famous film, Meetings with Remarkable Men, when they did the Gurdjieff sacred gymnastic, and you could feel just the electricity of that disciplined, synchronous, spiritual movement, creating a bubble of energy. And then I distinctly recall we would leave it was George Washington's nephew's pig farm mansion in Charlestown, West Virginia, and we'd go out and work in the garden, and we were told, well, you're carrying a bubble of energy with you. And I remember actually feeling something. I would feel like there was a presence around your head, around your body, as I do now and often. And you would begin to almost intuitively, almost unconsciously avoid jerky movements, because you'd have this feeling that, gee, I'm carrying something with me. My aura is now walking with me with so much inertia. And now we're going to learn that that's an electrical term, that my inertia of my aura was such that it was something worth carrying, something worth maintaining. So I did not want to be a jerk. I didn't want to be jerky. I wanted to move with the quality of grace so that I could continue to grow that aura. Sorry, just one second here. So the ability of the aura to grow turns out to be related to the generation of a centripetal implosion force, something that holds a body of charge like a cold plasma, a ball of charge, which is your aura. And in this talk, we would like to make the case that that is the beginning of what is in fact the higher self. Because later we want to talk about the way in which you actually come to see through that bubble of charge. I mean, to the point that you can use it as an eyeball, and that you can take that ball of charge somewhere even outside your body and it will work in the same way, but it depends on building that ball of charge very coherently first. And it relates to how you take memory through death, for example. Sorry about that. Too many phones ringing here. So the second example I wanted to suggest, you know those famous stories of the San Bushman in Africa? I want to see now if I can actually share my screen here for a moment. I'm going to click share screen. And now I'm going to click on here, your entire screen. Let's see if this works. Share. Okay. Now, hopefully, you're seeing my screen. Maybe? No? Nope.
We can still see you, just so you know.
Yeah. Well, let me try that one more time. Okay, so I click stop sharing. Oh, here it comes. It took it a minute. Okay. Now you've got this beautiful little echo on the screen. Let's see if I can. A moment. I'm doing better here. Now, are you seeing pictures of San Bushman, I hope? So the next example, remember those famous stories when a shaman, they go into this dance, and we're using the example of the San Bushman in Africa. And when they do this dance, they do a powerful ritual dance, and they're singing and chanting, and they're in this circle. Now, the physics of the ritual of this rite of vision for the shaman includes a very accurate rhythm drumming section, a very accurate rhythmed circle dance, and hopefully they may do it on a magnetic line cross. They do many activities which have to do with the physics of imploding a ball of charge. And then it is quite well known that this San Bushman, once he enters this trance, which we're later going to learn the brainwave signature of that trance, when he enters this trance, it's well known that he uses it to see through the bodies of his sick tribesmen to actually help heal them. So he's actually using the ball of charge, that he's using the projective geometry of the implosive charge of this trance dance to create a bubble through which he's actually able to look and see through these things. Now I'm going to click stop the sharing again here. 1 second. Okay. Now, I would like to suggest that that bubble of charge that the San Bushman uses to see through the bodies of sick people and to project his aura, and there's a parallel to remote viewing and astral travel, is actually something that we electrical engineers can know about now. We're going to talk about what that is. But for now, we're going to call it a ball of cold plasma, and we're going to use the vision, and we have pictures of this, but I don't really need those right now, of a picture of a ball lightning. Now, a ball lightning famously is a toroidal, donut-shaped ball of plasma or charge, and ball lightning is famous for responding to telepathy and people, and you can talk to it. And the reason you can talk to it is because the more centripetal and implosive that torus vortex is, the more it is self-aware. Now, if you begin to think about that for a little while, you can begin to get some clue of what we might mean by a higher self. Now, let's see, the next things in the notes was telepathy by Gurdjieff. Now, you know that, I'm sorry, telepathy by Kozyrev. You know that when the Kozyrev mirrors enabled telepathy, they put these big metal cylinders at Earth grid magnetic line sacred sites, which are then compressional, you see. And then inside this metal cylinder, we now know there's a microwave tuning related to the body's microwave ADP. And they achieved incredible military quality telepathy every time, as proven by Karakov and others. Now, was that radio of that telepathy related to what we mean by a higher self? I'm suggesting that we meditate on that question. The higher self, we're saying, is a ball of charge which eventually becomes coherent enough that you can use it as a remote eyeball. And we want to give some examples of that. The next thing I want to talk about is this program we're doing for teaching children to see without their eyes. You know that the World Without Blindness project in Russia became quite famous. I'm going to click my share screen one more time. Let's see if I can do a better job this time. I know that it took it a minute last time, so we'll just give it a second. But we're now using our biofeedback app. I see a fractal. We're using our biofeedback app to teach children to see without their eyes. Let's see if I can move this. And then I want to use these pictures of the kids seeing without their eyes. Let's see if we can get there. Yes, here we go. So what we're doing is we're taking the brainwave signature. This is flameinmind.com, and we're measuring these harmonics in the brainwave, and we're doing it with these kids. Let's see if we have a picture. Yes, you can see this is one of the kids here, and these kids are blindfolded. Now here you can see the kids are blindfolded, yet they're actively seeing without their eyes. And as they see without their eyes, we're measuring their brain waves, and we're observing this cascade of harmonics. Now, I'll turn off the screen sharing again. So all of that, the work we're doing to teach kids to see without their eyes, is at flameinmind.com/outervision. The reason I bring it up here is there's a very specific part of what might be a clue to, quote, the higher self here, which is that, you know, you've got these films, there's hundreds of films like this. Our group is only one of many. We're doing the brainwave work, but it's a very well-known phenomenon of kids who can see without their eyes. And it is a trance state they go into, and we know how to measure that now. It's a coherent cascade of harmonics, generally either octave or golden ratio cascade of harmonics in the brainwave from alpha to gamma, from about 8 hertz up to about 40 hertz. That there's a cascade like a caduceus, implosive, in fact, in the EEG, in the brain waves, ranging from alpha to gamma. Remember, alpha around 8 hertz is the Schumann, so you're starting to hear the earth and reach into the higher frequencies. And when you get into that kind of trance with your eyes closed, and that cascade of implosive, coherent brainwave caduceus starts happening, the resultant compression means that when we ask these kids, well, what's it like to see without your eyes? And there they are blindfolded, and they're doing Rubik's Cubes and playing games and doing coloring books and just all kinds of stuff. And it's obvious that they're seeing perfectly, and yet they're completely blindfolded. And you ask them, well, what's it like to see without their eyes? And every single one of those kids actually answers the question in a similar way. They say, well, it's like I'm seeing a little tube, a little vortex inside my head, and I line it up and I look down through that vortex and I see through that tube. I'm seeing through a vortex, a tube. Every single one of the kids answers the question the same way. Now, I ask you, is that a clue to what is the higher self? Remember, they're going into a trance to do this. They're alpha, their brain waves entrain the Schumann, and they're getting this. They need extreme relaxation. And there's quite a discipline to it. In fact, originally, they told the kids the best way to get into that trance was to imagine yourself in beautiful nature. And then your body kind of flips an electrical switch and you get fractal. I mean, you start imploding charge. Because intuitively, your body will get centripetal if your body believes it's in beautiful nature, because it will want to implode the living charge there, which is the definition of life force, is to get centripetal. We say get centripetal or get dead, get fractal. And so that vortex tube, I want to explain something about in terms of the 0 point. Why is accessing that vortex tube the physics of the 0 point? And what does that have to do with the higher self? And this is where we get at this idea of longitudinal waves. And I have some pictures for that. Let's try one more time on this little screen share. We're going to get better at this. Click on share. Okay, wait a minute. Now we're going to grab our little PowerPoint here. This is my keynote. Here goes the keynote. And we need slide number, the physics here is, the 0 point slide is number 16. Okay, 1 second here. Okay, here it is, slide number 16. Okay, now let's see if we can move this over so you can see it better. There you go. Okay, so the question is, as you get very still in that field, your aura achieves a kind of compression. The vortexes get centripetal. We talked about this in terms of the famous film we made on the physics of ascension, that your DNA braids implosively and it starts to assemble these vortex worms toward the still point. And the physics of this and why this could explain the 0 point concept, if you will listen for just a moment. On the left, you have this image of what's called a transverse wave electromagnetics, which is all of our radio signals. The electromagnetic signal is going up and down. However, when the transverse wave, normal electromagnetic fields, encounter a perfect vortex, we say pine cones kissing noses, and you see this picture, it's literally like going down a caduceus, down a pine cone. And the inertia of that wave going down that caduceus on that pine cone, perfect golden spiral on the perfect 60-degree implosion cone, what happens is there's what's called perfected translation of vorticity, and the inertia is squeezed out the toothpaste tube at the tip of the vertex, which is called the Planck dimension, Planck length and time, which is a universal key signature of all of physics, Planck length. And when it's squeezed out perfectly through that toothpaste tube, the inertia that was going up and down is now on the right, going what's called a compressional or a longitudinal wave, longitudinal electromagnetic, sometimes incorrectly called scalar or torsional. Now, the cool thing is that longitudinal waves, when they propagate, they can go faster than light. They can create action at a distance, and they carry the inertia of focus. They can become centripetal when they cross again at a distance. So this is the idea of plasma containment. We're trying to get the idea of what actually contains the plasma, for example, when you see these beautiful pictures of ghosts leaving the body, what's holding that plasma together. And the physics of this, we believe, we call it two pine cones kissing noses. In physics, this is called phase conjugate optics. Lasers have to meet in a picture just like this, literally in a square, to phase conjugate, which is to implode light. And this is the first time physics measured negentropy, self-organization, and time reversal, which is again related to negentropy. So this geometry is perfectly related to something called the golden mean ratio, which many of you know about. It's a perfect pine cone, perfect implosion, perfect geometry of compression. And this we now know is in recent work that I did in physics, wrote equations to prove that this is the physics of how hydrogen is built. And you see what's happening if you build this golden ratio cascade to Planck, you're making the perfect spin path to a 0 point. In fact, you're defining 0 point energy. So if you take the Planck length or time and multiplied by simple powers of golden mean ratio, you get hydrogen radii, ADP, Schumann harmonics, brainwave harmonics, Earth year, Venus year, solar year, galactic year, precessional year. You get all of the frequencies physics uses to create negentropy, self-organization, the path out of chaos. So this is important to understand the 0 point energy. And what does this have to do with accessing the higher self? Now I'm going to turn off these pictures. Now you can see more of this physics conversation at fractalfield.com/vacuum energy. But you didn't really come here to talk physics, did you? You came here to spiritually understand what is the higher self. Well, there's some other examples we want to use to talk about this story. Let's talk about Kundalini. Now, we just did a new series of films on the biophysics of Kundalini. They're professionally done. They're, if I may say, they're quite useful. The physics of Kundalini and bliss. You can see the 6 films at goldenmean.info/Kundalini. Point being that in that series of films, we identified the harmonics of the spine liquid pump, called the sacrocranial tidal frequencies, which also fit my new equation, origin of negentropy, which are Planck times golden ratio. So the low frequencies of the spine liquid pump, the low frequencies of the breath, and the low frequencies of the brain waves, and the low frequencies of the Schumann, these all fit this same caduceus cascade, life-building implosion that makes you centripetal, implosive, and that implosive charge then goes down through that 0 point called Planck threshold and starts to build a coherent body of longitudinal waves which are projectable, literally the raising of the Jed. And that's alchemizing your aura. Alchem in the sense of access to the right angle or phase shift, to the chem, CHEM means access to the black hole or access to implosion. So the alchemizing of your aura is the imploding of your charge through this coherent threshold so that then it can propagate coherently as a longitudinal wave. Now, longitudinal waves are interesting because when they cross each other at a distance in a fractal array, and your awareness begins to inhabit that fractal array, where the nodes cross at a distance, why the Earth grid is dodecaecosa, and why the sacred sites are dodecaecosa around the Earth, because that's the place where these longitudinal waves cross coherently at a distance. And there, the compression can bounce again to center and resynthesize a transverse heat-containing component, which is the physics of how Ingo Swann famously lit a flame with his mind at a distance through a Faraday cage, measured many times in a lab. We know the brainwave signature, which allowed him to light that flame with his mind. It's called flameinmind.com. That is our brainwave app, and it's about building a flame in your mind. And that flame, we are saying, is the physics, when it grows coherently, of what you call your higher self, because you can literally see through it. Now, an example of proof of that physics, which if I may say, I'm a bit proud of, our Therify.net. Now, I dig up the pictures here, but you just go look when you have time, Therify.net. It's a plasma technology inspired by Prairie, which is now commercially successful, creating rejuvenation, reducing pain, all kinds of things are the anecdotal reports. We don't make medical claims, but cold atmospheric plasma is famous in medicine, and we claim to be the most efficient way to make cold plasma, because obviously, if you're getting centripetal implosively, the indicator that is negentropic or self-organizing is that it spontaneously gets colder. It means you have reduced disorder. That's called negentropy. Like how Schauberger knew his water vortex, rock powder doped piezoelectric water vortex, was about to spontaneously start making voltage power from gravity at the moment the water vortex spontaneously began getting colder. And that's a beginning of an intro that if you understood why vortex how a vortex can get centripetal implosive, you would know how and why vortex made gravity. And if you did that, you might learn why objects fall to the ground, unlike NASA, Stephen Hawking, and Einstein. And if you knew why objects fall to the ground, then you'd know how that Mercury vortex made gravity in the Vimana Hanabu Nazi Bell. And you'd learn then why we lost the war to the Nazis, who took over the South Pole and many planetoids, actually. And they're enslaving people. And it all began because we did not know why or how a vortex makes gravity, because we did not know why objects fall to the ground. Now, again, all of that is at fractalfield.com/vacuum energy. Now, what does that have to do with your higher self? I want to conclude this series. I see we only have a few minutes left. I want to conclude this series with a little bit about death. Isn't that a beautiful, romantic way to end this story? But here, if I do this, let's just try it. So I want to talk about the physics of death here for a very particular reason, which is that we now have learned something about how death is simply an electrical black hole. And that's what I want to discuss. So this is this famous picture. You've seen it. This is the scene at an auto accident here. And you see how this person who just died in the car accident. Now, you would not see this if this was in a metal city with lots of electrosmog. But look in this camera. This is the ghost of that person leaving their body after death. This is real. This is not there's nothing doctored about this. This has happened too many times. My question to you is that your higher self? And what is holding that plasma body together? And the evidence is from thousands of reports that you can see through that body. Now, what I started to say about Therify.net, our plasma tech, is that we have multiple reports that implosive plasma, we have two plasma cocoons, and let's see, maybe I should show them to you actually. The Therify slide is at number 140. Let me see if I just go back up there for a second. So we're making this plasma and we're delivering implosive charge, broad spectral phase conjugation. We're making two big pine cones. Yeah, here's the picture. So we take these two plasma cones, and when you sit between them, you feel this rush. It accelerates metabolism and circulation. So we're imploding charge. The point I want to make, and you can read hundreds of reports of results there at Therify.net, and it's actually getting to be a bit famous, which is wonderful. It was inspired by Priori, and you can read about the science there. But the point for this conversation is the detailed reports, for example, Maya, who's so wonderful from Paris and Athens, who clearly reported that the Therify experience triggered dramatically her ability to lucid dream. Now, I would like to suggest you kind of consider that for a moment, because we strongly believe that the ability to lucid dream predicts ability to take memory through death. And that's what we want to talk about. Like how mummification works after death is actually the natron salt implodes the charge of the aura. It alchemically turns the flesh to a gold powder amulet, which is why mummy powder was served in every pharmacy in Europe for 300 years. And that implosive charge made your aura more centripetal and more navigable, something about the physics of mummification. And the Tibetan green lion, red lion, also this perfect shrinking implosive compression. For example, why it's so famously been measured that when Tibetan saints die, it creates rainbows. We understood that physics. And this has to do with the Ark of the Covenant, imploding charge, and the plasma physics here. We're running out of time. But so if you photograph this traveling aura after death, and this is how Korotkov measured the ghost, it's called the Sela, the soul. We know when it leaves the body, why, and where it goes, why it goes, because it goes to the place of compression, the sacred space in the room, that enables you to use that longitudinal node as an organ of perception to see through it. And when you die, there's actually 4 coherent visions you see. It's called lattice cobweb tunnel spiral. And this is famous. You can read all about this at goldenmean.info/immortality, the sequence of visions seen at death. So the point is that we actually know the sounds you're going to hear. Oops, now I need to find that. Stop screen share. Okay. Okay, so I have 2 minutes left. Let's see if we can make a conclusion here. That you choose these places for birth or death or sacred dance in order to implode that charge to create this bubble of light, this ball of plasma, which we now know is a longitudinally coherent ball you take with you when you lucid dream, when you astrally project, or when you die. And lucid dreaming predicts success at the time of death. And we know that death is an electrical black hole. We actually know the infrasound sound you hear during the death experience. We know why the death visions are electrically contagious, as proven by surgeons. You see my enthusiasm. We could go on, and I'm out of time. But I think I've made a few useful clues here that you can understand what your higher self is electrically. And if you do that, you could make plans. Sunrise and sunset are better for longitudinal. Equinox and solstice are. Stone circles are. Magnetic crosses. All these are places where the centripetal force gets more focus and therefore more vision. So,
Dan,
am I out of time?
No, you're not actually. You have another 15 minutes, so you're good to go.
Well, the other part we were going to talk about was astral travel and remote viewing.
That sounds like a great topic. I'm going to let you do that.
Okay, I thought I had 45 minutes, but I have another 15. We can have more fun here. It's okay. Now, first, let's address some basic questions here. Like when I first started teaching the physics of consciousness, so many people said to me, well, if we use physics to describe spirituality, it's going to get ugly and boring and unromantic and depressing and not beautiful and not loving. And you see, what we've learned by learning about the electrical science of what your spiritual body is, actually is how that electric field that we call the collective unconscious or the communion of saints, the Egyptians called it the Ba from the Ka, the Gurdjieff called it the Kesjan body. We now know it's a bubble of longitudinal coherent, it's called longitudinal interferometry, that propagates. And as this bubble of charge propagates coherently, it has to inhabit a fractal. It has to inhabit an array. In fact, if it's not an array, then it's not inhabitable. I was so impressed when I was a kid when we took the Maid of the Mist at Niagara Falls, and they tell the story of the ancient Seneca maiden who died in the falls, but her ghost was so efficiently able to inhabit Niagara Falls. Well, why is it that ghosts find it easy to inhabit some places and not others? Well, it has to do with the fractality of the array. Visualize a rose and you pretty much got the picture. Now, another example, sorry, at the end of the 2001 famous movie, when Dave said, "There's thousands of those dolmen in here, Dave." And then suddenly he could appear in anybody's TV set he wanted to. He was inhabiting an array. Now, in fact, right now, you inhabit an array also. Your spark gaps, synapses in your brain are an array, and you inhabit that array. Physics is actually getting comfortable with the idea that consciousness is not the brain. Consciousness is the plasma field that forms around the brain. Once you begin to think about that coherently, suddenly, we know how it was that Bill Tiller so famously measured that focused human attention causes electric fields to compress. We know exactly why, because the torus of plasma around your head has to be centripetal or you don't see. Remember, 30% of people who walk out of therified plasma report a sharpening of vision. You see, what is that sharpening of vision? Oh, I got more centripetal. I could see through the vortex at the center of that tornado. So this array becomes the physics of another language for the higher self, which is heaven, the plains of Sharon, the illusion fields, Champs-Élysées. Oh, is that a road in Paris? Oh, or maybe it's more than that. The field, illusion, you see. So what is heaven? What is the plains of Sharon? You know, there was a great chapter in Lawrence Gardner saying that the virtually infinite potential unpacking of the electron shells of monoatomic gold, Ormes, the spice, Holy Communion, that is called a phase conjugate implosive dielectric. It's perfect capacitor. And the geometry of that electric field of monoatomic gold, like monoatomic hydrogen and monoatomic carbon, is actually stellated dodecaecosa, which is the DF subshell completion, which is what makes noble gases noble, and monoatomics, like Ormes and gold, implosive and therefore negentropic. You can build the model, the Star Mother kit, goldenmean.info/kit. It's the physics of fullerenes, for example, why they're negentropic and self-organizing. So these electric fields create, as Lawrence Gardner was saying, as the electron shells become stable in monoatomic gold, later called Holy Communion, and the spark gap of the Ark of the Covenant was an example, like Tesla's carbon arc served the same physics. The conjugate spark gap could then stabilize the gold atom in its monoatomic state, thus making it edible. Holy Communion. We have some slides about that. It's very interesting alchemy, and it involves certain shaggy algae that learn to eat gold and make gold into what's called showbread, which later became called Holy Communion. It was served in a round white wafer. The physics, which I'm suggesting as a useful example of the fractality of that field, is the reason the Hebrew language word for heaven became the plains of Sharon, as Lawrence Gardner discusses, was a name for the electric fields around monoatomic gold, which are unpacking in a perfect array called fractal or self-similar. And we've proven that the dodecaecosa infinite stellation is the only possible three-dimensional fractal. You can see the animation at goldenmean.info/grail. And that array is Ave, heaven, where the breath of charge, He, takes flight, Ave, heaven. And so when you die, you're going to go to heaven, right? And you do not want to be the left behind. Well, where you're going to go is you're going to inhabit that fractal space. And in that array is the possibility of efficient charge distribution. Why your house can't be made of steel or aluminum, or this isn't going to work. Because the dielectric is wrong. Charge distribution is called high dielectric constant, and that's a definition of organic materials. Stone and wood and sacred space always is made of high dielectrics, the opposite of steel and aluminum. So sacred space is where charge can implode, and that's the kind of building that makes seeds grow and children have a soul, because their auras can unpack. So this is a kind of array within which you get leverage. You get a place within which you can steer tornadoes and throw your weight around. So see, this is another example that, supposing you said, well, gee, I would like to get in touch with my higher self. And then you say, oh, why is it that on those few occasions that when I heard the voice of ancestors, and by the way, after 30 years of Kundalini, I have some untrained clairaudience. So I have on many occasions, as Valerie will tell you, I have heard voices of ancestors, and sometimes I'm pretty good at it. Most of the time I'm undisciplined. But the point was that we understand more about the physics. For example, when I was in Prague, the magnetic map of Prague is famously a rose. I had more clairaudience, actually. And when I lived in the Cherokee Sacred Burial Mound there at Waynesville, North Carolina, our community, I heard the voices of ancestor Cherokee. I did. So the physics now makes a lot more sense to me. That is that if you want access to that distributed array of awareness, collective unconscious, communion of saints, ancestral memory, dream time, songline, dreaming track, all names for the same thing, that we can understand the physics better. Why you need magnetic line crosses, stone circles, sacred space, why sunrise and sunset are better, etc., why equinox and solstice. Because at those square node cross points, the longitudinal interferometry enables the more coherent embedding of the longitudinal EMF, and thus the voice of ancestors. And note how perfectly that is confirmed in physics by Karatkov's famous study. He told the Kogi, well, take me to the place where you make phone calls to ancestors. I see 5 minutes. and then he measured the fractality of the air of the place where phone calls to ancestors are possible. You can see all of these 3 different ways to measure the electric quality of sacred space and determine whether your architect deserves a paycheck, because you can measure in advance which building will cause a seed or a child to grow. And it's going to be electrically centripetal. 3 ways to measure: goldenmean.info/architecture. Point being that if that's a clue to what sacred space and fertility is that a clue then to where to go to access your higher self? Question, Cedric Uplift said, can you see the mind around the head? Well, you know, we often say if your child, oops, that's Valerie's phone ringing, but if your child says, I would like to do recreational drugs, sometimes it's not going to be enough to tell them, oh, that's bad hygiene. What we suggest instead is you use the GDV, which replicably will measure the aura, the field, the mind around the head. Gas discharge visualization, GDV, is one of the most sophisticated aura measurement technologies on the planet. Our partners are deeply involved. Auraseer.com. It's Lucy is expert and is trained with Karatkoff on the GDV. And sure enough, you can measure the holes in the aura that result from doing too many recreational drugs. So it isn't, you don't need to speculate with your kids. You can actually teach them by measurement astral hygiene, holes in the aura, which also, by the way, too much alcohol or too much depression, because the coherence of your aura is the voice of your higher self. It is your soul, and that implosion has to be symmetric in order to hang together. So if you have alcoholism, addiction, or depression, or bad health, all these things result in an aura that's porous. And measuring that, the GDV, is a beautiful introduction to the science of astral hygiene, which then begins to enable you to understand the physics, which is also beautiful, which is, and here's a nice little clue for you. You know how people say, well, don't go into bars because there's lots of astral parasites there. Well, they're generally right. Or some people say churches, but let's not go there. But the point is that astral parasites or human parasites or any parasites get access to your aura, even intestinal parasites, if your aura is not imploding. So the more you're imploding with charge, which is the physics, and I do mean the physics of bliss process. Check out our Kundalini films, goldenmean.info/Kundalini. And sure enough, the ultimate secret to eliminating parasites, whether they're intestinal parasites or astral parasites or friends who are parasites who are sucking on your aura, in every case, the more you're implosive, which is to say, the more you have access to your own bliss, the more that eliminates the possibility of parasites. Why? Because at that center called the 0 point of implosion, only the shareable wave survives. And that is literally an electrical measure of pure intention. Check out how we measure pure intention, realheartcoherence.com. It turns out that when the heart is coherent, and remember the ultimate form of coherence is fractal implosion, when the heart is coherent, which sings like a laser, it means you're speaking your truth. And when you're in your truth or in your center, you're imploding. And the physics is that all waves which cannot pass through that 0 point center with the symmetry of perfect sharing will be canceled out. It's literally a test for a pure intention, which means if you're walking around with bliss in your aura, anybody around you who's feeling depressed or angry or messed up, when they come into your aura, they get more centripetal, and they either will begin to sort or they will be spit out. And you don't need to be, you can be very gentle and loving about it, but which means, this literally means that once you have access to bliss, and this is the beginning and end of all spiritual instruction, it's hygiene for sure, then you will never be pushed around. literally. I mean, when we get to ET history, the climax of that story is, if you don't have bliss, then you're the garbage can of ET history. Whereas if you have bliss, you're the solution to extraterrestrial history, because your aura is beginning to actually produce this longitudinal coherent body called the soul. And actually, if you know why the Greys abducted and the problem of the Pleiadians, those Pleiadians, their gene pool is going to fall apart in 900 years. The Andromedans are quite clear. And you know why? They lost the skill to make bliss. They lost the skill to take memory through death, to lucid dream. So, humans might be the farmyard of this local section of the galaxy. They come here for entertainment like we go to Disney World. But they all need something. And that is, they need the humans who can lucid dream, who can make that phone call to the higher self. So that is going to be the story to our Lorie, actually, which is when we're having a conversation about what is the higher self, how do you access this perfect, relaxed, zero still point in your center? And that tornado becomes centripetal, and you can make rain and do all the cool stuff. It's about understanding that this is not just in arbitrary physics. This is actually the science of how you implode enough to have an immune system, to lucid dream, to take memory through death, and to get immortal. It is about creating that bliss cocoon, your higher self. Thank you very much. I think that's
Wow, Dan, that was amazing. Thank you so much for your wisdom and such in-depth information. I mean, I could talk to you for hours and I have so many questions. I want to thank you so much for being here, and we really hope to have you back again. I know that we're having some other projects. Dan, I honor you for the hard work that you put into this important topic, and the chat is going crazy. Everybody loves you. Catherine says brilliant. Kevin says Dan Winters. Pam and Bill says great. So thank you. Really appreciate for being here.
People can all stay in touch. The main index and all of our is at fractalfield.com, so people can stay in touch. I'm grateful to serve and happy to share. Contact
Wonderful.
me.
Thank you so much, Dan. Have a great day. Wonderful. Well, what an incredible presentation. And we are now getting ready to introduce our next speaker, Kahreela Anhara. And she's a channel and temple alchemist who is a direct lineage channel for the goddess Anhara, the goddess of portals. She holds ceremonies to help people live more in alignment with yourself and your destiny. Today, she'll be helping us heal the reflections of what we see in the world personally and collectively by healing our subconscious, what she calls our true shadow work. Please welcome Kahreela Anhara. Hello.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for being here. What an honor. And I'm going to let you have the stage. Take it away.
So much. Firstly, big thank you to Dan. What an incredible talk to have to follow. I am very, very, very humbled and inspired by that incredible talk that we just listened to. And in some ways, it's led really well into this one. And so my name is Kahreela. I'm from the Starlight Temple, and Starlight Temple does all sorts of ceremonies and courses that are about using channeled information and spirituality and ceremony to become more empowered. And whenever I get an opportunity to speak, I nearly always speak about what my guides call shadow work, because I believe that it is massively missing from a lot of kind of spiritual and evolution and consciousness practices. And because it has changed and served my life so epically and so massively, and I really, really believe that it's actually part of the solution for this time that we are in, and part of our ascension process. And so I would actually like to begin by inviting you. We don't have time to do shadow work. It's quite a long process, but this talk is all about kind of why to do it and a little bit more understanding of what it is and how it's connected to the 0 point of no judgment, and how it can be part of our, what my guides call our inner activism. And I would like to begin by just inviting you to close your eyes and just listen to a message that I was woken up with in the night in 2019, that for me just really captures why doing our shadow work is so important. And so if you close your eyes and listen to the message, then I will go in to more details about what shadow work is and how to do it and so on. And so the message is this: your self-work is not selfish, it is service, especially your shadow work. The planet is burning, the seas are choked, the soils are barren of nutrients, and everything is becoming more poisonous. And we are letting leaders that can only be described as mad kings rule and ruin us. We have to address the reasons why this is happening by looking into the depths of ourselves. We urgently have to do the shadow work. We have to face these pains, the ones that are so scary that we do everything in our power to numb them. We have to face the traumas that we spend whole lifetimes distracting ourselves from, avoiding them with cheap thrills and drama and screens. We have to face the shames and the guilts that keep us small, the reasons why we hand our power over to leaders. We have to face the beliefs that keep us bound to systems of corruption and the bitterness that is causing mass poisoning. We have to face the separation that keeps us unloved, egocentric, and disconnected. Because when we are numb to our own pain, we are numb to the needs of the planet. When we are distracted, we are living unconsciously. When we hand our power over, we are living irresponsibly. When we live bound, we serve the madness. We block our paths from happening. While we are bitter with stories of the past, we will keep competing. Until we face the separation in ourselves, we cannot live in harmonious connection with the earth. Until we face those wounds of unlovedness, they will continue to vacuum up life through the desperate overconsumption that we are witnessing. My guides often say that change can only happen through inner and outer activism. So yes, do the outer activism, give money and feel better, make new consumer choices and live better. Give Gaia a voice by showing up in protest and march bravely in the face of looming totalitarianism. Do all of those outer things you can, but please, 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 please also do the inner activism. Because when you heal your own shadow, you help the collective shadow to heal. Shadow work is how you become the change. It is time for us to uproot the causes and face them fearlessly. This is my service, it is your service, it is our service, and it is the way through. And so when you're ready, opening your eyes and just noticing if maybe something has moved in you, something has stirred in you. And of course, when we kind of list what is going on our planet right now, it feels almost impossible. It feels like, wow, how are we going to deal with all of this? And part of the reason I am so passionate about shadow work is because it's one of the ways that every single person on earth can help. And especially now, because you can do it from your own home. And so what shadow is from a channeled point of view, from a shadow work point of view, it's not as scary as it sounds. It is the unconscious. So it is the subconscious. And as beings, we are creating our reality. We are manifesting and vibrating our reality. From a shadow work perspective, we have kind of two realities. So we have our immediate reality, and then we have our collective consciousness manifestation. And you know, as human beings, we are made up at the moment of our consciousness and our shadow and our subconsciousness. And these are both creating our realities. They're both manifesting our realities. And they are both vibrating. Belief systems, memories, everything that kind of consciousness is made up of, emotion, the shadow and the light, the consciousness are both vibrating and both creating. And you know, a lot of people kind of consider being conscious as kind of one step, whereas a shadow work perspective is many steps. It is about making as much of your shadow conscious as possible, because when you make your shadow conscious, that's when you are not manifesting from things that you don't want. And the thing about the shadow, the thing about the deep subconscious is really, it is the unjudged space. It is the space between the stars within you. In many ways, you could say it is the 0 point. It has the 0 point energy in it, and that's why it's so good at creating and manifesting. And so it's the unjudged space within ourselves, within the body of ourselves, including our aura and our DNA. In Japan, they are actually doing research into the junk DNA to see if that is where the subconscious actually is. And the subconscious is, like I said, what we cannot see. So it holds everything that we do not know about ourselves, and everything that we have maybe judged about ourselves and kind of put away over there to be dealt with at another time when we've judged it. And it is a loving space. It is a space, I always think of it as like the attic, like filled with loads of information, memories, books, all sorts of things. And but it's part of the house. And therefore it's creating, you know, if the house is you, the attic is generating and creating and manifesting. And in my experience, and this has been true time and time and time and time again for me personally, is when I try to manifest something, some things instantly manifest, some things, you know, perfect, brilliant, I'm wonderful at manifesting, yay. And then sometimes I almost get the opposite, or that which I'm trying to manifest just isn't flowing, just isn't arriving. It's just, my reality is not reflecting the consciousness, the belief systems I have in my consciousness, the things I've learned, the things I've seen are possible. And that is where shadow work is most useful. It's for the blocks. So from a shadow work point of view, what happens when you manifest or consciously create is like all of those things in the attic, in the shadow, also fire up, also activate. And very often they are in conflict with what is going on. on the conscious level, not because they are trying to fight the consciousness, just because, you know, the shadow is made up of ancestral memory, past life memory, childhood memory, collective consciousness that we've collected over time. And that part of the self believes those things, and so is manifesting them. And so, you know, one of the examples that I like to give is, you know, somebody's trying to manifest a new partner, and they're doing everything that they can possibly do consciously to make this happen. They're doing the actions, they're doing the vibration work, they're doing it all, and it's just not happening. Or every day they're going on, it's not working. And then when you go into the shadow, what you see is that there's maybe a lifetime where this person has promised to never love again. And so as soon as kind of love is coming into the consciousness, all of the belief systems around love are firing off. And the shadow part of the self is really trying to honor that promise. It's really trying to honor that promise because it's survival, because it believes in it. Because it's trying to protect you. And so it's having an effect on your thoughts, words, and actions, and creating unconsciously. And this is what I mean about coming into consciousness. It's not just asleep, awake. It's making more and more of yourself awake, because as soon as a promise like that is in the consciousness, then the power of your free will can stop operating from it. Then the power of your free will can stop manifesting from it, can stop creating from it. And then the amazing thing about shadow work is that the reality changes. You know, when you really do the root work with shadow, the reality changes, and it doesn't change straight away. The shadow is like the soils, and so it's like if you plant a load of new things in the soils and uproot a load of things, just like over time that garden is going to start looking very, very different. It is exactly the same with shadow work. It starts to show up, and you remember doing that work, that ceremony, that healing, and you're like, oh my gosh, my reality is completely changed. It's completely transformed. And for me, this is why it's such important work to do at this time, because we do not just have a personal shadow. We also have a collective shadow. And how you know your shadow, so how you know your shadow without going deep down into it, which is what you do for shadow work. But if you want to kind of know what your consciousness is creating right now, all you need to do is look at your life. In shadow work, your life is the map of your consciousness. So everything that's going good and going well and going to plan, that's what your consciousness is manifesting. And those things that feel like they are not going to plan, or that are causing kind of emotional response, or frustration, or feeling like they're not something you want to be creating, they are the things they are the map of your life, pointers to what you need to go and have a look at on the kind of deep subconscious level. And at the moment, collectively, we are seeing mass shadow purging on the collective level. And from a shadow work point of view, if you see it, then it is manifest, then it's in your shadow. And that means that every single one of us that are seeing all of those things that I just mentioned when you had your eyes closed and everything else we're seeing in the world, every single one of us that is seeing it can do something about it. We can do inner activism on what we're seeing. We can go in and find, you know, those ancestral reasons why our ancestors believed in giving power away to leaders, or you know, one of the kind of biggest breakthroughs I had is I was meditating and I was like, the human collective has been masking its truth, and now we're all walking around masked. And so there is, on the map of the life level, there is always an A to B. And I'm not going into the A to B. Like, that gets sorted out. You know, what I found is it's like, yes, there is the A to B on the map of the life level. Obviously, that's how life is created. And there is kind of those surface levels. But what shadow work is about doing is not about sorting out the A to B. It's about uprooting the thing that is creating it, the thing that is manifesting it, from a very, very different level. And actually, in my experience, what happens is the A to B just kind of sorts itself out, and suddenly you're in a different reality. Of course, when we do collective shadow work, then we need more of us to uproot it in a way than if you're just doing personal shadow work. But I really believe that is part of our service at this time. And what is, I mean, there are so many reasons to do shadow work, partly the manifesting, but also, you know, one of the things it really kind of develops in you is a different perspective on life. You stop being reactive, you start being in conversation, you start being responsive, and also you become unjudged, because, like I said, every time you deep dive into your shadow, it's the unjudged space. The reason that stuff is there is because it hasn't been processed properly. It's because it hasn't had the ceremony it's needed to process. The shadow doesn't only hold trauma, it also holds everything that's beyond your limitations. So it holds all of the things, you know, the gifts that you've forgotten, the potential, the things that you kind of can't conceive in your consciousness. And so diving into your shadow is like diving into an ocean of possibilities, and it allows you to become unjudged, which of course then allows you to become more unlimited, allows you to actually start creating from that 0 point energy, from that kind of creator self energy, because it's you know, a judgment that is always what stops the creative flow, always what stops the imploding and exploding of creativity. And it also, and this is what I think is so important, is shadow work also aligns with how Mother Earth creates, because we are creative beings, but we come to Earth, to this planet, to learn the creativity of Mother Earth, which is alchemy, which is the ability to turn manure back into life force, which is the kind of processes of transformation that are in every breath and every bit of digestion and every happening moment on this planet. Like, I really believe that we come here for alchemy, you know, as souls. We come here for the alchemy that that can happen on our soul DNA, which is essentially our shadow. It's what we come here for. And I believe we will always come to this blue-green healing planet, no matter how high vibrational this planet becomes, because she is an alchemist. And the law of alchemy, you know, it creates through creating space. And so what shadow work it does is it's about creating space in your consciousness to call in, to magnetize in a new reality. And when I say consciousness, I mean the kind of combined layers of the consciousness, from the body to the what is referred to as the consciousness, to the shadow, to the victim field. What shadow work is about going, okay, I'm going to spring clean my consciousness. I'm going to get rid, or not even get rid, I'm going to recycle, because that is the way of change on this planet. I'm going to offer up all of that energy that is believing these things that my consciousness, my personality and higher self are aware are not of service to me anymore. And I'm going to offer these into the recycling process in the same way that the trees offer the leaves. Because this is how this planet doesn't just create one reality, it creates reality after reality with every season and every day. And, you know, that is what we are here for, is that recreation. We're very good at creation on a soul level, but life is for recreation. And I believe that we are learning at this time as human beings, coming possibly out of our teenage years and coming into, in the 21st century, coming into adulthood, which is about creative responsibility, which is about going, okay, which tools or which materials am I going to get rid of and not be creating from anymore? And it, like I said, it's not even throwing them away, it's actually offering them into the creative process, because the energy is needed. So the energy of belief, in shadow work, if you hit a belief system, for example, it's better to mask your truth. It's safer to mask your truth. There's loads of emotional energy in there. There's loads of belief energy in there. There's loads of creative energy in there. And when you choose to kind of let it go and let all of it go and let the bit it's giving you go, because it's always giving you something in shadow, that's when that energy is then able to be recycled back into prana, and it literally implodes and explodes. You know, it literally brings you into the zero state in your aura, in your alchemical aura. This is why I was saying Dan's talk in some ways is so perfectly aligned. And then you have more prana in your consciousness, more creative energy in your consciousness, more unlimited energy in your consciousness. And energy for creation is created out of the offering of the old. And, you know, there's lots of different ways to do shadow work. But one of the most important is ceremony. And ceremony is powerful because ceremony firstly, I believe that our human role is to be in ceremony, a bit like the bees are here to pollinate. We are here to do ceremony. We have all of the right bits. And ceremony is something that, you know, kind of is the language of symbolism, which is a much older language than the language of your mother tongue. And, you know, there's parts of your shadow that don't know how to speak your mother tongue. And so ceremony speaks to them in the language that those parts of the shadow can understand. And that's why ceremony is so effective for shadow work. And what I kind of realized as I was tuning into this talk, which like I said is really just a call to invite you to be part of the inner activism revolution, that I believe shadow work is going to do for the planet. But as I was tuning in, I about this talk, I was thinking, like, right now we're seeing, you know, when something's ready to be healed in the shadow, it pops up into your reality as a kind of block or as something that is challenging. And it repeats and it pops up again and again and again. Because life is serving your shadow work. Life is serving your soul's shadow work. And as I was tuning in about this, I was thinking how much we're really seeing the collective shadow purging things that belong to Pisces, things that we are not taking with us. And then suddenly I was reminded of a very, very important moment in my path where my guide started to talk all about the kind of ceremonies that we have lost as human beings that actually mean that we wouldn't live with so much shadow. It's almost like, you know, we've become hoarders as human beings because we've lost certain ceremonial practices that would mean that actually we don't have to deal with as much shadow as we, or as much traumatized shadow as we are now dealing with. And one of the ceremonies they talked about was about this, the death ceremonies. And what they said was that, you know, when people do not die instantly, but are in a process of death, really, 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 that is the most transformative state you can possibly be in. That's when you're literally in between life and death. You're in the most incredible state of transformation. And originally that time period would have been used for the DNA to get cleared out and healed of belief systems that you know served in that lifetime but are not necessarily meant to be passed on, and so forth. You know, there would have been certain ceremonies for the person that's on their deathbed to kind of clear out in that energy of transformation. And of course those ceremonies haven't happened. And so now we are backed up with like I said, we're hoarded. We've become hoarders of belief systems and ancestral information and stuff that, you know, might have been relevant 200 years ago, 300 years ago, in the time of Atlantis. Is it relevant now? And the beautiful thing that I saw when I was tuning in today is that we all know that we are alive today and witnessing the death of Pisces, the death of the age of Pisces, and out of it, out of the alchemy of that death, the birth of Aquaria. And I suddenly had this moment of like, we're seeing the purging that is meant to of consciousness that is meant to happen with a slow death. All of this Piscean separated consciousness, we are seeing it purging, because, you know, the collective consciousness is more ceremonial. It's honoring the ceremony, so to speak, so that we don't take this stuff into the future. And as the ceremonialists of Gaia, we can help this along by performing those ceremonies, by doing those death rites, those death ceremonies, by doing another amazing way is what my guides call temple or aura alchemy on these things that we're seeing. We're seeing them because we are meant to. And because we are meant to, we've got to use something. And this is what I mean. And the beauty of shadow work is that we have got to learn how to become full co-creators. And the material that we create out of is us. And why shadow work is so good for humanity is because so much of what we do not understand on a conscious level, so much of what we do not identify with on a conscious level, in the shadow, we find the reason why. We find the reason why. And that reason why gives us compassion, gives us connection, gives us community, gives us all of those human heart forces that are forces of human heart creation or non-judgment or human heart 0 point. And at the same time, it teaches us to perceive everything as energy. You know, my guides love to say that, you know, we are moving out of a time of story into a time of ceremony. You know, Pisces was all about living and creating through story. This happened to me. Hero, victim, perpetrator. Aquaria is about creating through ceremony, which is really just perceiving everything as energy, is perceiving everything in that non-judgment 0 point field of the self. And this is how we become the change. And everything in the map of your life, you can, you know, you can do shadow work on. I have never met something that I haven't been able, you know, whether it is physical, whether it is a reality that is somebody showing up in my reality, whether it is abundance, any chakric level of creation. If there is a block, you can go in and find what's going on the subconscious. I've never not been able to find something. And so for me, this is about part of us. Becoming active, life not happening to us, and it, to a degree, life not parenting and systems of life not parenting us, but us actually becoming the co-creators that we know we can be. Us actually living Gaia's laws of exchange, which is, you know, every season there is alchemy, there is exchange. There is letting go and offering that of old reality that needs to happen. And shadow work is that offering, is that letting go that needs to happen. And there's loads of different ways of doing shadow work. The way that I find most effective, which is like shadow surgery, is a process called temple alchemy, which is where spirit really kind of helps you to activate the alchemy that is innate in your aura. There is ceremony, there is medicine work, there are many different ways, but you know what, there are even simpler ways than those big ways. I recommend them, especially for the big stuff like the collective stuff, but the smaller stuff and the personal stuff, just holding your awareness that this might be coming from shadow will bring it out, you know, everything in the shadow is waiting to come into your consciousness so it can go through its process, so it can be grieved, so it can be honored, so it can be let go ceremonially. And so just holding the intention to do your shadow work is enough to start bringing this conversation into your reality. And you can always say, you know, I clear, cancel, and delete this. The Ho'oponopono, I love you, I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you. You can always say whatever you want to say in terms of kind of ceremonially letting go. You can always invoke, you can, you know, one of the most powerful things you can do for your life is go, I clear, cancel, delete, and de-story across all timelines and dimensions and vibrations of myself any promises I have made to stay small. Because this is not the time to be staying small. And you know, so much of what we want to manifest is really so we can expand. And so much of what we're seeing on the collective level right now is the collective reasons to stay small. And so, you know, my guys even said recently, they were like, you know that your victim consciousness is just your permission to stay small. That's all it is the story, the thing that happened, the permission that you have given yourself as you to stay small. And so if you want to get those victim programs out of your reality, the places where you're feeling overpowered or where you're feeling small, one of the most powerful practices is just to use the power of your free will, which, you know, I believe part of the laws of the 0 point creative, which has laws within it, which has creational laws within it, field, is that the law of free will, that all energy will flow through free will, that free will is almost the trump card in terms of it is the card that allows everything to change, no matter how big a belief system is, no matter how big a trauma is, no matter how enormous collective consciousness fields are. We are free. We are free to make a new choice. But things can only pass because the free will is in our consciousness. Things that are in the subconscious can they have to be brought into the consciousness. They have to be felt. They have to be witnessed. They have to be seen. They have to be honored as energy in order to pass through that portal of free will, in order for them to stop being part of your thoughts, words, and actions subconsciously. And so commanding your free will is the simplest form of shadow work that there is. And finally, I would say it's not, you know, it's not scary in terms of, you know, in terms of inner activism. And this will be my last point because I know I'm running out of time. But in terms of inner activism, shadow work is womb work. It's deep feminine work. It's alchemy. It's earth work. It's how the mother creates. It is how the soils create. It is all of that. And, you know, the things that our society has suppressed or named or demonized or made us frightened of, consciously or unconsciously, I will let you find that out in your shadow. But it doesn't matter. This is what I mean about the 0 point of non-judgment. It doesn't matter whether it was deliberately done or accidentally done. All those things that we have been taught to fear or not face, they are the power to change the reality that we're in. Because it's us not facing them that has created this reality. And so, and because we are creating them, and this is the point. Shadow work, everything you don't want, you are creating it. And you are creating it for a very loving, beautiful reason, like protection, or because it's what your grandmother taught you, or to please your parents. You are creating it for a beautiful reason. And because your shadow or that part of you is trying to love you and trying to help you survive. But you have the free will and the tools and the ceremony and the alchemy of this life. That if it's not serving you, if it's not feeling good for you and your soul, through the alchemy of non-judgment, you have the power to take it out of the creational system. And that is shadow. And that's why it's so important. Sorry, going on.
I tried to time it. I thought, oh, that was the last point. There it was. So beautiful. Thank you so much. You know, my favorite quote is actually from you, just happened. Victim consciousness is your permission to stay small. I think that's beautiful. And it's something that I even work with my people that, you know, take my classes and so forth. It's all about empowering them because they want to go to someone else to fix their problems, but they can fix all their problems themselves. And it's all a matter of getting them to realize that. So that's a beautiful statement for that.
Yeah, it only just came through. In a course I'm running, and I'm like, oh, this has changed everything.
Yeah, it's good. It's really good. I also like how we're matching, that we both got the orange going on. So
it's all about the sacral.
Right. So thank you so much for being a part of this. It's so wonderful to have met you. I really just met you during our interview. So I look forward to seeing all the wonderful things that you do moving forward.
Thank you so much, Zane. Thank you very much. And such an honor to be part of this amazing event. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Bye now.
Bye.
All right. That was great. Okay, let's see here. What do we have going on now? I think it's our co-host. Our next up is a hypnotherapist, pranic quantum energy healer and owner of Bay Area Meditation, who dedicates herself to helping people deconstruct the commonly held dogma of the human genetic timeline, historical record, and human biostructure. When she had a near-death experience in 2018, she began to receive frequency downloads, speak light language, experience enhanced psychic abilities, and master holographic healing of the chakra system and the multidimensional body. Today, she'll be looking at how the 0 point is a joining of the alpha and omega, a coming together of your duality, and embodying that 0 point through practical application. I'm so pleased to introduce Miss Geraldine Orozco. Oh, you're muted.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes. Thank you for that wonderful introduction, Zane. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Super looking forward to this. So we'll let you take it away.
And I would like to share my screen. Is that something I can do?
Absolutely. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Thank you. All right, so thank you so much. We have a very limited amount of time, and I want to get through a lot of points with you. So I'm going to share this presentation that I created. Again, I'm Geraldine Orozco. I am the owner of Bay Area Meditation, and I'm a hypnotherapist, and I focus on something called holographic DNA reprogramming. So in this session, in this 45 minutes, I want to share with you a deep understanding of what it is. What is the 0 point? So let me open this up now. All right, so here, let me put this in presentation mode for you so you can see what we're doing. All right, so I thought really long and hard about what I wanted to discuss with you today. And this topic of the 0 point is something that I have been channeling and has been coming for a long time over the past couple months, because it's so important that we understand what it is, because this is actually the culmination, the point of co-creation that we're coming up here collectively. We're coming into this moment of the 0 point. I'm going to explain today the mental, physical, and emotional aspects of the 0 point, and we're going to be taking a look at all of those parts. You can visit my website at geraldineorozco.com and my YouTube channel at Geraldine Orozco. Please do feel to subscribe. I have a lot of free content on there. What is the 0 point? Let's focus and narrow down the topic of what that is. It's a state of total balance. It's a center point of creation. It's a state of non-judgment, and it's a state of unconditional love. So these are the main key points to take away from what is the 0 point. And it's important that we look at different facets of what these areas mean. I want to take your attention. We're going to go from macro to micro. What is this universe that you and I share and live in? Everything that is in their world is a reflection of one another. Everything is self-similar in a sense. And the movement of how these self-similar objects, these items, these organisms of consciousness are interrelating with one another is important for us to understand, because in the design, in the movement, the functionality of that, of the macro, of the universe, of nature, of a leaf, of you and me, is within the understanding of the movement of energy and life force through the body. I want you to imagine the universe kind of like lattice work. It's like these cubes that you see in this image linked together by these rods. Every time that one expands, as the universe expands or contracts, they are all expanding and moving simultaneously. Every single cube gets further and further away from every other cube, but the size of the cube themselves stays the same. This is kind of how this movement of the universe is moving, and how all living organisms also pulsate in their awareness in a present moment. Now, the structure of organisms in this universe is something like this image here that you see on the right. We are constantly moving in and out of dimensional spaces. We are moving from first to second, third to fourth, fourth to fifth, 10th to 11th, and so on and so forth. In this current dimensional timeline, where we are right now, in our current existence, there are 13 main dimensions that are a direct projection of our physical bodies. And we are moving on an axis timeline between time and space. the universe in this trajectory of time and space is moving in a spiral direction. As we expand, we are also contracting. In this example here of what the dimensional timeline, the reason I want you to understand this is because the same way that the macro universe is designed, your bodies also match this design. The first line is an example of a one-dimensional object, and it exists only in terms of length and has no other qualities. The second dimension is height. When you end up with an object, if you add those two, you can create a two-dimensional object like a square, for example. If you add another dimensional, you can end up with a cube, and so on and so forth. Any dimensions beyond these three are not immediately apparent, but they still have an effect on reality, which means that even though we are moving in and out of dimensions, we are constantly affecting every single dimension that is connecting to us. I'm going to show you how that works with the human body, because our bodies are really heavily enmeshed. They are interconnected with each and every one of those dimensions. And it's very important for you to understand this, because this is a direct reflection of how the body is functioning in everyday life. Now, the way that the entire universe is moving is it's actually moving in a spiral form, and it's kind of like an ascending spiral form. Every single one of these spirals takes on the dimensional plane similar to the Fibonacci sequence. I'm sure you guys have seen the Fibonacci sequence, just like you see here in the corner. And we are moving from a scale, or the entire scales of existence, from 0 to infinity. Within this current timeline that we are in right now, and we're going through a major transition point. I'm going to explain how that affects our bodies, our minds, and our souls in this moment. But we are moving in between these dimensional planes. So from first to second, from third to fifth, from 8th to 13th. Currently, right now, we are moving within these dimensional planes, and they affect, anytime that we tap into any one of these spiral dimensions, we affect how we are experiencing something, the information that we pull into our experience, and also how we are co-creating. One of the incredible laws of the universe, of creation, and the basis of creative life force in the universe is based on the Fibonacci. It is the phi. Nature is efficient. The Fibonacci scale of DNA is very similar. We see these kind of curves and scales, these spirals in all things in nature. We see them in the construction and the development of how trees and leaves expand. We see them in the ripple effects of water. We see them in our DNA strand. We see them in the bodies, in how the cells move, in how galaxies move. So all of these things and are replicant. But let's go even further. Here's something that is so incredible. We also see these patterns, the same numerical patterns as the Fibonacci sequence, in voting patterns. This is all proven information. We see it in the stock market between stock bear and bull patterns, a rise and fall of the stock patterns. We see the Fibonacci number. We see them in shopping patterns and shopping trends globally. There is a rise and fall that is calculated by marketing departments that know when to put in certain marketing trends that will be received better based on this number. And the same formation expresses in a wide range of different areas. Nature will always choose the most efficient path. And in our Earth, in the planet Earth today, this number, this calculation is the design, let's say the algorithm or the equation of co-creation. Now, why do we need to know that? Because your body is designed by that same number. In our physical bodies, our limbs and the entire structure of the body is designed exactly at that same cut as the Fibonacci sequence. And what we are looking at here is an expression of fractals, because as you can see in this previous image, Every single one of these, it's self-similar. Every single one of these quadrants is demonstrating the exact space-time as the before. However, it is in a smaller, it's exact same copy in a smaller image. That's what a fractal is. So if you can envision source here on the far right, everything that is descending and being created from source essence is being designed by that fractal image down to this tiny little dot that you may see somewhere in this gigantic picture, which is you. And you are the exact reflection of that same. The fractals and the infinite possibilities of creation. This is the design of physical matter, but also the non-physical aspect of creation. Our reality actually functions more like a hologram than anything else. And actually, our entire structure of the world, of the universe, is designed on the design of a hologram. A pattern is complete unto itself, while at the same time part of a greater pattern. We are looking at, there's this incredible research done by Dr. Garayev, who unfortunately passed this year. But he discovered, and he was the first point of reference. So when I began to channel information, I had an experience in one of my hypnosis where I was able to see the universe and the design and the structure of the universe. And what I realized by looking at how we are moving here is that the universe, the planet Earth, the human body, when you look at the whole human body, is actually looks more like a cell. And everything is oscillating. Every single one of these organisms, from the cell inside the human body to the planet Earth, to this galaxy, to the macrocosm, and even more, because we are living in a structures of multidimensional reality and galaxies. It's a multiverse that we are living in. Every single one of these is formed in a shape of a sphere-like substance that is oscillating, and that oscillation creates a toroidal field. And the toroidal field creates the frequency waves that every single oscillation of that is a dimensional plane. So we have infinite kinds of dimensions that we are constantly moving out of us. So we have the ability of affecting that, because the communication that occurs between two bodies is occurring by the oscillation that's creating by something that we call quantum non-locality. And this is how in our physical body we are creating a total whole body neurological network of communication. There was a research done using lab mice, unfortunately, in which they trained them to go down little labyrinths. And even if they were able to remove 80% of the brain, they found that the mice still could remember how to move through that labyrinth. So what that meant is that our memories are not being stored within the mass of the brain. In fact, it is an entire whole body holographic network that is storing this amount of information. And the same way that our physical bodies store information, our planet Earth has its own layer of consciousness. And it's what we tap into, the Akashic records, or the records of storage. It's like the library of all the historic events that have been recorded within the humans and non-human timelines here on this planet. Okay, so everything is stored within that. So we have the ability of tapping into that timeline because it's a part of us. The Akashic record is actually a part of us within our 10th, 11th, 9, 10, 11 dimensional planes. And that's within our physical body. As above, so below. Okay, we actually mirror that timeline. Now, this is important because the design of that explains and demonstrates to us what it is to be a 0 point. I want you to take a look at some of these incredible images here. We have irises, we have these incredible nerve cells, we have galaxies, and just notice how mirror, this is that self-similar design that we were talking about. And as you can see, the nerve cell, for example, is very similar to some of these galaxies. Now, the dark space in between these things we think is empty, but in reality, it is full. It is full of empty space, full of nothing. Okay, so in reality, what you're looking at here, you may think that you're just about to focus on the yellow part, but in reality, you want to look at the whole thing, because that is actually the whole. And this is an expression of positive mass or full space and empty space, this negative mass, which is not actually negative. It is just a supportive of a more dense material, actually. So our bodies are mimicking this exact same structure. The 0 point is the very center of all of these things of creation. It is the whole, it is all of it. It is the color, and it is the dark. And it's important because we are literally having this kind of structure of creation within every cell of the body, which makes up this entire human organism. What we actually look like, when I had a chance to review this entire universe, is that we look more like these cells. These multiverses are functioning more like cells of maybe perhaps even a larger DNA strand or a larger organism. So potentially we could be a cell inside of another human being, if you can imagine that. Now, the incredible thing about this is that the same pattern of creation that we see in the universe, I showed you the dark matter and the light matter. We in our society look at our DNA as the dark DNA being non-important because we haven't catched up to the technology to be able to translate the information that's there. But in reality, that dark DNA is actually where the more important information of you is. And it is what is projected into your everyday experiences. The purpose of coming into the center self is to be able to unify and to become aware and activate all of that dark DNA, which means on the physical level, you're activating your human superpowers, which means that you're tapping into the layers of your body, as I showed you before, that allow you to have access to global intercommunication. And within the design of this incredible self-similar structures of reality, there is a balance to each side. In order to become whole, we must have two. It's the feminine and the masculine. When we bring those two into balanced state, that is when we have a whole. And the 0 point is actually the center point of that unification. Our human bodies mirror that exact same demonstration. For example, if you look at the body, this is how the body is structured. The middle center line within the body is demonstrating the right side as the masculine and the left side as the feminine. Our emotions are stored within the body, within these perspective areas, based on how they were triggered and the emotions that they brought up in from your subconscious mind. They also, when they are not processed, cause stagnation, blockages within the body, and cause all kinds of thought forms that are stagnant within the body, causing blockages, fear, anxiety, and then ultimately illnesses. As you can see here on the right side, all of these areas, if you're experiencing a certain pain in your body, this is why you want to take a look at the thought forms that were created. And I spend a lot of time teaching on this topic because I think it's so important that you understand that you are literally the center point of your universe, which means that you have the ability of moving through this information that is stored within the body. The picture on the right is a demonstration of the alpha and the omega. What is the alpha and the omega? The alpha and the omega is the whole, as above, so below, just like the universe picture that you saw in a couple pages back. We have a cord of white light that runs through the body. And that center core of white light is heavily integrated with your spinal cord and feeds information into the chakra system. When your soul attaches to the physical body, it organizes into what we know as the chakra system. The chakra system is ranges of frequencies from lowest to highest, which allow the information to organize itself and to present itself as needed through our experience. Right now, as we're going through this ascension or this transformation, really, because ascension is always, it's not just this one specific time. We are always ascending at all times. And right now we are experiencing a shift, very vivid shift of awakening and activation. And what this is causing is an invitation for all of these lower stagnant information in the first three chakras to emerge, to come up, and to begin to heal and process through the body. There is a chakra within, right underneath the heart center, that is activated at this time. And that chakra is actually the center cord, and fed and informed by this light cord that goes through your body. This is the main cord of light that goes through your body, and it purifies and cleanses all the other chakras. And I'm going to explain that in a second. What we are as a whole, okay, the rising of stagnant energy into free-flowing life force energy is a beautiful expression of the divine feminine. Right now, we feel that we're moving into feminine energy, but in reality, we're balancing both feminine and masculine. We felt that there was an imbalance, and what the imbalance means is that we're not seeing the feminine. Because of systems of control that are put into our society for various reasons, since the origin, since the conception of life on this dimensional plane. We have been indoctrinated through religion, through society, through education, through religions, in order to maintain and suppress wisdom and knowledge that is imperative to the wellness and balance of the human body. And that suppression causes one feminine or masculine energy to rise and fall. And we go through these rise and falls cyclically, generationally, and through the centuries of timelines, of Earth timelines. However, we are experiencing all of those cyclical patterns simultaneously in this moment, which means that this time that we're going through, that is like a awakening, is actually triggering really heavy programs from the past. As we move from fourth to fifth dimension, the center point of each dimensional shift, as you saw in that spiral, is the point that is moving at the highest vibrational frequency. So this is when it shifts the highest, this is the heightening of the vibrational frequency. This is what we're doing within our body. This is what's happening in the galactic whole. This is what's happening in the multiverse. And we can be moving through fourth and fifth. We're actually moving through all dimensional timelines simultaneously, not just one. So every single movement, because we are fragmented, I'm going to explain that in just a minute. You are the center point, and you are in that center point. So as that energy heightens in the body, it raises the vibrational frequency. Now, this is very important. Emotions play a tremendous role in how we're moving through this energy. As a matter of fact, electrical messages are passed between brain cells, and their self-similar signals are passed to every cell in the body. Okay, so what that means is that each is studded with receptor sites, a kind of mailbox for these electromechanical messengers. Now, that communication is just like I was talking about. We have the whole self-similar system, but the molecules of emotion, a kind of neuropeptide, change the chemistry and the electricity of every cell in the body and mind. So feelings literally alter the electrical frequencies generated by our body, and this is non-verbal communication. So you are more chemical, more electrical, rather than mass and solid. This is important. This is the demonstration of alchemy. This is how alchemy is produced within the body. Because when we are at the lower range of emotions, they produce really strong chemicals that affect the lymphatic system, the endocrine system, all of the organs in the body, and cause stagnation and contraction. And all of that is produced by creating these harmonic frequencies and resonances that make you a match to the next things that are at that same frequency. So what we're doing now, and why the 0 point is so important, is that we are chemically rising and changing, transmuting those lower vibrational frequencies into a higher frequency. The sound, color, vibrational frequency, note, all of that is connected to your chakra system, and it's connected to the chakra system of the world and the universe, because again, what chakra systems are is dimensional planes that we are moving in and out of. So the information that we bring in, we have to watch that. We have to watch your resonance. What are you calling into your space? Is it stagnant information or fluid information? Are you in denial of the balance of the information that's moving through you? Now, because we're moving in and out of dimensional timelines, the human body actually looks something like a giant network of information. Past lives, ancestrals, beings, extraterrestrial beings, all of those things, we are interconnected into one network. So all of the traumas and cyclical pain and suffering that have happened in our families is definitely brought down genetically and is in your DNA, and it rises and informs how you respond and react to things, because it's deeply programmed in the subconscious mind. So the more and more that we learn how to address those cyclical traumas, and they are always rooted in two separate energies, love or fear. When we dissolve those two base energies, when we understand them, when we embody the balance between them, we can begin to neutralize. We come into a neutral energy. The human body actually looks more like this. This is what you look like. So when I see you, I see giant colors, cords, contracts, all these things around your human body. And all of these, which in our regular timeline, we say historically, let's see, Queen Elizabeth, or, this argument that happened in another lifetime. We think that when we go into hypnosis, we're actually going back in time, but in reality, we're actually accessing these dimensional fragments that are created through trauma. And we access them and bring them into the moment. It becomes a reference point, and that can be very toxic, because these reference points are so strong that we keep pulling from that information. Now, the alchemy of the human body, of this being coming here on earth, is meant to release itself from this throwing back of information and transmuting those old programs into the present. Our physical bodies end up completely polluted. We end up with cores of every kind, people, places, and things that we're attached to, that we cannot let go, that we don't forgive, that we don't acknowledge, that we want to ignore. All of those things cause external attachments into the body. And the majority of us here in this three-dimensional matrix are very heavily connected to technology, and we are heavily stimulated by entertainment industry, television, all these things, because the system, or this organism that we're living on in this planet Earth, knows how to manipulate mankind. You manipulate it through your first three chakras, the root, sacral, and solar. This is your emotional center, the sexual body, so your exchange, giving and receiving, and your rooting. Do you feel safe in your body, or your fear? So if you are easily manipulated by these three things, fear, sex, and your emotions, or your feeling of helplessness and anger, of course, you're going to be a puppet of society. And we are heavily distracted by things that are happening in the news, by politics, by political problems that are shown to us and designed inside of a little black box called the television or the radio, that feed us stories of how things are, how they should be, what's happening, feed you ideas, feed you emotions, implant within you the way that you think and feel about yourself. And so in order to understand truth in all this confusion, it's to come back and pull away from all of those stimulations that are false information. Now, this is very important information, because as we're coming into the 0 point, we want to pull away from all that stimulation into the self. Now, some of us might hear that and we might think, oh my gosh, that's so selfish. How can you only come back to yourself? In fact, the human body, is impossible to separate itself from the whole. As you saw, we are a huge network of information interconnected. But what we believe we are is separate from source. We separate from source in order to believe that we come into this individuality. And this is the idea, the concept of creation of this entire world, of this entire universe, from the origin of time. The Divine Mother, the Divine Three, the Pistis Sophia, coming in from the Father, Mother to produce the Son. We are that. We are that Father, we are that Mother, and the Son is the creation. That child that is born from that unity is your body. So that inner union that has to occur within the body creates this incredible charge of creation. And that credible charge of creation is love. But it's not romantic love, the love that we see on TV and Disney. This is the unification of the internal self, the feminine and masculine. This is where we produce this gold. And this can be a conversation for hours about historically how gold has been produced and seen in alchemy as the transmutation from any lower metal into a higher level, which is gold, which is one of the highest transmuting and generating of energies. We utilize it in creating orgonite because we are that. We even have gold within the body. But what it really is that gold is actually your soul, the soul expression, that spark of infinite life creation energy is a product of that. The chemicals in the body that transform the human organism is this love. Love is oxytocin, nitric oxygen. It's an endorphin which relaxes blood vessels, allowing the flow to fill up the heart and is pumping blood more fluidly and fillingly. Now, I look at this as an analogy for all living organisms that are coming into expansion. The only way we feel that we can expand and relax and expand ourselves into wellness is when we feel safe, is when we feel whole. And so this is how our entire organism is occurring. DNA is a fractal, and so is the universe. This picture on the bottom right is a picture of a cell that is oscillating. And again, when it oscillates, it creates this toroidal field, creating communication of quantum non-locality. Your entire system is creating these incredibly beautiful, sacred geometric symbols that are based on that number of Fibonacci. The fractal of creation is within the design of your body, from the cells to your hair to the macro, everything that you are. So creative life force energy is a state of bliss, it's a state of wellness, it's a state of creation. The prefrontal cortex is responsible for complex evaluative decisions. This is the part of the brain that's loaded with opiate receptors. So structurally, this physical body at our most sophisticated reasoning is linked to bliss. And so what's this telling us? Science is telling us that our body comes into perfect creative energy when it comes into bliss. And the bliss is the ability to come into this orgasmic creative life force energy, this unconditional love, which we find. Some of you might know what is orgone. Orgone was a name given by William Reich about vital energy found everywhere in nature, right? And he divided this, and this is also known as chi, as prana, as life force energy. This is why pranic healers pull from source, and it's what basically runs within your body. It's everywhere. It's all substance. Now, there are different kinds of this orgone. There's dead energy, there's live energy, positive energy. And so in this alchemical transformation, what we want to do is we want to move that dead energy into life. And we do that by coming into the bliss, that point of creation. This chakra that I was telling you is now being activated in a lot of people that are coming into higher states of awareness and bliss. And this is what we want to start clearing. The chakras have two sides. So when you focus on your meditation, be sure that you're clearing out those two chakras and activating that central heart chakra. Okay? The human body is actually a rainbow. Okay, and the frequencies, chakras, and the light body look something like this picture here. There are layers, and within these layers is stored information of all the experiences that we've had in our life. Where we want to come into that state of non-judgment and neutrality is by that inner union. Once again, the moment that we have that interface, that intercommunication within the feminine and masculine, that means all the things that we hate and reject about ourselves and all the things that we love about ourselves, we completely don't judge. We become aware of them. You integrate them, you process them fully in your body, mind, soul, emotions. This is how the soul becomes released from stagnant constraints of blockages of energy and ancestral trauma. The purpose for you incarnating in this physical plane is only to experience. So we have the emotions as tools that trigger us and make us feel things throughout our day. So our ability to understand that we have the ability of choosing whether we want to burn our tummy with anger, as you can see here, or heart center becomes constrained and blocks, or when we go into depression, we end up feeling empty, completely out of it. Our entire multidimensional body is affected. We get holes in the auric field that drain our life force energy. So we have to learn how to practice energetic hygiene daily. This is imperative for your health and for your ability to manifest and co-create. And the emotions are the tools. In order to control the emotions, we close the first 3 chakras. And it's not something that's taken lightly. I teach it on my YouTube channel. You can check those videos out. Now, let's talk about the emotions and the mind, right? How do we work through these states of vulnerability that feel so fearful right now? In 2020 until 2024, we are going through a major awakening transition point in which we are called to come into a state of vulnerability. All of the things that were hidden in society and politics and the entertainment industry have, as you see, has been bubbling up from the crepes of the earth. And it's the same thing that's happening internally. We are cleansing, purifying all the dark and empty. We're becoming aware of it. When I say purify, I don't want to say that it's like something dirty and wrong. It is just the natural expression of that duality. And so in that process, we have to choose whether we want suffering or we want collective wellness. And what sustains the universe is collective wellness. It is what nature shows us is the creation energy. What is right is what's closest to truth. I really want you to remember this, because in order to come into truth, we have to see what's right. What's right? Right is what creates that collective wellness. Okay, it is the most life-promoting choice. Again, unconditional love. Now, this balance between the feminine and masculine, when it unites, it creates this life force, omega and alpha force that we are both made out of. And it is the design of this dimension in which we live in. Other dimensional planes function at other dimensional laws. Within this dimensional plane, we are managed by the law of 3, which is the feminine, masculine, and creation. So if you know this, you know how to affect the whole. Twins, for example, when they're in their in the womb, like they can't be separated. They communicate with one another. They have these thoughts. And this also happens with romantic partnerships and best friends and mother-daughters. We have this ability of interconnectedness that we have to connect with each other and communicate. We are one. You have to remember that. So as one organism, we often expect to receive something from this alchemical work outside of more than just an experience. I want to remind you, the experience is the purpose, not just to inform you as this individual fractal of infinite consciousness, but it informs the whole. The entire macrocosm is learning from you. It is evolving from you. So we are here to experience all possibilities without the need of judging or categorizing what we're experiencing. These shifts that we're going are explaining to us that the present moment is the one that creates that incredible spark creation of 0 point energy. that 0 point where we think it's empty, it's actually full. So this present moment right here is the connection to all dimensional timelines. And as we are coming into a surrender of this divine feminine energy, the awareness of divine feminine energy, we can come into unconditional love. But these are the steps in order to do them. So the 0 point is the center point of creation. It's the healthiest state for your mind, body, and soul. It allows you to manifest everything that you need only if and when you are in that state of unconditional love. And it allows you to heal your body. Remember that you are the most powerful creative life force energy in the universe. You are at the center and you are at the whole. Everything is a reflection of yourself. I want to thank you so much for joining me for this presentation. Here are all my informations. I just want to remind you that you are infinite consciousness becoming aware of itself at every moment. And I am a certified hypnotherapist and host hypnotherapy sessions. I'm a meditation master, a neuro-linguistic practitioner, and I also do mindfulness stress reduction therapy for corporate clients. I'm a DNA reprogrammer, a speaker, and so on and so forth. If you want to find information about me, you can book a session for a DNA reprogramming, as I do have the ability of seeing the multidimensional body, cutting those cords, replacing those contracts, and you can schedule that with me at geraldinaorozco.com. I'm going to stop sharing now. Let me just stop sharing. There we go.
Wow.
Awesome.
You managed to get through all of that in 45 minutes. Very impressive.
Yeah. So, and I'm sorry, I know we went kind of fast, but you can always replay and kind of, sit with some of those slides and integrate and process. But
Well, that, and they can check out your YouTube channel where you have a lot of this fantastic information. So yeah, absolutely.
yeah,
That was
thank you.
wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
It's very fun also, you and I, of course, seeing where we overlap and the topics that we discuss are so very similar. It's always great to see your latest work,
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, the topic that you chose, Zane, for this is 0 point is so important, especially for this time point right now. So I think a lot of people would take a lot away from it. So thank you.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you, Geraldine. Okay, let's see. I know who our next guest is, but let me introduce him to you. So he is an astrologist and a numerologist who discovered that our own chakra energy centers perfectly mirror the physical order and astrological meaning of the planets. I met Dean when a mutual friend decided to hand me the phone, and he just said, "Here, talk to this guy." And I was like, okay. But then the next thing I knew, we proceeded to have a 2-hour-long conversation that really deeply marveled and amused me at the same time. So here to discuss how astrology works, because everything outside of us mirrors what's inside of us, is Mr. Dean Price. You're going to have to turn off your volume. There, I muted you. You're going to have to turn your volume completely off, Dean. Let me know. Nod when you've done so. Let's try it now. Oh, you might have to. Oh, there we go. Okay. Try it now.
Let me see if I can share the screen now.
Yeah. All right. Good. Looks like it's saying that device is not connected.
Okay, we'll do that later.
Yeah. All right. So are you ready to begin? Oh, he made himself go away. Oh no. So this guy is absolutely amazing and tells fantastic stories. And I would really highly recommend that you check out the interview that he and I had with each other. It's pretty great because he actually had a spiritual experience that was essentially the same as a stroke. And so the end result was that not only did he have this incredible experience where he was carrying around Archangel Michael's sword during his stroke experience, but it also erased his ability to do very simple things. So he has trouble, at least he had trouble, like even turning on a light. So he sounded completely cognizant and normal. And so he would go into a place and go, can someone turn on a light for me? Because I don't know how to do that. And people would go like, what? You're so articulate. You're so normal. What the hell happened? So he's had to deal with that. Now, this was a couple of years now, but anytime he explained it to me that anytime he experiences a new technology, he runs into this sort of issue, like the things that he's never seen before. It takes him a little bit of time to get figured out. So it may be that he's having trouble reconnecting right now. Let me see if I can help him. That's pretty funny. Okay, well, he's not back yet. Hey, Geraldine, are you still around? We should have a little conversation. Oh, there he just came back. Yeah,
I'm here.
Let's give him another chance here. Let's see. Okay, Dean.
Oh, there he is.
Let's try this again.
Okay. So I'm going to try to share my screen, and that's where I got into problem before. So maybe you can help me out here.
Yeah, we did a test and it worked fine the first time, of course, right?
Yeah. So can I share my screen? That's the question.
Yes, Dean. I believe in you. I believe that you can.
Okay, if I put this image up here, can you see it?
It's not up yet. So did you hit the share screen button on the bottom?
I did. Okay, it's saying share screen again. So now can you see it?
No. Unfortunately, no.
Okay, well, we're going to just wing it without the
okay, sounds good. We'll let you do it.
Okay, cool. So what I'm going to be talking today actually it builds on what the last talk was on. We're going to be talking about the chakra system, but we're going to be using the model of the planets and numerology and sacred geometry and all their correlations between the planets and chakras. So first of all, everything is a mirror of everything else. So the numerology of the planets is mirroring the numerology of the chakras. And the number of points of each number actually demonstrates the dimension that each chakra represents and each planet represents. So there is a website below me here on the screen, and I'll be able to send everybody the diagrams that I'm going to be using for this conversation. People can even sign up for a free astrology reading at that website, and then I'll get your email, and then I'll be able to send you all the diagrams. But anyway, let's just start at the top, and everything is related to the dimension of that chakra. So at the top, we're going to start with 0. So this will be perhaps the 0 point that we're talking about today. So we all have up here, basically above our heads, we have a halo that represents 0. And in astrology, it just represents space. And the symbol of it would just be a circle. And that's the part of us that is essentially connected to infinite space, infinite nothingness. It's heaven or the higher self, or that dimension where we don't exist as bodies or egos or anything like that. We just exist in the infinite nothingness. so what we're going to do is we're going to use what's called the microcosmic orbit, which is similar to the diagram that we just saw of the planets having, the chakras having a front side and a back side. So what we're going to do is we're going to go down the front from here, from the 0, and we're going to go through the numbers and the planets and the chakras and the dimensions, and we're going to find that they're all perfectly correlated with each other, a perfect mirror of each other. So if we start from space, or the 0 up at the top, we go down one chakra, we have the number 1. That would be the third eye. The first celestial body we observe in space from where we are is the sun. So this is the number 1, is basically the dots of light that are showing up in our eyes, on the retina of our eyes. Those are all on the rods and cones. They're registering dots of light of different color and different gradations of light versus dark. And so what we have here is a bunch of dots of light within the nothingness. It's the same thing that we're looking at if we look at the night sky. We're seeing a bunch of stars, which are dots of light in an infinite nothingness. The symbol of that, of the sun in astrology, is a circle with a dot in the middle of it. And it looks kind of like an eyeball. And that, you could say, is kind of like saying 0 and point, 0 point. But really the 0 is up here, the higher self, or the infinite nothingness. And then the points of light, or the point of a self, is centered right here. Like I said, in astrology, that's the sun. So it is literally the pictures that you have in your head at any given time. And when you first start out in life, you're really in the nothingness more. But at some point, there's a scene or a bunch of dots of light happening that you're in, where you have an experience of separateness, being a separate point. And the ego actually attaches itself to that picture. So that becomes your core self-image. So one of the things that tends to repeat itself over and over in our life is that scene, that core self-image that we experienced as a child. It's usually a highly emotionally charged moment. And in that scene, there's certain characters, maybe mom and dad, or brothers and sisters, or friends, or whoever. But we tend to then, in order to keep our ego going, because we don't want to disappear into nothingness, we're attached to that picture. So we keep repeating the image over and over again with different characters. So whatever mommy's doing in there, we may project that image onto females in our life, and whatever daddy's doing in the picture, we may project that image onto different males in our life. So anyway, I'm not going to dwell on all that. We can talk forever about it, but I'm just going to keep going. So if we remember, so far we have a 0 and a dot as symbols of these things. And then we go down a chakra and we go out a planet. First planet around the sun is Mercury. That becomes the number 2. And it becomes the throat chakra, which is, as we all know, talking, communicating, making sound. It's really vibration. And the number 2 gives us 2 points, or opposite points, A and B, or yin and yang, or dark and light, up and down, male and female, etc. It creates that first duality. And that duality, again, is 2 points. And if you move the energy between 2 points back and forth, you create vibration. So you can either, as a symbol for this chakra, you can use a line, which represents connecting 2 points together. Or you can use the yin-yang symbol, which shows a light and a dark image with a dot in it, and then a kind of a sine wave in between, and that's symbolizing that vibration. So when you have two and you have duality and you have opposites, we know that opposites attract. So that this two-ness actually is the beginning of manifestation of form, because as energy is attracted together, it becomes denser, so that when we speak, for example, and this is the law of attraction, the words we say, the vibrations we put out, begin to attract whatever it is that we're speaking of into manifestation. So the importance of the throat chakra, which is Mercury astrologically and the number 2 numerologically, is to remember to speak that which we would like to manifest, as opposed to complaining or criticizing or talking about our problems all the time. Anyway, the less vibrations that are attracting what you don't like, the better. And the more vibrations that are attracting what you do like, probably the happier we'll be. Okay, so we're going to keep going to the next planet, which is Venus. And I'm sure everybody knows Venus is known as the goddess of love. And so, of course, it makes sense that we go down one chakra and we're at the heart. So this is the realm of feelings. This is the realm of love. This is also the realm of other feelings besides love. So not everything that we feel in the heart is a happy feeling. We might feel sad, we might feel grief, we might feel loneliness. There's all kinds of feelings that Venus can represent and the heart chakra can experience. The number we're at now is 3. And if you put 3 points together, you create a triangle, which also defines a plane like a window, for example, or a door, or a wall, or the ceiling, etc. Those planes are all defined by 3 points. But it also, if you go back to the window idea, it creates that triangle where there's an opening now. So in that opening, feelings come in and out. We can express feelings. It's like sending them out the window. If I open the window right now, a bunch of cold air would come in, because I'm in Sedona right now. It's been raining and snowing, things like that this week. So you feel things when you open the window. So the heart is like a window defined by that triangle of 3 points. So again, I'm going to keep going because I've got 12 planets and chakras to go through. So let's go down one more. The next planet in the solar system is Earth. And it's actually a binary system because we have a moon too. So those two travel together around the sun in the position which I would call number 4. In fact, the symbol for the Earth is a circle with a cross in it, and a cross is one of the ways to represent the number 4. Another way to represent the number 4 is if you take 4 points that aren't all in the same plane, like a cross, you have a tetrahedron. Some people know what a tetrahedron is, some people don't. So I'm going to explain it. It basically creates a solid object, like our bodies that live on this Earth. Anything physical, the trees, the rocks, the Earth, everything is a physical object by virtue of this dimension that has 4 points. Now we call it the third dimension, but it's a dimension defined by 4 points. So when you get to the number 4, this is the realm of manifestation. This is the Earth. This is the physical level. And in the body, we're moving down one chakra to the solar plexus. Now, I like to be very practical and talk about what actually happens in these places. In the solar plexus, that's where your stomach is. This is where we receive food into our body. And again, we take food, which comes from the Earth, which is solid matter. We put it in our mouth. Again, that is the number 2. So that's the realm of attracting and receiving things into our body that will become ultimately just like sound or the words that we're saying, will manifest as something physical. So on all different levels, on the level of food and the physical body, we're actually bringing it in through the mouth, just like we speak through the mouth as a way of manifesting our world. We receive food in the mouth, it lands in the stomach and in the whole digestive system, and it's absorbed into the body and becomes our physicalness, a different component of our physicalness in the same way. So this chakra is very important for manifesting things. And it's also the realm of a lot of emotions, just like, for example, the heart chakra, all those emotions like love, hate, joy, sorrow, like, dislike, bliss, happiness, you know, and or misery or whatever feeling, but mostly the heart chakra and Venus as a planet and the number 3 are about relationships, how we feel about one another, because we have that triangle or that opening there where we can feel things outside of ourselves. But here in the solar plexus or the stomach or the realm of the physical world and continuing to manifest a physical body, which we would all like. Most of us would like to continue anyway. So we have emotions or feelings that contribute to continuing to exist in the physical. For example, hunger. I'm not sure if we'd all call that an emotion, but it's a feeling, you know, that we experience and that is there to ensure that we put more food in there so that we can continue to exist in the realm of the 4 points or the 3rd dimension. Another emotion that can come up there is anxiety or fear. Or Zane was talking about fear earlier and how important that is. And it's like if we weren't afraid of dying, for example, or if we didn't get hungry at least, we would probably just keep going without bothering to eat. And so the emotions that are there in that realm are designed to keep us in the physical. All right, so there's a whole lot more we could talk about on any of these things, but we're just going to keep going through to see if we can get to all of them today. So if you go to the number 5, you go to the next planet outside of Earth's orbit, and that's Mars. Mars traditionally has been known as the god of war, but most of us aren't, fighting wars necessarily. And so what is Mars in our own experience? Well, if you go down one chakra, you're at the place where the hormones are created. If you're a female, you've got estrogen, progesterone. If you're a male, lots of testosterone. So of course, war is usually a bunch of people with a lot of testosterone that want something. Maybe they want the oil of some country in the Middle East, or maybe they want the drugs that are produced in some country like Afghanistan. Most wars were fought over oil or drugs, actually, despite what they're promoted as. So, so Mars really is desire. We want something, and it creates lust, desire, passion, sexual attraction, energy of that nature. And it's very associated with touch or penetration. So for example, if you're in war, you've got spears or arrows or guns or missiles or whatever you send to penetrate the body of another being. And so Mars is about penetration. In fact, if you know the symbol of Mars, it's a circle with an arrow pointed upwards diagonally. So it's a symbol, it's a phallic symbol, to be blunt, and it represents desire, passion, hormones, testosterone, but it can also represent a weapon. So anyway, that's the number 5, and the geometric symbol of the number 5 is a pyramid. And pyramids are energy generators. if you've ever been in a big pyramid, I once snuck into the Great Pyramid of Egypt and spent the night in the King's Chamber. And it's basically generating intense energy inside that part of the pyramid. It's a generator. And so just like a pyramid is a generator, that chakra is where we generate hormones, where we generate future generations. It's the seeds that are created to create another life. So it's, and even the word genitals, generator, etc. Those are all words that have to do with Mars and the number 5. So continuing on. Now, if I were to ask, normally when I share this kind of information, I'm having a conversation with other people and they're asking questions. And so I ask the question, okay, what is the next orbit after Mars? What would be the number 6? And most people get confused by that one. So it's sort of a trick question because there's not a planet there anymore, but there's tens of thousands of asteroids. And probably used to be a planet there. There's some people speculate about that. And I'm kind of with those people that think there was a planet that maybe blew up or something happened. But let's not worry about that. Let's just go to the number 6. And where that would be is the root chakra. And again, we're going down the front side. And after this, we're going to go up the back. And that's called the microcosmic orbit. And if you'd like to learn more about the microcosmic orbit, I studied with a Taoist master named Mantak Chia, who wrote the book, The Taoist Secrets of Love. And in that book are some really good diagrams of the microcosmic orbit. So I'm using similar idea. But anyway, here we reach the root chakra, having gone from the crown down the front to the root. And these are the asteroids in the position of the 6. And these are all dimensions. And after I get through this one, I'm going to go back over them and show you how each dimension describes the function. So 6 is actually the first androgynous number, you might say. Odd numbers like 1, 3, 5 are more yang. They're more expressing outward, you might say. Whereas yin numbers like 0, 2, 4, etc. are more yin. But the number 6 is 2 times 3. It's an androgynous number. So it's at the root chakra where the male and female energies come together. The number 6, if you look at it geometrically, looks like a prism. It's like 2 triangles, one at each end connected by 3 lines. So that's the 2 times 3 right there. So it creates a kind of prism or tube or something where you can, like a straw, let's say, where you can drink out of, you can suck liquid through the bottom of the straw into your mouth. And so the energy of the 6 is also a good word to describe it. It sort of sucks the energy in. It's the energy of pulling up or pulling into oneself. So for example, the root chakra also continues down your legs like the roots of a tree into the earth, and it's sucking the energy, or in the case of a tree, it's sucking nutrients and water up into the tree. So it's the same with the root chakra. It is drawing things into itself. So this is more like the female aspect of reproduction. And so it's pulling the seed of the male into itself to create a new being. The asteroids, you might say coincidentally, but there's no coincidences here. The largest of the asteroids is Ceres, and she's actually recently been elevated to a dwarf planet status at the same time that Pluto was demoted from planet to dwarf planet. So anyway, we've got a few dwarf planets now. But anyway, Ceres is the goddess of fertility. And so, well, of course, where would fertility belong in the body? This is where babies are made. And so, and this is also the root into the earth, Mother Earth. And so all animals fertilize the earth, and this through the root chakra, another part of the root chakra. So, and so the number 6 has the, and by the way, I mentioned the number 6 sounds a lot like sucks. It also sounds a lot like sex. These are not coincidences that these words all sound similar, because they represent the bringing into oneself of something and for the purpose of reproduction. So there's tens of thousands of asteroids, but the 4 largest ones are Ceres, who represents motherhood or fertility, or the Mother Earth goddess. Then there's Vesta, the Vestal Virgin. That represents that stage of innocence, which is when the initiation into sexuality occurs. The asteroid Juno, also known as Hera, she was the wife of Jupiter or Zeus, and so she's the queen of the gods or goddesses, and she represents union or partnership with another, or commitment, something like that. And this is all part of the reproductive process. And then there's Pallas Athena, among other things. She's the goddess of art and culture, and this represents co-creation. To get, art is not created in a vacuum; it's created in a cultural context, and so we co-create art, music, whatever. Pallas Athena represents that collaboration energy, or putting our seeds together to create something. I think that's enough asteroids, but basically they're all about the reproductive process and the root chakra. So continuing along, the number 7, we start going up the back and we get to the sacrum. And the next planet after the asteroids is Jupiter, the largest of the planets. Jupiter is our belief system, our wisdom, our truth, our faith, our religion, or our philosophy of life. And it's a little hard to describe a figure made out of 7 points. But one way of looking at it would be, if you took a point of light in a movie theater, the projector, let's say, and then you had a plane right in front of it defined by 3 points, a piece of film. And then you had a screen, another huge screen in front of the audience, defined by 3 points, another plane. And you were projecting light through the small image onto the big image. You have the idea of expansion or projection. And that's kind of what Jupiter is like. It's projecting something huge. It's the largest of the planets. And so you take an experience in your life. Maybe you had a bad experience with a person, a male, a female, somebody. And then you might project that large, and it could become a belief system. So for example, on that chakra, let's say you were a bad boy or a bad girl, and you got a spanking. Can't legally do that anymore, but believe me, I got my share. So you get a belief, and it's right there in that sacrum chakra, the Jupiter chakra. You get a belief. The belief is, I'm a bad boy, I'm a bad girl, I'm not good enough, I'm not worthy, I'm a sinner. All those beliefs that are kind of at the foundation of a lot of people's lives. The beliefs like, I can trust people or I can't trust people. Those are beliefs. Those are some of the first beliefs that we get when we're born. Trust or mistrust. And usually we get a little spanking on the butt also as we're brought into the world. I don't know if they do that anymore, but it seems to have been what happened with me anyway. So anyway, those are our beliefs, and those are located in the sacrum, the number 7. Like I said, each of these are dimensions. The planets are the dimensions of reality. The chakras are the dimensions of our life experience. We're navigating all these dimensions all the time. So let's keep going. The next chakra as you go up is the small of the back, number 8. And if you look at the planets, what comes after Jupiter is Saturn. Saturn with the rings around it. So Saturn represents boundaries or limitations or structures that we have around us. Like I'm in a room here. You can see one of the corners of the room behind me. There's 4 corners at the top on the ceiling, and there's 4 corners on the bottom. It creates a box, a room, a house, an apartment, a building. This is what Saturn is all about, is a structure or a container for things. And so Saturn, being small of the back, it represents the spine or the skeleton or the structure that our body hangs on. Remember the number 4, which is the front of the solar plexus, represents the physical body or physical world, the earth that we live on. Saturn, right behind it, is the rules and structures that shape that body, so the skeleton. So anyway, that's the number 8. It's that chakra. You'll see that most of the numbers, when you actually look at the diagram, and again, if you go to this website here, astrologyhoroscopetoday.com, I'll send you a diagram of this, and I'll give you a free 15-minute reading of your chart. But you'll see how this whole system ties together. Let's just keep going, because 12 more minutes, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. So we go to behind the heart is the number 9. And if you recall, the heart was number 3. So again, you've got an interesting correlation between numbers from front to back. So what is the 9th celestial body? And this could also be another trick question if you are to try to guess, because a lot of people haven't heard of a planet that was discovered in 1977 called Chiron. Chiron is the wounded healer in mythology. I'm not going to go into that story because I'll spend the rest of my time just on that one story. But anyway, Chiron, half horse, and his father was Saturn, so he was part god. He was the wounded healer. And so this becomes the back of the heart. So if you feel like you've got daggers back there, if you've been stabbed in the back or betrayed, those are the wounds that need to be healing. But it is this chakra that is the key to healing. And in fact, it is the whole heart chakra, which is love, that is the key to healing. So, so we've got the 3 and the 9, and the 9 is about healing and evolution. Also, the symbol of Chiron, who is part horse and part god, represents the evolution from the animal realm to the god realm. And in fact, if you really think about, and I don't even know if the theory of evolution is true anymore. I'm hearing that it's not quite right anymore, but thanks, Zane. Anyway, so supposedly evolution occurs through mutations. So if there's damage to the DNA through radiation or toxins or whatever, some of those mutations are actually going to be a problem for you. But some of them are going to be an improvement for you, and that's supposedly how evolution occurs. So Chiron also represents how pain and suffering actually evolves us through our pain, through our wounds. we heal them, hopefully, and then learn how to help others, and we evolve to a higher level. So most of the people that I know that are healers are, they had near-death experiences. I've had at least 3 that I can remember. And most of the information that I learned, for example, how astrology works, what the correlation with numerology, planets, chakras, etc., and healing, I learned them by going to the other side when I died and bringing back information and knowledge and having to learn how to heal myself. So anyway, this is Chiron. Again, I have a short amount of time to do the next 3, so I'm going to try to make it. So when you get to the 10th celestial body, you're at the planet Uranus. Uranus was discovered in the 1770s when we had the American Revolution, the French Revolution. Ben Franklin was playing around with electricity. I mean, he was playing with a kite and a bottle with a key and lightning bolts. So it's kind of like a lightning bolt. And that energy is inspiration, freedom, destroy the old limitations and be free. It's free energy. And that is located in the back of the neck. In fact, that's through the neck that, we have freedom of movement, more freedom of movement in that area than in a lot of areas of the body. So I can completely change my perspective just by turning my head that way. Now I see, I'm in Sedona and I'm looking out the window at all the beautiful red rocks. So that's our freedom to change our world. And so it's the number 10. And again, it's behind Mercury, which is the number 2. So it's a 2 times 5. It would be Mercury times Mars if you want to get into the planetary thing. But it is liberation. And so if we would like to access that part of reality, it's through the back of the neck. And then again, I'm going to just keep going fast through these last few. But if anybody would like to know more, they can contact me. We get to the number 11 at the back of the head. And again, the front is 1, the dots of light here, and the back of the head is the 11th. And the 11th celestial body is Neptune, the god of the oceans. And so Neptune is kind of the flip side of the sun. So the sun is individual, it's a dot, and it is visible. It's how we see. The ocean, represented by Neptune here in the back of the head, this is the collective unconscious. So this is conscious, this is unconscious. Like the ocean, you can see what's on the surface of it, but you can't see what's underneath it. You can't really see what's in your subconscious as easily, although you can because it's really projected as the world around you. Some people know that. I've heard other speakers today say something similar. But anyway, the collective unconscious is where the words that we say, which is the number 2, again, the vibrations that we put out, become patterns and scripts in the 11, which also adds up to 2, which is the subconscious, which creates the programming. So, for example, if you say words here, you're programming it right here. So it's kind of like the mouth and the ears. It's the ears are kind of the 11s, really. They're just kind of vertical lines. So if you'd like to program your subconscious, just say the things that you would like, and they go from mouth to ear and then become programs right there. Okay, again, I'm running short of time, so I'm going to just go right to the next one, which is we finally arrive back at the top, which is, remember, was 0. because this is the halo, the nothingness. So that is space. And now we get to the number 12, which is the planet Pluto. Pluto represents death, transformation, and rebirth, which means how we are born from spirit. We come in, the spirit or soul comes in through the crown. We have a lifetime. And then when we're done with this body, we exit through the crown. So it's death, transformation, and rebirth. And in astrology, we take space and we divide it into 12. So the number 12 shows a transformation from a ram to a bull to some twins, etc. And that is the zodiac. So that is why 0 becomes the 12. And at a higher level, we can do certain practices, for example, that we can, for example, consciously create what's called the rainbow body or the diamond body or something like that. My training is Tibetan Buddhism, so I'm using those terms. And that is like creating an immortal body for oneself. And those are all things that happen through the crown chakra. These are not things we're taught in school usually, but anyway, those are some of the functions of the crown chakra, coming in and out from one lifetime to the next. So with just a few minutes left, I was going to do a little meditation, and it's going to have to be really quick. But what I do when I work with clients is I look at their astrology chart. I see where the planets were when they were born. So let me just give you an example. Let's say you were born on the full moon. This is one we can all visualize. So that means the sun is on the opposite side of the earth from the moon. The moon is your solar plexus, like the moon is nourishment or food. So on the full moon, if you know the story of Wolfman, for example, that was a movie I liked to watch when I was a kid. When he got bit by the werewolf himself and became one, he would transform on the full moon into claws and fangs and fur everywhere, and then he'd get really hungry, and he'd go out in the forest and eat somebody. So this is like the full moon again. It's the sun opposite the moon, which is basically the sun is seeing, but if it's opposite something and the earth's in the middle, it's blocked. So it's like you don't see nourishment, you don't see food, so you're looking for food. The opposites are there. So if I was working with someone born on the full moon, I would put one hand on their third eye, the sun, and one hand on their solar plexus, the moon. And then I would use a little heart math technique, and I would express gratitude. I would say, thank you, Archangel Michael or Archangel Gabriel, for helping to provide me with all the nourishment I need at any given time. And hold those points and reprogram it into those centers. So each person has different things. I have Venus opposite Mars, so I'd be doing those points. I have, a number of planetary oppositions and squares and things like that. So anyway, this is how it's done, and I'd be happy to share that with you if you just go to that website, make an appointment. It's free, and we will be able to do that for you as well.
Yeah, that's a pretty great offer. Oh, you're getting me now on your thing. So I don't know if your volume might have to be turned on again. Seems like it's okay.
I know what I can do.
Yeah. All right. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Well, really, Dean, thank you very much. That was really cool, really interesting, and some things that were, I love the synchronicity. I love the coincidence of all those different things. So, thank you so much for sharing that with us. And I definitely highly recommend that you partake in his 15-minute astrology reading. He definitely knows his stuff and has made a big difference for many people.
Thank you, Zane. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, moving on to, if I can get my mouse to work, there it is. Moving on to our next speaker. Joining us next is an intuitive channel and a member of the Christos Ascended Master Collective who helps humans return to their original divine blueprint combined with their Christos template. She spent over 15 years as a chef creator and uses her understanding of food, meditation, and quantum energy and spirituality in her work. Here to discuss the pure source consciousness that resides in the shape-shifting consciousness of water is my good friend, Brooklin Rayne.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Thank
Very
you so
good.
much for having me here.
Absolutely. It's amazing to have you, and I am just going to let you take it away.
Okay. Well, hello, and thank you for being here. It's so wonderful to be a part of this community. And when I was invited to be a part of it, I was excited just in and of that. And then when I learned that the overall intention of this community of light and the Expo is non-judgment and the 0 point, I got even more excited, as those are two very, as we all know, very significant and very important aspects, excuse me, and points of focus on our journey of here and now. And so one of my favorite intentions on this journey back home is my intention and desire to free not only myself, but all others from the quantum entanglement of the separation matrix, of which judgment, of course, we know is a key ingredient and main player. And it has been shown to me through many different collectives in many different ways, how this is intricately and massively woven within the quantum matrix, and this judgment is, and it's been intertwined and entangled into the fabric of our beingness through thousands of years now as Earth incarnates. And one of my favorite practices, which I think we're always looking and seeking, and so many of you are divine masters of light and far along on your spiritual paths, I'm certain. And yet it's still so helpful when we share with one another our different entry points and ways of transmuting and releasing and furthering ourselves along in the expansion of our ascension journey. And so that said, and pardon me, I have a little bit of a cold today. One of my favorite practices on this journey is to really connect with, through the 0 point, through my higher heart chakra, excuse me, in meditation, with I am free of all judgment of self and others. And so, yes, we understand and we've heard these words before, and we feel the power of them, and we have a knowingness that's a very powerful and potent decree. And yet, as I connect with this so often in meditation, it's shown how it opens a portal, and a large portal and gateway for us to begin to really expand into the transmutation of how this judgment matrix and separation are so intricately woven into our own soul's journey, and each one of the experiences that we've chosen to have in this lifetime that has that flavor of judgment to it. One of the things that judgment so craftily does when we choose to place it in our, when we choose to place our conscious currency with it, is it takes us out of our connection to the 0 point field of infinite potentials. And so And it separates us from our connection to the center point of our beingness, our upper heart chakra, our diamond Christos heart center, and sends us to the false programming and the finite space within that separation matrix. So you can see the relationship, of course, with how all of this works. And one of the most profound collectives of consciousness that are here to assist us in our ascension and in the transmutation and entanglement of this judgment and separation matrix is the 18th dimensional Diamond Council of Water. Excuse me. Excuse me. Beyond the scope of our linear comprehension of water resides infinite wisdom for us to explore. And so it's really exciting to hear now as we listen to and mainstream news and engage in different literatures, et cetera, within the third dimension. It's exciting to hear that science is actually now admitting to and realizing that they've only really scratched the surface with what they know about what water is and what it does. And so, water is a pure source consciousness. And what this Diamond Council of Water has shown is that water is the third individuation of source consciousness. First it was light, then it was sound, and then water. So, excuse me, when I came to receive that download, it was one of those moments, but that everything began to open up in a big way, in an even bigger way, as we're 70% water. So I could feel within my beingness and my physical body the rejoicing that was taking place as the streaming of light and consciousness was coming through to share this expansive connection with the source consciousness of water. It's a master shapeshifter and a multiversal medium. So of course we, even here in our very limited scope of understanding of water, can connect with what that means, right? We see it as water. We see it as snow. We see it as ice. In the air as humidity or mist, and its many forms just here. And then take that and multiply it infinitely. And really, that's what this Diamond Council of Water began to show me as they took me on these journeys through the multiverses to show how water shows up differently everywhere that it goes. And one of the common threads that it is meant to carry throughout is, and I guess if you could look at it almost as it's one of its biggest divine acts of service or purposes, is to carry out and weave that greater network of the unified consciousness, law of one. So this council of Diamond Council of Water often refers to the consciousness, the source consciousness of water, as a holder and a carrier and a delivery of the immaculate concept of the law of one, which is good for us, as again, we're 70% water, right? So it takes on different chemical compositions throughout the multiverses as directed by itself as creator source and as the consciousness, again, of the immaculate law of one. As a shape-shifting consciousness, it works as a high vibrational malleable technology. So again, we think of it, and so when we hear the word water, still, it's our linear thinking minds are trying to apply everything, even that's coming through right now, likely, as seeing it as how we know it most, as water. But what they're trying to really bring in through this transmission is that it's beyond any shape. It's beyond physical, it's beyond how it shows up and manifests in physical form. It is truly a consciousness that is meant to carry through and carry out and be a medium to bring animation to carry the conscious sort of direction of any given living being or any object or anything that carries water in it, or as part of it. So it's a mirror and a vehicle that reflects where any given individual or living species is at in their conscious awareness. So it's waiting for the consciousness that it's connected with, or that it's assisted in the creation of. For example, myself or you as a human being, and our thoughts, our beliefs, and our actions, our feelings are all the conductors of the water. And so it's waiting for our consciousness to direct it, and how it's going to carry those energetic frequencies of our thoughts and emotions and such throughout all of this human suit, this master computer of our human suit, and how it's going to direct all the different activities of our physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual bodies. So we're working together. We are, of course, this water, and this water is just simply awaiting the direction in which our conscious currency is placed. So in other words, there's no limits. There are no limits to the level of vibrational consciousness to which it can hold and facilitate. And in combination with light and sound, this high vibrational technology can facilitate the reinstallation of our divine blueprint and our Christos architecture. So whether it's in meditation or breath work or just sitting in stillness, as we get present, as we connect with our present moment awareness in the 0 point field of all that is through our upper heart chakras, and we get into that place of neutrality, and we begin to connect with an intention and our breath, this cellular water begins to bring forth the light codes and the sound and anything else that is coming through our intention and our present moment and through that 0 point connection. And it's carrying that out. And so now that we have such tremendous access to different light codes and ascension codes and all these beautiful masters and beings that we've witnessed today, and all of the different modalities of transformation that they bring forth, those all are able to come through and resonate and work with this malleable technology of water to create change and to assist us in the ascension process. So what the Diamond Council of Water wishes to bring forth is the reminder that our consciousness, or where we reside in our conscious awareness, again, is the conductor of our body's water. And our thoughts, actions, beliefs, and what we're programming water to carry out as our reality and the reality of all of our bodies. And so our abilities as a human incarnate to remain connected in the present moment neutral connection field and to the 0 point of all that is a diamond key to returning home our I am presence, our original Christos blueprint, and our full connection to unity consciousness. So there's so many more things that wanted to come through, and I was trying to organize it in such a way to really tie in and the beautiful intention of this 0 point connection, and freeing ourselves of the judgment, and also connecting in a greater way to this source consciousness of water. And one thing I didn't mention before we get into the juiciness of this time together, our activation, is that when I was journeying with this diamond consciousness, this diamond collective of water, they were showing water in these different star systems and dimensional existences in all different forms. Things that I don't even have words or names for, because they don't exist to my knowledge anyways, or at least at this point in time, on Gaia. And so again, you know, as we know water here, that's not necessarily how it chooses to manifest and show up in other ways. And one of the things that was really beautiful, and hopefully we'll get a glimpse of that today in our transmission, is that it showed up as this, like this plasma, diamond shimmering, gaseous plasma around different planets and stars and different giant consciousness that exists within this universe and beyond this universe in the creation process. And I just thought that was so profound and certainly blew my mind. So, okay, with that, I'd like to go ahead and lead us through an activation of our cellular water, as well as bringing in the opportunity to clear away and disentangle any connection into the separation matrix and judgment that is appropriate in this now moment to be able to transmute, while of course bringing home the wisdom, bringing home the soul fragments that were left behind in any given experience, and our gifts. That's always my favorite part of this homecoming, is yes, the wisdom, of course, and the expansion, but then also like a child opening a birthday present. Oh, what gift did I leave behind in that experience where I accumulated mass quantities of judgment and emotional density, you know? So it's like the icing on the cake. I would say if you have the ability to bring a glass of water or a container of water, something I failed to mention beforehand, we will be programming the guides coming through, the light languages, etc., will be coming through. And so you can consume the water that is programmed in this transmission as well. And I would say connect with it as the sacred intelligence that it is, sipping on a little bit at a time, just to see how you're going to be working with it in this now moment on your journey. Okay, so closing your eyes, allowing yourself to get very comfortable. That might mean lying down. It might mean sitting up. One of the most important things I feel is to create a clear pathway through your central channel so that the energies that are coming through can move through with the greatest amount of ease and grace. And also connecting with the sacred consciousness of breath, and in whatever way feels most nourishing and supportive in this now moment. So for some of you, that may mean more of a rhythmic breath, something like this, of in through the mouth, out through the mouth. For others, it may just be a nice, deep, nourishing inhale and exhale, and so on and so on and so on. So finding that breath and getting very clear in this now moment, coming into that 0 point, into that upper heart chakra, into that crystal diamond lotus heart center, that expression and connection to the infinite creator, being an individual expression of source that you all are. Connecting there in this now moment, bringing your intention and your awareness and surrendering yourself, surrendering the thinking mind and the ego, letting that all melt away, letting go of any to-do lists or anything that may have been on the forefront, and just coming into complete presence, into that 0 point connection with your breath and with your intention. And as you get comfortable and surrender in deeper ways, giving your body permission to let go and to fully engage, I'm just going to now set the general intention for this time here and now as calling in the greatest healing miracles capable of taking place here and now for all that are gathered in this transmission with perfect grace and ease in accordance to the highest divine law and order. So breathing, relaxing, receiving. Feeling Divine Mother Source Sophia's plasma womb frequency of all that is, the 0 point connection field coming down, 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 above, below, side to side, and all around, creating a supportive, nurturing, and nourishing space for each and every one of us to be able to come into a greater sense of surrender, having full faith and trust that when you show up in this way and setting a clear intention, that is exactly what will manifest for you here and now. Coming down, down, down through your upper chakras, down through your central channel, feeling this beautiful codex of diamond liquid plasma light with the assistance of the dolphin and whales, feeling this diamond elixir coating each and every one of the cells in each and every one of your bodies and bringing forth whatever is needed in this now moment, clearing, cleansing, activating, and bringing forth whatever is needed in this now moment for each one of you. Moving all the way down, down, moving through your meridians and chakras, coming down through your heart lines, down through the bottom of your feet, and cascading out and down into the crystalline diamond core and womb center of Sophia Gaia, our divine Earth Mother. Feeling this diamond elixir cascading through, bringing forth greater vibrance, light, love. Eya kakai kuni aye akaka shukuni toya ya hayani hu hey ya aye kukue kiania ue kakai no toye ni aya hoya aya heo kokani. Grandmother, guardian, gatekeepers of Gaia, welcoming you, further assisting in the integration and the streaming and grounding of this divine diamond codex deep down into the connection of Sophia Gaia's diamond grid, the grid into her cosmic heart connection field. As this continues to take place, coming again from above your crown chakra and bringing forth from beyond the God realms, coming down this clear plasma source clarity that passes all understanding. As this flows down through your entire body, coming now, the guardian gatekeepers of the God realms, along with the solar rishi, stepping in and placing their hands upon your crown chakra, going deep into the center of your heads, into connection with the golden triangle, the sacred connection field that brings forth greater connection bandwidth to pure source wisdom, pure source clarity beyond all knowing. Beginning to bring in this golden diamond codex along with this clear source plasma frequency in and down into this golden triangle. Uya sotoria tushinia utori entariata titushundu kurstutoniante Yasha tari kunie antari soturste ari kusanya intario turie ukur turshna antate turste. As this codex begins to melt away and transmute the many layers of the quantum entanglement of the judgment and separation matrix, feeling, bringing home the wisdom, bringing home the fragments, while simultaneously feeling and witnessing this massive transmutation taking place here and now with perfect grace and ease. Ayakakoshania tariate, Iustosania tarie tushania, Oanarinia hatare otorukunya tarshnate, Oriukuriania tarenia. Moving into your third eye technology now, clearing, cleansing, and transmuting any and all webbing into these frequencies of judgment of self and others, clearing it out, clearing it out, clearing it out. Tare shotorshan, tare tani and muntukurusu tarieta, ari shekushanye, untura. Krishna stepping in now, Mahavatar Babaji, the Master Christos Collective, Yeshua, placing their hands upon your eyes, the windows of the soul, bringing forth this profound Christed plasma frequency of the highest diamond spectrum, coming down, placing their hands upon your third eye, transmitting into the golden triangle, while simultaneously clearing and cleansing away the layers and lenses of deception that have been placed within your supercomputers of your eyes. Aniata Shantukuritu, Ayadeta Shantukursante, Ishtante Anya Pukorita Tatar Stanietor, Ati Antushuturu Tukania Paratatan Shantakar Indiatare Hatar Shuntukura Anye Pukushanyanata Ariuku Indiatare Huasharianta Hanyunya Akukurianta Tareata Anyata Anya Usala Kashunturiantae Ayanya Anturiata Ishtutrianta Taye Hunanye Wahanya Hanya. Feeling now coming down from beyond the God realms, moving down this diamond amethyst flame of pure transmutation, coming down with the assistance of many, Master Priestess stepping in, assisting in the further transmutation of those false frequencies, inorganic frequencies, and tie-ins to the separation matrix that lie within the outer bands of your emotional body, mental body, spiritual body, and light bodies. Husaya, Husaya, Husani. As this continues to take place, coming down now through your central channel, the rays of plasma sun, liquid golden rays coming from the central sun in combination with this diamond light codex, coming down, cascading in and all around your heart, coming to the higher heart chakra, to the center point of illumination of your existence. And feeling this plasma light coming in, communicating with all of your cellular water, clearing, cleansing, activating, transmuting, and bringing forth all that is required in this now moment to carry out the intentions of your individual intentions and the general intention set of here and now. Feeling all of these lights and codexes and the assistance of the many master beings that are here, assisting in this grand orchestration of coming back home into a greater connection to who you are and why you're here. Anye kaso turiya, anye haka honyeha, anye urahata he ua, ah, unyatareya, ah. As this continues to take place, Divine Mother, Kuan Yin, stepping in, placing their hands upon the center point of your heart, your crystal diamond lotus heart, and beginning to bring forth and planting the diamond seed of self-love and self-compassion, creating such great illumination and bandwidth with these frequencies that you begin to witness all those fragments, soul fragments, that have been riddled and connected into judgment, guilt, shame, watching them being brought back ever so gently in this expansive heart light that is illuminating and coming from the center point of your beingness, bringing home any and all fragments of self that have been fractured off in judgment, in fear, in guilt, and shame. Bring home the wisdom, bring home the gifts, bring home the fragments, while simultaneously transmuting in this beautiful elixir of diamond light any and all densities, any and all inorganic frequencies and technologies that no longer serve you. Ayatare hunya hariantarya Vanya Vanya Andare hanta hunyanya Andarea Undaria. This diamond council of water streaming down, bathing, cleansing, nourishing, activating, and bringing forth the ability for greater expansion, greater integration of your oversoul technology and higher self technology, communicating with your cellular water, communicating with all of your cells, and bringing you into a greater expansive embodiment of pure unity consciousness, law of one. As this continues to take place, coming down, down, down through your central channel, cascading through each and every one of your chakras, activating, clearing, cleansing, bringing forth whatever is appropriate in this now moment, and bringing it down, down, down through your feet and into the crystalline diamond core and womb space of Sophia Gaia once again. Oe e akaya ya, oe ni akaya koso kokonita, ai kukonyo haya kaya ya, aya huya e anya, ai seka o konyo ni e akaya ko ushe. E ataya ni ania kare oku ai. Ue ania ai uko ni useke kaya useni ania. Grandmother, guardian, gatekeepers of Gaia, bringing forth a wellspring of inner earth elemental frequencies coming up from the core, the liquid platinum core of Gaia, with the most profound frequency codex of nourishment, bringing forth whatever is appropriate in this now moment and meeting each and every one of you where you are, here and now, bringing forth what is needed to further clear that which no longer serves you and bring home more of the embodiment of your Christos architecture, your divine blueprint, your crystalline technology. Weani ayaka ukukea ukuni ayaya ayako sukushini ini kikayende uyini aya ayakukoni uyatayaku nyena. Ayaya. Oyaya. Ayanyaka. Oyaya. Ayaya. Oyaya. Ayaya. Ayaya. Streaming all of these elixirs and codexes down through your diamond roots, connecting you once again in a deeper way into the diamond grid network of Gaia, allowing for the invitation of all that you are participating in here and now to be put into the quantum field of all that is, in the invitation to bring unity consciousness, law of one, in a greater way to all that is throughout all space, time, and dimensions. Coming back into your center point of your heart now. Coming back into the here and now. Coming back into your physical bodies. Bring your awareness, taking some deep breaths, sending down through your feet, your breath, and allowing yourself to ground fully into the here and now. The grandmothers and grandfathers placing their hands on your feet and further assisting you in the grounding back into the here and now. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Taking some moments, bringing yourself fully back into the here and now. Allowing yourself to meet yourself exactly where you are in this now moment. Perhaps that means taking a sip of the water that has been programmed. And as you're coming back and this is taking place, feeling this clear plasma frequency cascading all around you, above, below, side to side, and all around. Bring forth, I am divine clarity that passes all understanding. I am divine clarity that passes all understanding. I am divine clarity that passes all understanding. Walking through the rest of your day and evening, feeling the support of this clear plasma source frequency. It's been so wonderful to be here with all of you. And I look forward to whenever next we meet.
Brooklyn, what a beautiful activation and light language. Thank you so much for sharing your gift and your presence with us, this conscious awareness. And just a quick question about the work that you do. What's a suggestion that you have for our listeners, how to activate that water? What are some things really quick in 1 minute could you suggest for them to activate maybe the food choices or water choices that they're making?
Love it, love it, love it. Yes. So I did mean to mention it and I forgot. So we're all infinite creator beings, and we all carry a very specific sacred geometry and codex. And so we all have access to, a myriad of frequencies. And so through our intention and through connection into that 0 point present moment and our intentions, we can literally place our hands, above the water, in the water, side the water, or the food, and get very clear and begin to communicate with and program. And one example is I like to bring in the violet flame and ask that, I pour the violet flame into this food, into this water, bringing it to its highest nutritional value, highest frequency bandwidth possible. And that's just one little example, but bringing through whatever sounds and light languages and light frequencies that you want and playing around with it and having fun.
I love that. Inspiring others to open their channel. That's so important. Thank you so much, Brooklyn. You're amazing. If you want to work with Brooklyn, what's your website that we can find you at?
Sure. It's Brooklyn Rayne brooklyn33@gmail.com.
Fantastic. Please reach out to Brooklyn. Thank you so much. Have an amazing day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Our next speaker now is a musical channel, a shaman guide who helps people cultivate self-mastery as illuminated leaders so they may create a life of impact and spiritual fulfillment. She survived trauma at a young age after being estranged from her conservative family for being gay. Went through a heartbreaking divorce and explored van life in the desert before stepping into a powerful shamanic path. Today, she'll be sharing a transmission of 3 overarching elements of the Earth Warrior Way and will perform a channeled activation and meditation co-created with her star and Earth guides. Please welcome the talented and lovely Lotus Sky.
Hi, hello.
Hi, welcome. I'm gonna just let you take it away so there's no more echo. Please.
Hello, everybody. I'm Lotus Sky. I'm a musical channel and shamanic guide, and I'm so excited to be here at the Higher Self Expo. And just a little bit of background on me. I help high-impact professionals and conscious leaders cultivate their personal power and develop self-mastery to create a life of impact, freedom, and fulfillment. And as the host has shared, I got into this journey because I've been through the journey of reclaiming myself. And what I've discovered is that by walking in the Earth Warrior Way and by embodying these 6 dimensions of self-mastery, we're able to be the fullest expression of who we are and create our service into the world in a way that actually fulfills us. And I speak to this because in the paradigm that we're stepping into right now, it's calling forth a different style of, a different way of being in the world, a different way of approaching our challenges, a different way of looking into our lives, a different way of relating to each other, which is why the theme for this expo is about the 0 point of non-judgment. And the Earth Warrior Way is in that 0 point of non-judgment. And so with that, I would love to share the 3 elements of the Earth Warrior Way. And I go much deeper into this in my school, but my hope is that when I share with these 3 overarching elements, they activate something within you that allows you to reflect on your current life and how you are being in the world, and give some insights and inspirations of what more you get to expand within yourself, what more you get to experience within yourself and in your life, so that you are being of service to the world, and also having that level of centeredness as you navigate through the transformation that's going through. So I'll begin with the 3, outlining what these 3 are and going deep into each one. The first overarching element of the Earth Warrior Way is deep connection. And when I say deep connection, I mean deep connection to ourselves, deep connection to Mother Earth, who bore us, who is our mother, and deep connection to cosmic intelligence. And this is what I consider is a true holy trinity of connection. When we are in connection, we actually operate as channels for source in our lives. So rather than looking out constantly, rather than looking to others constantly, we learn to look within, and we learn to harness our own connection to source and to Mother Earth, to access wisdom. And not only that, but also be deeply connected to our own guides, our inner guides, whether those are ancestors that have passed, high ancestors, angelic guides, plant, animal, spirit guides, elementals. And we do have a whole alliance of people, of beings rather, that are here to support us in what we're creating in our lives, here to support navigating our lives. And it's very natural to be connected. So my guides personally focus very much on deep connection, because when you are in connection, you are in the flow of life, and you're able to access divine wisdom to help you navigate the ebbs and flows of life, and also feel completely grounded, safe, and supported as you're moving forward. So deep connection is the first overarching element of the Earth Warrior Way. The second overarching element of the Earth Warrior Way is full expression. Full expression. we as beings that incarnated in this physical reality as humans, right, came here for one purpose. And some of you may be like, oh, my purpose is in the arts, my purpose is in healing, my purpose is in, business or this particular industry. And our true and single purpose is to be the most fully expressed aspect of ourselves in the world. Our fullest expression of our unique vibration. Because in actuality, all beings are equal. It doesn't matter how much money you have or what accolades you have, what achievements you have, or anything like that. We actually are all inherently equal, but very unique. Incredibly unique, like no one else like you. So your purpose here is to be the fullest expression of who you are and your unique vibration that you are, and to share that with the world. In the process of full expression, what we end up doing is that we end up healing all the things that caused us to hide our full expression, all the ways that we domesticated ourselves to the status quo or standards that don't apply to us, that don't align with our values. So when we are in our full expression, we are not only claiming our unique medicine, but we're expressing it, nothing holding us back. And this is what our true purpose is. Now, in that full expression, the vehicle in which you carry that out, it could vary. It may be through the arts. It may be through food. It may be through inventing things. It may be through healing. It may be through creativity. It may be through collaboration. So by being in that full expression of who you are in that inspiration. I talk more about this in the 6 dimensions of self-mastery, and it aligns very much in balance and beauty. In the fullest expression of who we are. So first, we already covered deep connection. I talked about full expression as a second overarching element of the Earth Warrior Way. And with that deep connection as channel for source in our lives, with that full expression of who we are and our unique medicine, we have the third overarching element. And this element is self-mastery in service. Self-mastery in service. You can also consider this commitment in our service to the earth. See, if you're watching this, you likely have a deep desire to be of service to the earth. You likely have a deep desire to offer, to contribute, to be in contribution, and to be a full participant of your life, right, in these exciting times. When we talk about self-mastery in our service, we talk about being equipped and having the right framework to operate through life in a way that's expansive, in a way that's grounded, in a way that's source and responsibility based, and in a way that allows you to claim the fullness and richness of life and your ability to navigate and transform challenges and obstacles into gifts and opportunities. Let me repeat that. In the self-mastery, you're able to transform challenges and obstacles into gifts and opportunities. This is self-mastery in our service. So as we're moving through life in our service, whether you're in it, it's transforming, you're transitioning, you're discovering it, or you're elevating it in any shape or form in that way, you're able to harness your ability, mind, body, soul, to transform these challenges and obstacles into gifts and opportunities. And like I shared, there are these 6 dimensions of self-mastery that I teach a lot of my students and clients. But a good place to start is to tune into, where have I been in a pattern of being held back in my life? And what gets to shift in my own relationship to this thing, my own frequency, and my actions, my ability to create with matter, my ability to interact with the physical realm. And I harness this because in the new age like community, I see that the issue I see so much would be so focused on the esotericism that it lacks the grounded action, the grounded embodiment. And so it becomes conceptual and intellectual rather than a practice in our physical lives. So when we embody this deep connection, the full expression, and the self-mastery in our service, what happens? We really actually reach that point of centeredness in ourselves and the 0 point of non-judgment, because you are connected already, because you're fully expressed and you're in your self-mastery. And so you're able to navigate any events that happen in your life, in the consciousness, in the world, with a level of wisdom that you're not swayed by the ebbs and flows of life. And so I share this because me transmitting it to you is a code. And me transmitting to you is a seed in your heart that has been planted of walking in this earth warrior way and understanding what does it mean to be deeply connected. How does it feel like in my body if I were to be deeply connected? What does it really mean for me to be fully expressed? What other aspects of my life do I get to claim my full expression and share this unique vibration? And thirdly, it's where in my life am I lacking in my own self-mastery, in my ability to navigate my life? And what are the opportunities there for me to continue to grow, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and physically? All right. I'm so excited and passionate about this work because I believe that when we're deeply connected, fully expressed, and walking in self-mastery in our service, that we will truly see peace on earth, which is what my deep mission here, this is the mission I came onto earth for, is to create and support and cultivate and mentor everybody willing to walk this path, to know in this path. And so I hope this was very fruitful and supportive to you. Now, as the host has shared, I am a musical channel and shamanic guide. So not only do I teach and mentor in this way, but I also work with vibrational medicine to transmit on a vibrational level what this truly means. Right? So I have my looper over here. I don't know if you can see it. It's right there. And I have my mic. And what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be using this to create a musical experience for you all. And we'll see what happens. It's channeled. And for those who's like, oh, I never experienced a channeled activation, or maybe you have, but not to this extent. I don't really know exactly what my guides do or what they're about to do. What I essentially do is I tap into the energy of the people that are viewing this transmission, whether it's live or recorded, and I transmit something channeled for the individuals and beings that are present. And sometimes my guides come in and share, sometimes it's English, sometimes it's not, sometimes I will lead into a meditation. But for the most part, there's nothing that you need to do rather than sitting in an aligned space so your chakras are aligned, closing your eyes, and leaning into your breath. So if you notice some energies are very high, there are some transmissions that could feel very expansive, the breath will support in the integration. All right? Beautiful. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and begin, and you're welcome to go ahead and get grounded in your space and sit in an aligned space with your eyes closed. Beautiful. And just want to encourage you to I just want to encourage you to follow your breath here. Just follow your breath and lead in there. And hopefully you can hear this. You can let me know in the chat. Beautiful. Take a deep breath here. Want you to imagine in your next breath, imagining a beating in your heart like a drum. Feeling this beating in your heart, coming harder and harder, beating harder, to see the power of your heart and your love in your body now. Feeling the beat of the heart of the Mother Earth within you as well. In every breath, you feel this awakening within, an ignition. You see, we are nature embodied. You may have had lives in other planets. You may have manifested in other ways, as alien, extraterrestrial, angelic. You have many memories of this. Yet here we are, embodied in our earthly being as part of nature. And this is a rich experience. We encourage all of you to understand and embrace within you here that your purpose is to be fully expressed in your physical body in this multidimensional reality, and to offer your gifts in the world in service to others, to Mother Nature, and that in itself ripples out into the universe, your greatest gift. What we are supporting Lotus Sky in and supporting other people in this work, in this earthwide way, is for you all to understand that you are the ones that you are waiting for. We are waiting and looking at you, what you are going to create, what you are going to discover. The answers are fully within. And you, in your embodying, being a channel for source in your life, you being in the fully expressed aspect of you, the fully expressed version of you, and you in self-mastery, owning your own power in your service. This is bringing divinity into your life, into the earth. This is you being that channel, you see, whatever art that looks like for you. So I encourage you all to step into this now, reclaiming your nature being now, which is inherently highly technological, highly magical. And us, light beings, who also have had different manifestations in different bodies, different makeups, in different parts of time, so to speak, we say that in quotations. It brings you to encourage this physical reality, for it is very unique in this experience. It's very rich in this experience. And as you embrace the beauty of this moment and the richness of this moment, allowing these channels this music, the beating of your heart, to awaken this within yourself. May it inspire you for what you are creating this year. You see, the 0 point of non-judgment in our perspective is not a place of complacency, unfeeling. It actually is totality and the fullness of who you are. And because you are so secure and so full and so safe within who you are not in judgment. You're in creation. You're in color. You're in creativity. You're in love. You're in these high vibrations of compassion. And so we manage this in all of you, for this is what you are all waking up to in this higher self. It's already within, ready to awaken and to share with the world. Take a deep breath here and send that energy down to the earth in your exhale. Take another deep breath and send that energy out to the cosmos. And as you continue this breath of connecting, inhale cosmos, exhale earth. Inhale earth, exhale cosmos. Inhale and imagining that energy clearing your auric field. Inhaling and awakening to your heart. Along the way, you feel your aliveness as nature expressed, for you are nature. So may this be an inspiration to you all, dear ones, in what you are creating. And may you all activate your channels, for you are all channels for souls in your life. And you get to do it in your own unique and creative way. Your deep connection, your full expression, and your self-mastery in your service. If we learned anything from last year, it is that everything is impermanent. So you might as well do what you're called and be in right relationship with the universe and right relationship with yourself and with life, which is harmony. With your authenticity as your greatest power. And may this activate within you a higher vision for yourself and for the earth. deep breath here. Tuning in now to the vibrations in your body, taking a deep breath. Feeling in the sensations and the colors, the messages that you got from that journey. And tune in, what was the biggest insight that you received from that experience? What has sparked within you? Take another deep breath here, putting one hand over the heart and one hand over the belly. We have three conscious centers. We have three conscious centers in our body. We have that of the mind, the heart, and of the gut. And by honoring these, looking up at our third eye, presencing our heart, presencing our gut, we honor warrior within, our multidimensionality, both as spirit and manifested in matter. We claim our lives here today. We claim our greatest gifts. We claim our unique medicine. We claim our connection to all things. And we bring gratitude in for this co-creation, for this transmission, for the insights that have awakened within yourself. Taking one last deep breath here. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes. Return to the room. Welcome back. Hopefully the transition went clearly for you. It was very interesting. I never had issues with this machine, but as I was creating it, there was like some weird stuff going on. And I was like, and I just like went with it. And I was like, this works, this will work, this works. But it was perfect. It was perfect. And as it was going through, you know, my guests came in to transmit, which was beautiful. You know, if you notice the accent change, it's usually when they would come in and share. And that's when they would go in and share from the hearts and share for what is relevant for the times. And I just loved all the things that they shared about how, you know, how a lot of how there's so much anticipation for what us as humans are going to be creating in a few years. And so with that, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to share it with you. The way that channels work is that it works vibrationally within yourself. So, hi, Geraldine. And so you're able to receive it without, without having to process too much. But the recommendation is usually to drink a lot of water afterwards to allow the flush, because the vibration emanates from cells, resonates with your cells, and so releases things that are not of a high vibration. If you notice any emotional releases, that's also part of it. If you notice gained inspiration, that's all natural and well, and just go ahead and welcome it. And may you take this Earth Warrior way and the three overarching elements with you beyond the session. Big love.
Beautiful, Lotus. What a beautiful gift that you shared with us today. Some comments from the crowd in response to your question. Victoria Goad says, to be in harmony with myself. So that's what really triggered for her. And Alicia says, it made me cry. Questions about how do you tap into a different, they noticed when you were channeling a different accent. So is this an aspect of yourself that comes in?
Yeah, it's a good question. So I want to speak to the one who said it made me cry, because I actually, it's a very common thing when I channel that people will have a emotional release, like in tears. And my sense is it's a release, but I actually spoke to, I don't know if you've heard of Daryl Anka and the Bashar. And I actually had a session with him. You know, we had a conversation and I asked him about this channel. Because I've only been channeling for about 2 years. So what he shared was you're tapping into a frequency of the fullest expression of divine love. And that's what you're channeling through. And when that hits people's physically, it shakes up old memories or any trauma that has been held in their bodies, grief, maybe heartache, anything that's not of love, you know, of self-love. And because it's coming out on a physical level, it needs to be released on a physical level. It's happening energetically, but it also reflects physically. And so the tears is usually a release of that energy. So that's to answer about, you know, the crying part. If you notice that you cried, it's very common. Sometimes you'll cry immediately, sometimes you'll cry later. But it's usually a combination of the intonations, intention, and the energy of the channel. The second question was like, oh, when you started speaking channeling, you know, it looked like you changed your accent. What's going on there? So it's interesting because when I tuned into my guides and I asked them, like, who are you? What are you doing? They were like, we're part of your soul family. We're part of your oversoul. So there's a perspective that there's source, which is all things, the totality. And then it fractaled out into oversouls, which you can also say as soul families, you know, and those oversouls fractaled out into individual souls, right? Ultimately, it's all one of the same source. And so, you know, and then some individual souls will fractal out into, you know, twin flames, you know, so like the journey goes on and it's a mystery. But what they shared with me is that they're like, we are an aspect of you, of the oversoul, but we also lived our own lives. And we have a deep connection to nature spirit, which is your primary channel, which one of the reasons why the channel itself, it doesn't sound so alien, that it sounds more nature-like, almost very tribal. You know, it's very, you know, tribal, almost islander, you know. Even they come, when I sometimes channel when it's a very happy kind of channel, and I'm like, like it's very like, it's very much about this, their energy is about celebration and beauty and truth. You know, so they don't really, they have a lot of compassion and understanding for their frequency of grief, of terror, you know, of fear. They have a lot of compassion for that. They understand it. They know it's valid vibration, but the vibration that they hold is very much of unconditional love, of beauty, of celebration. When they come through, they really like to, they work with the intonations that represent that. And sometimes they'll come in gentle, sometimes they'll come in strong, but it usually comes in as when they all synthesize, and they'll come into the archetype of this kind of tribal islander elder, you know, but they're beings of light. There's like, we're light beings. This is just how it filters through you. When it comes through you, it interacts with your energy in that way. And it's meant to really help us reclaim this earth, nature, spirit energy within ourselves. And this is what they lead with. They lead with us reclaiming our own magic as human beings, and the technology that we have as beings, and with our connection to Mother Earth, which is inherently multidimensional and very powerful.
Absolutely. I love that. What message popped up at the bottom there? I think there's a question
to
from
use
you.
Music to learn to help and heal other persons step into the level of my art. I feel really blessed. Oh, that's beautiful. Keep on singing, Queen.
That's awesome. Also, Bridget says, thank you, sister, and thank you and your soul team. This was a beautiful, deep transmission. Dari Yordanova says, brought gratefulness for the contrast we experience.
Mm-hmm.
We experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're gonna continue to see a wide range of contrasts.
Yes.
It's a blessing depending on your perspective. And our the guides always say that our biggest gift is the power of our choice. So we stand for what we want to see in the world, rather than to be in a separation or in a desire to eradicate. And instead of the focus on creation, which create contrast, you can focus on what you want to, on your own creation rather than the eradication. Because when you focus on what you want to create, it naturally makes other things obsolete that are not of the same frequency. And so they share this because it causes less stress, it causes less suffering, it causes more joy, and allows us to stand in our power.
Mm-hmm. That divine well-being and balance. Victoria says, new genre for me, and I really enjoyed it. Steve Charisma says, thank you all. Karian Hava sends you a heart. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for such a beautiful transmission. You have such a beautiful bird voice. It's brilliant. And where can we find you? Where can clients connect with you? What are some of the services that you offer so they can get in touch with you?
Yeah, I'm happy. So if you resonated with the Earth Warrior way, if you resonated with being a channel for source in your life, if you resonated with illuminated leadership, I want to welcome you to connect with me here on my link, lotussky.com/free gift. You'll be taken to space to receive, if you enjoy this activation, a channeled activation on transcending upper limits. Since one of my most powerful, most beautiful like activations, and you'll receive it as a gift from me to you. I work with individuals through the Earth Warriors, where I teach more about the Earth Warrior way, the 6 dimensions of self-mastery, and then also into my mastermind. I also work one-on-one with individuals through sacred journeys. And so, I would love first for us to connect. So feel free to receive this free gift, lotussky.com/free gift, which is right here. And feel free to send me an email or a message. I'm on Instagram as Lotus Sky. Oh, you're muted.
Thank you so much. And just right below is her email and her website that you guys can check out, and also in the chat. So Sky, thank you so much. And we hope to see you soon. All my love. Thank you.
Big love.
Wonderful. Well, what a beautiful presentation. Next, we have another incredible light worker. Joining us is a psychic medium and light language facilitator who is working on her doctorate in metaphysics. Michele was given a title of the Awakener by the intergalactic angels and work with clients and students to align with the new earth. She believes that although we call upon our spiritual guidance and individual names, that we are all one heart, one mind. Today, she'll be telling the story of what happened when she asked her guides and angels the question, what is oneness? Please welcome Michele Amburgey. Hello, I'm so pleased to meet you, Michele, and welcome you. Thank you for coming, and I will let you take it away.
Thank you, Geraldine. Hi, everybody. I am Michele Amburgey, the Awakener. So honored to be here today. This is exciting. To get into things really, really quick, I just want to share with you that we are all one. And as we sit here together right now, I see you as me. I feel you. I know you. We are all one. And it's interesting the way I got to this kind of understanding of oneness. I have been an intuitive healer, a guide, a psychic medium, a hypnotherapist, a past life regressionist, a sound healer, a light language facilitator for almost 2 decades. I've been doing all this work for a long time. But about a year and a half ago, I was sitting in meditation, and I'd been hearing people talking about oneness. And I had my understanding of what it was, but I began to realize that a lot of people thought of it in different ways, which is wonderful. That's what's so beautiful about what we're doing in, I guess we'll call the new thought realm, the spiritual realm, the new era, the new earth, is bringing all that together. But what I did is I called in all the guides and angels and beings that I work with, and I simply asked, what is oneness? And they showed me the most amazing, profound, life-changing thing that kind of blew my mind. I'm going to share that with you today. We're going to go through the journey. They gave me kind of a download after I experienced that. I received this download of information on how to share it with others. And I also share it in my awakening programs and stuff to a vaster degree. But today, you and I are going to come into oneness, and we're going to awaken to the mysteries of oneness. One thing I'd like for everybody to understand is, as in all things, there are many paths up the mountain. That's an old ancient saying. There's many ways to get to oneness, to understand oneness. But this experience was so life-changing for me that I have actually built up a whole program around it. And I'm getting out here and I'm sharing this beautiful experience with as many people as I can. So I'm very honored to be here with each and every one of you. I feel so much the energy. And throughout this whole higher self expo, all the energy has been building. All of you that have been here, even if you're kind of coming in and out, all of you who are watching later, all of that energy is lending to the beauty of what is happening right now. You know, we are in a time of great shift, of great change on this planet. We're moving into new earth, new paradigm, the Aquarian age. We have many different terms for it, but it is without a doubt, we're all shifting and changing. And as we're shifting and changing, it's important to be aware and be mindful of what you are creating, because we are co-creating this new earth. We are co-creating this new paradigm. And when we come into an understanding that we're not doing it alone, I know I run into a lot of healers and new thought leaders that a lot of times, and me included, feel like we're doing this alone. We feel like, oh, we've got to save the world. And this concept of oneness, this concept of us all doing this together, whether you're a leader, a healer, a CEO, a lawyer, a doctor, we're all co-creating this and coming into a deeper understanding of oneness, that we're all together, that we're not alone, that we all come from the same seed, the same spark of love, makes it more enjoyable, less scary, and also it deepens the experience. It deepens where we're coming from. It deepens our experience, and we're able to dig down and bring out the best of who we are. We're able to dig down and bring out the most beautiful aspects of who we are. And it's absolutely amazing. And one of those things that is important in order to do this is we must do the prayer meditation, no matter what your prayer is. And here's a little something that I share with my students and clients. You don't have to do this, in any particular way. A prayer can simply be, show me, because that prayer right there is what brought in this whole oneness program, this whole oneness concept that I'm going to share with you today. And so as we step into the awareness that we are co-creators, that we are co-creating, we're creating all of this. We created everything that's around us right now. You can look around and see, wow, I created that. Your home, you created that. You might not have built it with the nails and the boards, but you created it because you are a creator. Everything that you have. And if you have things in your life that maybe are not exactly what you want, you created it so you can uncreate it. You may have situations in your life that maybe that's you want something better. You can create that because you created what you have. And what is a really powerful way to do that is to become mindful through prayer and meditation. What are you thinking? What concepts are you coming from? Who are you? When you begin to understand that we are all one, you and I are one. All of you and I, we're one. We're individuated experiences of a one group heart, one group soul. And as we experience differently, we're all co-creating, right? We're co-creating our individual realms and the worlds around us. And so prayer and meditation, so important. Prayer, show me. Meditation, listening. It's simple. You don't have to spend hours and hours, but when you start this process, you may find that you do start loving being in that energy. And after we do this process today, this little meditation journey that I'm going to share with you, it's going to give you a broader, expansive, and a deeper knowing. You're going to expand outward. You're going to expand inward, because there is the ancient knowledge of everything that is out there is in here. As above, so below. As within, so without. And taking this journey that we're going to do, you're going to understand who you really are. You're going to have an experience of who you are and what this expansive self within you really is. And I hope it blows your mind, just like it did for me. So let's get started so we have enough time. So if everybody would just take a nice deep breath, just breathing in, and take a moment and just relax. And I know all of you that are watching, you are so in the zone right now. This is going to be simple to connect up with this and have this beautiful experience. So go ahead and just allow yourself to close your eyes. Take another nice deep breath, breathing in and breathing out, just allowing any tension, any worries, any concerns you may be holding in your body, just allow that to just melt away. Just dissipate quickly, easily. As we move into this process, I'm going to start with an invocation of calling in all of the beings and realms that I work with. Please feel free to invite any masters, any guides, any beings of love and light, angels, your personal guides, any beings of love and light that you work with, please, within your mind, invite them in too. Because when we're inviting them in individually, by name, you're going to understand what we're doing here. And so one more nice deep breath, breathing in and breathing out. And let's take a moment and do the invocation. Beloved beings of love and light, angels, archangels, and all of the angelic realms of love and light, holy ones, we invite you. I call upon my guides and angels of love and light. I call upon my guardian angels, my animal guides, and my healing guides. Beloved ones, I call upon all of my master guides, sacred and holy beings of huge soul groups of consciousnesses that are elevated and expanded and who are my teachers. I call upon Christ consciousness and my Christ guides. And I call upon I am that I am and my I am guide, understanding that this I am is that spot where the individuation from the sacred, holy, divine energy of creation that we are, our individuated soul, our individuated fractal of light and sound and frequency, then is created from that. And so we call upon that I am that I am. And we ask that that I am begin to flow down through and as each and every one of us, connecting us deeper to that wholeness of who we are, releasing that feelings of separation and beginning to already open our mind and open our heart to a greater knowing and understanding. Beloved ones, I call upon the great ascended masters, holy ones of such wisdom and grace. Beloved ones, guide us with your wisdom and bless us with your grace. We call upon the dolphin and whale brothers and sisters. They are coming in. They are insisting on being invited. And so we invite them in. Beloved ones, we call upon the great spiritual hierarchies of love and light. We call in the Kohans, Maha Kohans, and Lords of the Seven Rays. Beloved ones, we call upon the benevolent teachers and masters who have gone before, the great goddesses. Paramahansa Yogananda is popping in right now. So many of the great leaders, Gandhi. Gandhi is showing his presence in here now. Martin Luther King, we just celebrated him. And so we just invite in all of these benevolent beings, these benevolent teachers and guides, and we allow them to just begin to surround us. And I invite each and every one of you to begin to be aware that as we're asking these beings in, that they are creating circles and circles of their presence around you. You may begin to notice that they begin to circle up above you, almost like those paintings of old, those beautiful paintings by the old masters, like how heaven is up into the sky with the clouds and the great light. Just begin to be aware that as we invite these beings and these realms of consciousness in, they are here. This is the purpose of invocation. This is the purpose of prayer, is to invite in all these beautiful realms that you work with, whether you're conscious or not. And so we invite in the Eloah and the Elohim, the sacred great creator gods. We invite in the Melchizedekian councils of love and light, the master alchemists, and the keepers of the violet flame of limitless transmutation, which they understand and they now transmit to us, is the presence of Am that I am. It is God, it is Goddess, it is Creator. And as we call flame, I let this violet flame be put around each and every person listening to this. We're listening live, listening later. We invite in this violet flame and it begins to transform and trend any lower energies, any energies that is keeping you from reaching your full potential, from awakening to the fullness of who you are. And we use this chemical practice to begin to clear our fields, to begin to clear our chakras, to begin to clear our hearts and our minds, that we might expand into the oneness more easily, more consciously, and more beautifully. And we call upon Mother God, the sacred feminine, and Father God, the sacred masculine. And we call in Mother Earth because she is alive. She is one with us as well. And we call in Father Sky, universal mind, source, the all that is, whatever words we use to invite in that eternal loving presence that runs in, through, and as all things. And holy ones, we invite you all. And any of you listening, if you wish to invite in your sacred and holy, precious ones that you work with, please do. We also want to invite in our star brothers and sisters. We want to invite in our intergalactic families of love and light. We want to invite in our Atlantean families of love and light, our Lemurian families of love and light. And as we do that, again, they gather around us in circles upon circles upon circles of presence. When we call them, they come because they love us. They love you. You are so loved. And so I invite you to just feel that presence around you. Feel that presence above you. Feel the presence of Holy Mother Earth and all that she is, the devas of the water and the earth, the fire and the air, those sacred, beautiful, angelic beings who are the keepers of Mother Earth. They gather around. And I invite each of you to take a nice deep breath, breathing in that essence, that presence, that holiness. Beloved ones, I now create a beautiful sacred space for us to work in by using the Merkaba energy. And I call upon a Merkaba to be put around this experience and let it be throughout time and space. So anytime that this is being watched, that this Merkaba is created. And we call upon the sacred Merkaba. And I ask Archangel Metatron to hold the heavenly point, and Archangel Sandalphon to hold the earthly point. And I call upon Archangel Michael, Archangel Raphael, Archangel Uriel to join with Metatron to hold the star tetrahedron and the divine masculine energies. And I call upon Archangel Gabriel, Archangel Haniel, and Archangel Shamuel to join with Sandalphon to hold the earth tetrahedron and the divine feminine energies. And this is creating the template and the container for your light body. It helps to expand the light body, expand the consciousness that goes along with the light body. And so, sacred and holy ones, we thank you for helping us hold this container. And I ask that this Merkaba now be set at its perfect right spin, spinning around us, spinning in the opposite directions, creating that electromagnetic field that expands all of our light body out into infinity. And as we do, we become aware once again of these sacred and holy beings that surround us, that are here with us. I invite you to allow yourself to look out and to see the angels, to see the masters, to see the guides, to see the powerful councils of light. And holy ones, we put out this request from every heart listening, from every heart participating, from every heart. What is oneness? Who are we in this oneness? What is this? What is this field? And I invite every single one of you to take a nice deep breath, breathing in, breathing out. And in the stillness, I invite you to open your imagination, because this is the tool that Spirit uses to communicate with you. And I invite you to look out at these great beings around you. And as they turn to look at you, you'll notice every single one has your face. Look around and see the sacred ones who turn to you with your glowing angelic face. They see you. And then all of these beloved realms begin to dance around you. Your essence within each of these realms, building an energy, expanding your fields. And then the angelic realms with your face begin to flow into your heart chakra. And it creates this flow of energy where all of these sacred and holy ones around you begin to move into your heart chakra, move out your back heart chakra, creating that holy toroidal field that feeds and nurtures you. And you see your guides and angels. You see your master guides. You see the mighty I am. You see the spiritual hierarchies coming in your heart chakra, expanding, blessing, healing. If you have any healing that needs to be done mentally, emotionally, spiritually, as they move into your heart chakra, out your heart chakra, they're cleansing, clearing, balancing, transmuting, transforming, and transcending. Allow yourself to receive. You may begin to see an individual face in front of your eyes, a great being coming in, and as you see their face shifts into your face. They're showing you that they are you. All that you perceive outside of you, all that you have the power and the holiness to call upon, are all aspects of you. They are not separate from who you are. You could not have them with you if they were separate from you. They are all one. And in this beautiful field of consciousness, they begin to build your field, strengthen your field as you come into this understanding, into this greatness that is you, that all that is out there is within you. And you begin to feel those circles of beings that we've called in gathering within you as well. They begin to create that sacred and holy circle of expansion within your heart chakra, within your love center, allowing you that experience. And very gently, they're beginning to bring that expansion in. Feel your heart chakra expanding. You may find that it feels as if your chakras are beginning to all expanding into one huge chakra centered at the heart, centered in the love. Feeling that essence, feeling that holiness, and beginning to understand that the angels are you. You are the angels, the archangels, the angelic realms, the intergalactic angelic beings. They are you. They always originated from you because you are the spark of creation. You are the creator. And so in order for you to be conscious of them around you, they must be coming from within you. And as we remember who we are, as you remember who you are in the oneness, in the greatness, don't be afraid to claim your greatness. Don't be afraid to claim your power, because the beautiful beings that you call in, the beautiful beings that you understand are within you, helping you, supporting you, being you. They are you. Give yourself permission to open to the possibility that all that you have always thought that was something out there that you could never attain, that was greater than you, more powerful than you, wiser than you. We put so many of those conditions between us and the truth, and all of these great and holy beings that we have outpictured as individuals, they are within you. They could only come from you because you are the creator. And so allow yourself to just feel that presence. Allow yourself to feel them as they begin to work within your fields. There is a little bit of light language that would like to express itself. And so I'm going to go ahead. This is how these things always work as we begin to work with spirit and spirit begins to work through us. Oh, and I'm beginning to get tears in my eyes. This is so beautiful. Such an honor to be here with all of you. And just allowing this understanding, allowing this presence to be with you. Give yourself permission to sink into the oneness. Allow these individuated things that you have pictured outside of you to begin to inform you that they are you, that you are who they are. You may find yourself still picturing a face that you had attached to this presence, and that's okay. That's okay. But also understand that as you open up and you accept this gift that's being given to you today, that their face turns into your beautiful face. And especially for the understanding of this oneness, they understand they have to work with our human minds that need to understand. And so as this beautiful energy comes through, I just invite each of you to take a moment. We're going to take a moment in quiet, in silence. I invite all of you to take a nice deep breath, breathing in. Ooh. Everybody take a nice deep breath. Just breathing in. Receive that light. Lots of golden light coming in for you guys. Activating your memory. Activating the memory of who you are. Just taking a moment and receiving. Taking that moment, allowing yourself. I invite each of you, when you feel ready, to just place your hands over your heart. Because the next part of this is gratitude. Thank you. Allowing this aspect of you that is whole now. The wholeness within you, the memory of the oneness brings in that feeling of wholeness, brings in that memory of holiness. And we say thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. There's a few of you that the energies are still working with, expanding and making whole. And also with this work, oftentimes there are somewhat has been told me that they call template. So we have particular templates. And as we grow and as we expand and as we become, these templates need to shift and change. So many of you are having templates. That's a little bit of what the light language that is expressing right now, that's coming through, is expanding your templates, expanding your ability to be. Now that you know, now that you remember, expanding your ability to be all that you are. So beautiful right now. I'm just seeing all of you as these brilliant, bright light, white light with rainbow colors and like angels. Many of you have beautiful wings. Many of you have beautiful just energy flowing from you, emanating off of you. Many of you have been also, I'm going to call this reminded of your intergalactic connection as well. Beloved ones, you are so amazing. And in just allowing the energy is beginning to integrate fully in your fields, in your heart chakras again, hands to heart. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And very gently, I invite you to speak into your heart chakra. Thank you. Thank you for remembering. Thank you for allowing the memories to arise within me. Because these things that we're working with today don't come from the mind, they come from the heart, from the soul, from your very essence. And just take a nice deep breath and releasing. I invite you to allow any excess energy that you may have taken in to just begin to very gently flow down into Mother Earth. We take a nice deep breath, breathing in. On the release, we allow that excess energy to flow down into Mother Earth, to bless Mother Earth. Mother Earth knows that she's one with all this energy, all this consciousness we've just integrated, and she knows that she's one with you. She knows that as you claim your oneness, your sovereignty within that oneness, that you and her become more deeply and beautifully in love. So allow the energy to flow down. You may see golden light. You may see white light. You may see other colors as this energy flows through you, knowing that you keep all that you are. And we share the extra. I also ask for all living beings in this realm and any realm, including the planets and stars in our entire galaxy, galaxies beyond galaxies. If any being is ready to receive this knowing, receive this understanding, and are ready to awaken the memories within the ancient mysteries, that this also be given to them. So let's take one more nice deep breath, breathing in and breathing out. And whenever you're ready, open your eyes and just feel that peace within your soul. It's amazing what happens to you in your life when you begin to remember, and when you begin to awaken to the mysteries of oneness. This is one of the biggest things for us to remember, is there is none of this greatness, this beautiful essence that we're always feeling is outside. The angels are out there. They're not. They're in you. They are a part of you because they are creation and you are creation. You're one and the same. There is no difference. And so I hope that each and every one of you are receiving this beautiful essence in the love and the honor that it is given, because part of the mystery, part of the remembering is remembering that all of the love, the purity, the wisdom, the honor, the knowledge and wisdom, a little bit different, right? You can know something but not be wise about it. A great teacher told me one time, knowledge is knowing, but putting knowledge into action is wisdom. And so the wisdom that you've always thought was out there, it's in here. You can access that at any time. And from this point forward, I invite each and every one of you to allow yourself anything that you're desiring, anything that you're asking for, even when you go into prayer and say, show me oneness. I invite you to begin to be aware that the energy and the flow does not come from outside in. It now begins to expand from the inside out. It begins to flow from within your vast reserves of wisdom and love and light. You begin to remember who you are. You begin to walk in the ancient mysteries. You begin to awaken into the potential that you may never have even thought is there. And that is life-changing. That will change your life. When you take a moment tomorrow or the next day or next week when you're reminded, oh yeah, and say you need help with a relationship, and you think, oh, I'm going to call upon Archangel Chamuel to help me with that. I invite you to, instead of asking Chamuel, I invite you to go into your heart and ask Chamuel. Beloved Chamuel, begin asking your questions. Begin being mindful of where you are creating from. You're creating from the vast Godness from within you. You are creator. And whatever word you use, God, creator, source, the all that is, I love the term eternal loving presence. That makes me happy. Begin to feel it happening from within you. Begin to feel the expansion of your wisdom the expansion of your knowledge. Because with this, with understanding who you are, with beginning to realize the greatness is within, the power is within, you are more programmed now to be that creator, to create your universe, to create your realities, to create the things that you desire. I always say health, wealth, and happiness. It's that trifecta of perfection. And so, beloved ones, I thank you so much for your presence. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for stepping into this consciousness and stepping into your power, your greatness, your awesomeness. Love the word awesomeness. Because you truly are. There's nothing separate from you. Anyone who's struggling, thinking, oh my gosh, I can't get it, I can't do this, I can't get enough money, I can't fix this relationship, I can't do this. I invite you to begin to take your consciousness, take your mind, take your struggles into your heart and ask the greatness within there what you can do. Or maybe it's time to let go, giving you the power to let go. Whatever that is, wherever that is coming from, allow your inner beingness, your inner light, your inner oneness to begin to answer that for you. Because when you just open up that possibility, when you open up like, oh my gosh, I have it within me. It's amazing because one small thing begins to open up other things and other awarenesses of what you can do and who you can be and where you can go and what you can create. We are creating a new earth, a new world, a new paradigm. And we need you in your fullness. And your soul begins to party. Your soul begins to dance because, all right, we are now working on all pistons. We understand that we're not alone. We're not doing that from our own little self down here. We're doing it with the greatness of all of the universes that is within. I want to share one little thing that started me, not quite knowing then, but started me into this understanding was many years ago when I first started meditating. I love to work with animals and did a lot more to spirit animals. And I was sitting on my bed and I was meditating. And all of a sudden I felt a presence like right up here against my face. And it felt furry. And I was like, oh my gosh, what is this? I was new in all of this. And I came to, and the smell was kind of earthy. And then this being backed up and it was a moose, this huge moose with this huge horns. And the moose said to me, when you realize that everything that's out there, and then I was floating in space and I'm floating, I'm like, whoa, this is crazy. I'm floating in space. And then he says, is in there. And I was sitting on my bed again and space was within me. And the moose was turning and he looked back at me and said, then I'll talk to you. Whoa, I had no idea what my moose friend, my moose guide was talking about. I, of course, went out and looked up moose animal guides and stuff, and the horns are about, really being a receiver for energies. But it was only until I had this experience with the guides and angels and masters beyond even who I know exist. I went, oh, that's what the moose meant. There are aspects of us that we have not awakened yet, but coming into this understanding of this oneness, it's almost like it gives our linear kind of programmed mind the space to open and grow and understand. And I want to share with you, matter of fact, that's kind of funny. I'm getting moose, the energy of moose kind of coming through. And moose is saying, it's time for you to understand that everything that's out there, floating in space, is in there within you. And you can see and feel that space within you. You are as infinite within as we understand the infinite without. It can only be that way, as above, so below. As within, so without. Ancient teachings, ancient mysteries. And I welcome you into those ancient mysteries, into that beautiful energy. You truly are sacred and holy. I invite each and every one of you to begin to use that almost like a mantra. I am sacred. I am holy. I am divine. I am complete. I am powerful. I am sovereign. I am free.
And here we are, the moose. I love it.
I love Moosey.
That was so great. I saw it. I heard it. I felt it. It's beautiful.
Very cool. Thank you so much, Zane.
Absolutely.
What a beautiful energy everybody has. My goodness.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. And I love your approach. I love your style. Everything that you did was so cool. So just thank you so much. It was
Thank
blast.
you. I was already zoned out with what Miriam was doing.
Oh yeah.
So beautiful. I kind of came in on like la, 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 la.
that was like hours ago. Yeah, I think everybody has really been fantastic. So many different diverse approaches to we're all saying the same thing. We're saying it in these wonderful, diverse, and interesting ways. So
yeah, absolutely. And that's that whole ancient teaching is there's many paths up the mountain, right?
Yeah.
And it's we got all those paths laid out, marked, labeled.
Yeah.
Let's climb.
That's exactly right. All right, Michele. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Zane. Blessings to everyone.
Bye. Okay, our last speaker of the day is up next. So she is a frequency alchemist and powerful light worker who has the gift of perfect pitch, which allows her to recognize all other frequencies and bring her clients into a balanced state or 0 point existence. What a surprise. Throughout her many lives, she is incarnated as an Arcturian, Andromedan, and a member of the Council of Nine, and uses the frequencies and energies of these past lives in her light work today. Here to release the frequency of fear from our origination and establish a 0 point truth frequency is my dear friend, Cathleena Hailley.
Hey, Zane. Yay.
It's wonderful to have you. Thanks for rounding out the day. I do have a couple of things I have to say before you get started.
Sure.
One of which is we are going to go over the 8-hour limit, which means that people on Facebook, it's going to get cut off within the next 30 minutes or so. So if you want to see the whole thing, switch over to YouTube and I will provide a link in the chat for that. The second thing is, after Cathleena is done, then we're going to get all the members of the Higher Self Expo together to have a little goodbye for everyone and an announcement about the next event. So stick around after Cathleena's talk and set of activations, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Wonderful. Thanks, Zane.
All right. Enjoy.
Thank you. All right, everybody. Well, it's been quite the day. 0 point. What a perfect subject to be talking about. So I think to kind of bring home what I've been hearing today, the ultimate 0 point that I understand is the place just before and just as you are birthed from source into the dark womb. So it's the place where there is no thing and all possibilities. And it's actually the frequency of truth. So being in this divine now moment without judgment where there's no thing and all possibilities, is way greater than just what we think about, being present and being in the now moment. It's actually the frequency of truth. And it's different from human truth. So, but it is the avenue for you to know human truth, to actually feel it. Because as you know, there's a whole lot of what we call truth that's in humanity. And as has been stated here with a couple of the practitioners that have been here, and what I'll emphasize is that what we are here for in this earth experience is quite literally just the experience. That's all we're here for. The way that I understood it originally is that there's this giant energy we call source, and source knew itself conceptually, the concept of itself, but it did not know itself experientially. So it needed to express out of itself a part of itself to be able to have an experience in a physicality to give that experience to itself. So basically we are this expression or an aspect of source in physical form, here to have an experience for source. So there is no outcome, and it truly is only about the experience. And this human experience is all based on emotions. As a matter of fact, this earth experience, there's what's called resonance frequencies. And so source provided resonance frequencies for this planet for us to experience. And the resonance frequencies are love, truth, beauty, and goodness. And we, in all ranges of these. And so we have actually on this planet the largest range of emotional experiences that any other planet, larger than any other planet in this universe. We have the largest range. And what has happened is there's been a consciousness on the planet, which I'm sure a lot of you probably watching know, that have not wanted humanity to have the full range of emotions, particularly any of the more positive emotions. So we've basically been guided into a very small range of emotions, and this range is based in the frequency of fear. So we've been indoctrinated with fear as our base emotion. And fear is not an authentic emotion. What I mean by that is authentic emotions or frequencies have a wave or geometry to them that's a rhythm. Whereas fear is chaos. It's a chaotic, it bounces all over the place. Why you feel, you can't really place it. It's all over the place. So when we have fear as our base emotion, what's happened with humanity is that pretty much all other emotions that we're having are still in the range of fear. If we don't clear fear from the base, it's like, if you build a house and you have the foundation is not good, you can keep building on top of it, but the foundation is still going to be affecting whatever happens that you've built on top of it. So this is the idea. And what most people are experiencing today are still ranges of fear. Even an example might be if somebody thinks that they're feeling the emotion of joy, unless they are authentically in this now moment without judgment and actually having a brand new experience that's joyful. They're having an experience that they're calling joy that's still in the range of fear. And the example I started to say is that it could be that, say you don't have money to pay your rent and you're really freaking out or uncomfortable about that. And then you get the money to pay your rent and you feel happy because now you have the money to pay your rent. But that level of feeling happy is really moving away from the fear and uncomfortableness. It's not that you were authentically in the now moment without any judgment or experience and having an authentic experience. So what we have is we have ranges of what I call false frequencies. And one of the major ones is the false mental and masculine frequency. And it's really what drives us continually into the mind. There is a mental masculine frequency, which is basically the design of all things, is the best way to talk about it. It's a geometry that it's part of our creative process that we do as creator beings, but it's sort of, it's a geometry that creates kind of the design of things. But the way that we've been interacting with this mind and this frequency on the planet is narrowing us into this brain and into, again, patterns of fear. So I don't want to get too much into this because I want to get into the activation of it. I will say that I do have a series that's coming up. It's starting February 9th. That is a 5-week series about these activations that you'll see. It's on my website now, also on Facebook. But what I want to do today is I want to take you all into an activation that is going to further establish this 0 point for you. And what we're going to do is I want to take you out past the space-time continuum and past the free will zone to be able to release out of basically your physical body this mental, it's a mental matrix that's been interacting with you, and just talk about that for a second. So this consciousness that has been on the planet for 250,000 years basically has created an actual matrix within our physical brain, and it looks like these pentagonal shaped boxes, little pentagons. And what we've been doing is we've been taking our consciousness, and think about our consciousness that I'm referring to as like our soul. And our consciousness is basically information. It's particles of information. And this giant consciousness that's you, that is information that is you. We've been, so the design is to download that into this physical brain, and then the physical brain then dialogues to the body, all the information that's me. But what we've been doing is we've been taking this giant bit of information and we've been putting it inside the brain in these little boxes, and those boxes don't even communicate with each other. They're based on belief systems and constructs that we've been told, and different limits and limitations in these belief systems that we've been told. And so what's happened is we basically taken us, and we're sitting in these, you can think about it like little rooms, and sometimes I'm in this room and sometimes I'm in that room, or I'm mirrored in different rooms. And so what it's doing is it's been creating this false communication, these false frequencies, all based in fear. So it's a certain frequency has been dialoguing. We've been allowing that to dialogue not only to our head, but down into the structures in the body. So it's like making pathways into the structure of the body. And this is why it's not just your mind that carries all of this information, this stress. It's literally dialoguing into a lot of the body. And again, I don't want to get too detailed with this right now, but what we want to do is, by taking you way out, and particularly taking you outside of the space-time continuum, because that's where we are in this time element that makes it, have a certain level of increments. It's just simply because we are in a time element. But by taking you outside of that and outside of the free will zone aspect, because I want to disengage you from any of this 3D experience. And as we do that, what can happen and will happen in a lot is that we can release a lot of those particles that are related to this mind matrix, particularly that. This is what my focus is, my intent is with you today, okay? So what I'll ask you to do as I'm doing this is I want you to really allow yourself to quiet your mind and to imagine just expanding and releasing the best as you can with grace and ease. There's no effort here with your breath, just releasing the most dense or the most intense fear dialogue that you are repeating. And just imagine letting it go, okay? And I'm gonna help with that a little bit. All right, so let's go into this activation. So what I want you to do is close your eyes and start taking some nice deep breaths. And we want to breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth. And keep relaxing and letting go. Just keep breathing. So I'm going to keep expanding you. Just keep allowing as I continue to expand. I'm just going to continue to expand. And as we expand, just releasing out of mind and the skin little particles. I want you to imagine just particles leaving. It can look like dirt just leaving the body as we're continuing to expand. Just keep expanding. Expanding, and I'm going to break up this matrix that's deeper within the physical brain. So we're going to expand this geometry. We're going to take this right out of the brain. Just keep breathing as I'm expanding you wider and wider and larger and larger. As we continue to expand this, we're going to take this matrix. We're going to bring it right out of the physical brain, taking a deep breath. Just allowing this to free itself from the constructs of the physical brain, of the illusions, of the false matrix, to continue to expand you. Continue to breathe and expand, expand, and expand. Taking you out past space-time continuum, past the free will zone as we're breaking away this matrix now from the physical brain and from all parts of the physical body. Taking a breath and we're releasing this dialoguing, the false matrix of the limitations. Keep breathing and allowing, and more expanding further. Just going to keep releasing this false matrix from the legs, particularly from the legs, from the feet, from the body. Take a breath to release this from the root, from the solar plexus, and from the whole sexual organs. Take a breath. We continue to release the limitations, the illusions, the places that we felt stuck and hopeless and fear. Literally fear of moving as we're releasing this, as we continue to expand. Allowing for the light to come into the entire body as we continue to expand, as we free ourselves from this false masculine frequencies, this matrix within the body. It's beautiful. Breathe as we release, expand, and let go. And as we bring forward this most incredible, bright light. This is your creator. The creator of all that is, stepping forward into your field as we continue to expand you and expand you. Allowing your creator to step back into your field and recalibrate the geometries of your soul purpose, of your reason for coming to this earth in this now moment. As we allow this to recalibrate, as we continue to breathe and continue to expand, we allow this to enter completely into the field as that geometry begins to penetrate into the carbon DNA, into the body, recalibrating, remembering, restructuring this carbon DNA to your soul signature, your origination. Taking a breath and simply allowing. Continue to just release out into the field around you those energies and frequencies of distortion, confusion, limits, and keeping the frequencies of love, beauty, goodness, and truth resonating within your being. Beautiful. Take a breath. Now with this reorganization, the body begins to come back in, and as we, basically it's bringing you down in and plugging you completely into the crystalline core of the earth, Gaia, as you're also plugged into the dark woman's source. The spinning frequencies of divine source and still being recalibrated around you. We spin you into the core. And the beautiful core of Gaia spins around you all of her ascension codes to recalibrate within you the pure ascension process, your divinity in relationship to it. It's being recalibrated at this moment. Taking a breath. Letting all that recalibration occur within your carbon DNA of the remembrance of the entire ascension process as you go along with it. Bringing you into this now divine 0 point moment. All this recalibrate, reorganize, all in your central channel, all through your entire being, spinning out to all cellular body, integrating all organ structures, central peripheral nervous system, entire bone structures, all recalibrating, integrating. So we now spin into the heart complex. So we bring in all of these codes, awareness, divinity 0 point, awareness now into the heart. So we're spinning this down into this divine truth, frequency. Continue to spin this down. Breathing. Just integrating this into your central channel. Just let this further integrate, calibrate. Even within your physical body, we're balancing the right and the left. Beautiful. Continuing to clear as we're bringing it down into your body. Coming back down into your body. We're going to clear through the solar plexus. We're going to spin through the solar plexus and clear the archetypes, the gender roles, the identification aspects from this mental mind matrix, the false matrix. We're spinning those out now. Counterclockwise clearing. Clearing out the solar plexus. Beautiful. Wow. So clear a little bit more through stomach and the digestive organs. Clear through the channel there of the physical body and kind of in between the navel and the solar plexus. We're going to reconnect that so that we are one with the earth, and we're bringing all this again all into this divine 0 point now moment, that beautiful childlike innocence, joy, excitement, exhilaration, exploration. I'm going to clear this through the liver as well. I'm going to clear out that confusion from the liver. I'm going to clear a bit more from the liver, taking a breath. It's a lot of the anger and the limitations, just releasing all of that. Great. A little bit more from the liver. Take a breath. With grace and ease, simply allowing. There we go. So we continue to clear and spin. It's clearing a bit more. Let's take a nice big breath. Settle back in when you're ready to open your eyes. Come back. Still some more clearing, particularly in the liver. I can feel allowing these frequencies. What's happened? I can feel that matrix is dissolved out of the brain, letting that go, and now it's clearing to the channels in the body. This is all of this false masculine geometries that have been within the physical bodies, just clearing, breaking up, clearing, releasing. And there's an energy that's spinning within your core like a crystal that's being plugged into the earth, that's spinning out, and that's also clearing and clearing. It's coring still within the center of the earth and connecting together all the codes, the Ascension codes, which in this essence are really your divine lineage, your connection as one with the earth, the truth of what this earth experience is meant to be, is being recalibrated and recoding within your carbon DNA at the moment on a mental, energetic layer. We have like a mental field, mental body. And this is what is being recalibrated at the moment. There's also a lot going on in the emotional physical as well. But this was the intent of this. It's going to continue. And so what you want to do from here is, what's happening is we're taking your kind of mental awareness and bringing it into your resonance field instead of narrowing it to the physical brain where that matrix was. And so you kind of want to be aware of a greater kind of knowing and observation of everything, that it's because we are telepathic, we are, we have all of the clairsentience, clairvoyance, all these types of things. That's our normal communication. And when this sort of mental body is in the resonance field, you become aware of that more. And so what I suggest to people is, well, one thing is you definitely want to start taking charge of your mind. You want to be aware of what enters in your mind, and you want to be in charge of that. I always say to people, you don't just let somebody come in your home and kick your dog and do whatever. So you don't want to do that with your mind as well. People say they don't have control. You do have control. So that's the first thing. And the you that is taking charge of your mind is you as your consciousness, and that you is interacting this mental part of you in the resonance field. You are much more the observer of all of you. So you just kind of want to practice that, and it's a greater awareness of everything around you than simply kind of driving yourself into your head and trying to figure it out. It's kind of like you just sort of be and experience. And think about that. If we were really small children in the now moment and we didn't have dialoguing, whatever, you can be in that very now moment of curiosity, excitement, and so on. And if we're actually in that, there's a lot going on. And if we didn't have all the dialoguing of what we were told, we'd be much more aware of all of the things that are going on. And this is what we are waking up to. And this is what this activation has triggered in you. It's going to allow you to not be so jammed up in your physical brain and much more in the resonance field. And as you continue to practice this 0 point, this being in the now moment without judgment, particularly self-judgment, is the most important. Because really all of your life experience is right here. There really is no thing outside of you. It's all here. I have the entire experience. I have the awareness about it. I have the emotion about it, whatever it is. It's all right here. So, so the more that we can really just practice, and the other thing about being in this now moment without judgment is there's a balance also going on between the masculine and feminine, which is really this mental masculine and spiritual feminine. So we think about it as simply as there's a balance between, my awareness and my soul or my consciousness having that awareness. That's kind of that balance between the masculine and feminine, and it's literally within. This idea of the twin flame is within. When we have that balance within ourselves, when we're balanced between our own mental frequencies awareness and the feminine spiritual awareness, that's when we're really in that divine 0 point, that now moment. That's the frequency of truth. That's the place of no thing and all possibilities. It's a place of pure experience, pure emotions, and it's really the name of the game of what we're meant to do here. So, if we take this beautiful day that we've had, and all these amazing people, and you can feel the hearts and the love and of everything that's been brought and everything that we're doing, and we think about this world right now. It's really a pretty amazing time. And I know for a lot of people it may seem very challenging, very difficult, but that's only because we're breaking away from all of this life that we thought, many people had thought was a reality, but we were just simply realizing that it was never anything that we were really fully experiencing. I say, we're just on the precipice of knowing who we are. We are amazing creator beings. And there's way more to life than what we have been shown and what we've created. That's the irony, is we've created all of this, but we can create so much more. We just didn't know it. We've just been limited. We've been guided down pathways that have encouraged us to create very, very small. And so I think it's a really exciting time, you know, and it does all begin with this divine 0 point, this now moment of pure experience. It's in this now moment we can, whatever you can dream, and add an emotion to, is what can be created in your physical reality, 100%. It's the way that things actually come into form. You know, it's quite literal. I mean, we have a thought that comes out of our head as a geometric shape, and we add to it an emotion. That emotion has a frequency, and you think about like the fuel of whatever it is that we're creating, and it goes into a unified field, and there it makes a match and comes out into the world. That's why it's so important to experience what we keep talking about this 0 point. And I was thinking about this earlier, you know, 0 point, well, language doesn't do justice to any of this. And language is part of the false matrix that actually keeps us limited. And even the idea of 0 point isn't quite right, because it's not really zero. It's sort of all frequencies in their perfect fullness, and all frequencies almost before they've ever started. If you put those two together, that's what we're calling a 0 point. So there isn't really a word for it. But anyway, I feel the blissful energy of the 0 point at the moment, of what I feel and being in this now moment, and just being able to participate in helping humanity begin basically this beautiful creation process that we're stepping into. And I will say too that what we just did, you know, this idea of this mental matrix and how it has been affecting the physical body, you know, being able to release this, even in this capacity, which seems relatively quickly, you may be surprised at what will occur within your physical body. You know, you can have things that you've had for a long time in your physical body, and suddenly they disappear. And the reason being is because it's actually much harder to hold something in the body than it is to release it, because it's all about a frequency and an energy, and it's about movement. And, you know, that's why we have been guided to create these geometric matrices within the body that are repeated through the generations, and all the different mechanisms on the planet. They've been created to keep these structures, literally all the different structures that we've known, the governmental structures, the educational structures, the medical structures, all of these, they're all part of like a matrix structure that's been put in place to keep basically in the physical body the things in a certain way. So by releasing this matrix out of the body in the way we did, we're releasing a lot more than you may realize. So if you have opportunity, I would revisit this as well. I would do this more than once, because this is definitely a way to allow for many things that you've carried in your physical body that you don't want in your physical body to release. So I think it's a great thing. Hey, Zane.
I'm so glad that you were our final speaker on this topic. It worked out so perfectly. I think everybody in the chat is like ready to go to sleep now.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I know. It's been a long day. Beautiful day, though. Lots of wonderful energy. It's been amazing.
Yeah, it sure has. So, thank you again very much. Your specialty matched exactly with the topic with this. So we had to have you. We had to have you back.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
the next time we have you as well.
Yeah, I look forward to it. Yeah, anytime. Whatever you do, Zane, I'm up for it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, here we are at the end of our day. Oh, you're muted.
What a day. What a day filled with high vibration experience and gifts from all of these incredible high vibration healers. Zane, I personally want to thank you for selecting such a beautiful group of high vibration people to come together and share this knowledge. The 0 point is such a strong topic for this year, and I think that we were able to look at every single possible perspective of this topic. So if you guys, if you haven't learned about 0 point by this point,
you're never gonna figure it out.
You're never gonna get it. Yeah. So this is such a fun thing, and I'm so happy to hear the comments, and people's feedback is incredible. So.
Yeah, it sure is. Thank you, Geraldine, so much. You were a huge part of putting this on. It was an honor to work with you. You had such wonderful ideas, and then so much marketing push and work that you did. We really, really appreciate it. I really appreciate it.
Oh, it's my pleasure and an honor to do so for the light, right? To get knowledge and wisdom and support for all the souls out there that are searching, seeking. I just have so much love in my heart, just explosion of love for each and every one of you that are here in the chat, talking about your personal experiences, connecting with the wisdom, confirming, feeling in the body, being open and receptive. That to me is what brings life into my life. So that's what I'm here for. So thanks, Zane, for including me.
Absolutely.
And I know you're the same.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I want to say a quick thank you to Ash or Osjeed. I'm probably murdering the pronunciation of his name, but he did a fantastic job in helping me find a couple of these amazing speakers. And he's going to keep working with us on the next event, which is the next thing that we definitely want to talk about. Oh, unless you wanted to talk about your thing, the giveaway.
The giveaway, yes. So we were thinking about something to do to give back to you guys, because you guys are so awesome and you've been with us since early this morning, 7 a.m. So here's what we're gonna do. We want to give away 5 items from our swag, our higher healing swag, and you guys can go to the website to check it out. We have a store. We opened a store with a couple items, just some sweaters, t-shirts, just to support. It's a fun way for you guys to get some fun swag, and also for us to keep utilizing that for any kind of modest cost that we use to market this. Everything is, self promoted, self-financed, but we want to give away 5 of those. So what we're going to do is we're going to take all the registration list of everyone, we're going to scramble that up, and we're going to pick out some names, and we're going to post them on the Higher Healing page, and we want you to go ahead and share and enjoy that gift and spread the word of the higher self. We want to embody that. So thanks, Zane.
Yeah, no, thank you. That was a fantastic idea. So yeah, I'm happy to do that. All right. So now what we want to do is we want to talk about, okay, so I've had this idea for, I think it was the second Expo around there. What I was realizing is that we have an issue, and that issue is that the poor people in Australia, the darn thing starts at like 1 a.m. and it goes from 1 a.m. until 10 a.m. And so unless you want to pull an all-nighter, or unless you just want to sleep for, take a nap and then watch it live, it's very difficult for you to participate in it. So anybody who did that, you should definitely let us know in the chat. We should just give them a shirt if they really were live from 1 a.m. until now, or whatever it started. But anyway, what I thought, it would be really cool if we could do some sort of crazy idea of like a 24-hour expo. And I realized that there are a couple limitations, right? First of all, Facebook only allows 8-hour streams and YouTube only allows 10-hour streams. Then, of course, I'm not going to host the thing for 24 straight hours. By the time it was done, I'd be a wreck. So I thought, I know what we could do. We could have hosts on 2 of the other continents. So why don't we have a host in Australia, and why don't we have a host in Europe? And we'll do 8 hours in the US, 8 hours in Australia, and 8 hours in Europe. So in the waiting room right now are the hosts of the next expo, which is going to be July 16th and 17th and 18th. And so we've got 6 months, which is the longest we've ever had to plan this thing out, because each time, I mean, we've done 3 events in 1 year's time, in less than a year's time. So this is going to give us plenty of time to get it all right, to get incredible speakers. And so I'm super pleased and excited to bring in our members of the European and Australian streams. Hey, everybody.
Welcome.
Hi, guys.
Hi. Hello. Congratulations. Well done, both of you, Geraldine and Zane. Fantastic. Fantastic.
Brilliant creation.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. So Karen and David are going to be, or Karen, I should say it right, Karen. Karen and David are going to be our hosts for the Australian 8 hours of awesomeness of the Higher Self Expo on July. So now it'll be July, it'll be the Sunday, right? So July 18th for you guys. Right. Yeah, because we're going to do it Saturday. We're going to start it Saturday, and then we're going to go through the day on Saturday, and then we're going to switch to you. And then after your 8 hours are up, we're going to go to Europe, and Tanya is going to be the host, and Tanya is in Portugal. Hi, Tanya.
Hi.
Wow.
Really pleased to be with you guys. Wonderful. Wow. What an honor.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna set some interesting kind of excitement going on with this. Where it'll be maybe it's the first time we're gonna do a high dimensional, high vibrational 24 straight hour conference. I don't know if anybody's ever done that before, so that's pretty cool.
I don't think so. I think this is going to be pretty unique and pretty awesome, you guys. And thank you so much for your participation. What an exciting thing.
I know, Zane, it's a bit of a stretch. Good on you for coming up with it. It's a first.
Yeah, exactly. That's important. Firsts are important. People like first.
Everybody can be time travelers.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
So when I was originally there, I was like, okay, well, we'll follow the sun as the sun goes around the earth, and it'll always be daylight for the Higher Self Expo on July 17th.
You must think about a prize for the one who stays for the 24 hours straight.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly. Yes.
More than a t-shirt.
More than a t-shirt. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. We all need to fly to their house and visit.
We just put all of our stuff together and sort of bring that person a great gift.
Instant enlightenment.
Or Portugal or down under when we can fly again.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll be able to fly by then. I'm sure it'll all be worked out.
Yeah, July is a long time from now.
Yeah, it's forever from now.
I just want to point out for anyone who's listening, this time zone. So you guys are in the States. What time is it there? It's like
4:20 in Mountain Time right now.
3:21.
And Tanya's in the middle of the night. What time, Tanya?
11:20 p.m.
Yeah.
Oh.
And David and I are 10:20 a.m. on Sunday. Beautiful sunny day in Sydney. I've got my flower in my hair. I'm doing summer. And look at Tanya. She's all rugged up.
Yeah. No, isn't that fantastic?
Right. And so in July, it'll all be the reverse. We'll all be in summer, and you guys will be in winter. And this is, why we have to do it this way. We've got to do the 24-hour thing so that we can have all this. It's great.
It's great. So, Zane, what are we talking about in July?
Oh, yes. Thank you for bringing me that up. Oh, I should have made a little banner. I didn't make a banner for it. But the Expo, what is that called? The theme of the July event is where science meets spirituality. So that's the other thing. So David has already been a huge help in the expos, where he's been reaching out and finding other speakers for us. So thank you, David. We're going to rely heavily on you as we come up for this next one. Asjid as well, and anybody who's listening to this right now, if you know of somebody who is the quintessential science meets spirituality speaker, researcher, I mean, the quantum physicist like we had today, Dan Winter, was fantastic. And so more of that, but it's not going to be just 100% science meets spirituality. We're going to also have the healing that's going on and some of the things like that. So we definitely can open ourselves up. We don't have to be 24 straight hours of science meets spirituality. We're going to mix it up some.
Oh, I just thought about something. I was thinking, can we make it galactic? And I was just thinking of Susie Hansen, who's in New Zealand. So she talks about science from the galactic perspective, from how the ETs understand science as opposed to how we understand science.
Nice.
It's different. Their technology and it's different. So I might get Susie on. Woohoo!
Nice.
Yes.
So let me ask you, Zane, do we, as the Australian component, all Australians, or can we mix it up like as the European thing, all Europeans, as the US, all?
Right. What we were definitely talking about, and Tanya and I had a fun conversation about this, is, think of it as the stripe. I would love to get some African light workers in the European. I would love to get some Asian light workers in the Australian, and some South American light workers here for the US version. So we've really got to open ourselves up and really start working to find those folks, because we're so surrounded by our Europe, US, Australia, we don't diversify enough. So this is a fantastic opportunity to make those sorts of diversification possible.
24 hours all over the world.
That's right.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a client in Singapore, so I'm going to ask her if she knows of some Asian light workers in Singapore. Cool.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Tanya, I bet you a lot of people know about Karen. Karen and David were both on the last expo, but you're a brand new face. Would you mind just giving a really quick introduction of yourself so that everybody knows who?
Well, my name is Tanya Castillo, but if you want to find me on Facebook, I'm TC Aila, which is my author name. So I write. But that is one of my greatest passions, and my purpose is simply to provide a safe space for the reunion of human and divine. And my project is called In Passion Coaching, though it is not coaching. It is what I call isness mentoring.
Nice.
So that's me.
Yes. Awesome. It's so wonderful to have you. We had an awesome conversation the other day, and it was an easy fit. So you're going to be
so wonderful. Wow. Karen, thank you for introducing us and for getting this going.
So beautiful. She's been on my show, and I had so much feedback, especially from my online group, about how much they just so resonated with you and just loved you. They love you. They love you.
Thank you. I loved it too.
Yeah.
Look at this. We've already got our first comment. Can't wait for July. Wish it was July. Gosh darn it. No, we need time. We're not ready for it yet. So David, tell us a little bit about yourself. You didn't get to talk in this one. We were going to have you do a little talk, but you're here right now. Wait a minute. What happened? What's going on?
Oh, I did Australian TV, my Pearl show, and we did the breakfast show, we did the lunch show, and then we did the last late night show. And then I sort of ran out of gas after 12 hours of hanging around doing that, I must say. And it was really amazing to come in this morning and listen, my early morning, your afternoon, and listen. And then I started getting zapped by the energies. So I was a bit, airheady, but it was amazing to think, and to hear your lovely last speaker say we're all an aspect of the divine, and our job is to show up and be, And my favorite of all those spiritual books I've ever read, the one line that always struck me was there is only one of us. I always say that if I'm ever feeling a bit judgmental or anything like that, there is only one of us, and it always brings me back to unity consciousness. So I'm super happy the way it worked out. Actually, there was no pressure on me, but it was really nice to absorb all the energies today, and really looking forward to helping make July a massive success.
Yeah, it's great. Yay! I'm so happy.
Yay! So, Geraldine, are you going to be co-hosting again in July?
Yes, we're going to be co-hosting and speaking and rounding up some amazing speakers over here as well that we've had in other conferences. So I'm excited to, create a plethora of different aspects of spirituality, science. All of these things is going to be wonderful. So I'm excited to be a part of it.
And NASA really fits into that topic as well with her quantum understanding.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, hopefully she will grace us with another appearance. Yeah.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
It'll be fantastic.
Most certainly. All right. Well, if there's nothing else from anyone, we should probably close it all off today. It's been quite the day, a fantastic one. Wonderful speakers, of course, and everything went fairly smoothly. We didn't have too many disasters. And so now we have 24 hours to have no disasters. That should be really fascinating and interesting.
That should be interesting. Yes.
It's going to be perfectly fantastic.
Yes, agree completely with that.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Zane, are you expecting us to do what you do, which I think is a really good idea, and do like a 15-minute little short interviews beforehand so that people get used to the technology? And so we do that with all our speakers as well.
I would love that. Yeah. And then we could even cross interview them too. So we could sit down and, have any of us join in for that, unless it's 3 a.m, I suppose, and have an opportunity for them to meet more than just their local host.
Yeah. Great.
That really goes over well. It's nice because it's nice for the audience to get to know who the speakers are. It's nice little pieces of promotion too, kind of leading up to it. Like, oh, don't forget about this. Oh, don't forget about that. So I really like that formula. Now I've done it twice out of the 3, and I really love it.
Yeah, it's a good thing to do, especially when it comes to the technology. Yeah, teaching people technology.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yep. Cool.
Oh, it's so great, guys. Great to see you online. Big love from down under.
Thank you, everybody.
All right.
Thank you for taking the time to be here, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tanya, thanks for staying up.
Yeah. Oh, with all of the beautiful energies from the expo. I mean, how am I going to sleep?
No, I understand. Yes. That definitely happens. Yep.
Fabulous.
All right.
I love your rainbow top.
Yeah.
Well, today, like it's sort of imagining that it's already daylight.
Beautiful.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
everyone.
6 months.
6 months.